That's the morning 50th, where courage remains. With last guns gleaming, hearts of steel, they march into battle. With grim resolve to deal, for morning's honor's love, for morning's honor. They raise their cry against the dark's fury, they'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The morning 50th, answering the Emperor's call. The first dawn's all, the morning 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke they press on, facing the Seagulls Ford until the dawn. With every volley they hold the line. Their determination, unbreakable sign. Unbreakable sign. For Mordian and City, they raise, he may be advanced. The Mordian spirit will never be chance. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shone, their bravery shining brighter than the sun. The light shining brighter than the sun. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry. They raise the Tau's fury, they'll never die. Discipline and valor stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
I'm back, baby! The fault is not mine, sir. Blame Twitch. That's not going to make sense if anyone that is watching this post live. I just forgot to activate the Twitch stream, and I figured I've not got any reason not to be streaming on Twitch, so let's fucking stream on Twitch. There we go. How are we all doing, my little chickadees? It's time for another Mordian Glory live stream. Two in one day. Wow. 2 in 1 day. My God. So, earlier today, we had the very first. Chronologically, it's the second, but technically speaking, it is the first Mordian Glory Horus Heresy battle report. My God. My God. It's going to be challenge level impossible for me to not wank off Heresy this trip. I know everyone's getting sick of me talking about it, but it's like when you get into that new relationship, you know, you just can't stop talking about it. You can't stop talking about it. Yeah, wind swept. Look, I've got a fan right next to me. By the way, I hope I've tried to position it so the fan isn't blowing on the microphone. So hopefully you won't get any wind blowy noise on the microphone. And hopefully also it's not too loud as background noise as well. But it's very, 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 very warm in here. And I've got a giant fan next to me, just so I can really, so I can actually fucking do the stream, boys. Oh my god, I've never seen Simon. Simon was gonna keel over earlier. It was so warm. You could barely think. I could tell you could barely know what to say. It was hilarious. It turns out that in order to draw with Imperial Militia, you have to use the real world environment against your opponent. There we go. So we've had a big battle port today. I think naturally there will be some questions that come up out of that. But to be clear, this is not going to be a Horus Heresy stream. This is going to be a classic Just Chatting Bollocks stream. It's going to be a chill one because obviously I've already done one stream today, so it's a bit knackering. But we're going to be doing we're going to be talking about anything and everything. So we can talk about Heresy, of course, but we can also talk about Old World, 40k, bot action. It is of course Warlord Wednesday today, so it makes sense to obviously mention bot action a little bit, and also we can talk about hobbying, we can talk about army lists, we can talk about competitive, we can talk about narrative, we can talk about match play, we can talk about latest painting projects, we can talk about ideas, we can even contemplate the follies of mankind, of which there are many. But we're just going to have a bit of fun, have a bit of a chat, and we'll see where the conversation takes us. All right. So that's the briefing. The briefing is, as always, there's no real briefing. Sometimes we do very specific streams, but we've not really done one in a while because it tends to be... I always used to find if I streamed with a specific topic in mind, A, we'd never get to that topic because we were chatting bollocks anyway. And B, the moment I started talking about the specific topic, half the people would leave because they weren't bothered about it. So now we just go where the wind takes. Like a leaf on the wind. Watch how I soar. There we go. So, that's the briefing. Now, of course, with our briefing now completed, we must observe and obey our traditions. Traditions are what separate us from the lapdogs of the false emperor. Traditions are what make us the War Master's true finest, his Imperialis militia. You guys know what time it is. Twitch gang, rise up. YouTube gang, rise up. It's time for roll call, baby. Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with a cock out? Who is writing on Twitch? And who is in perfect parade formation over on YouTube? Oh my days. In fact, because we're the traitor militia today, I'm going to start off with a Twitch gang roll call first. I know, it's never been done. So we've got, coming in from Twitch, we've got Russell W, Chicken Detonator, Marquinator 23, Average Commissar, Lord Goretrash, Russell W, and Average Commissar. Hey! Welcome to all of the Twitch Penal Legionnaires. We'll be funneling you into the levy squads before you know it. Activating the bomb collars. Brilliant moment in the battle report when one of my militia squads just broke and I just started picking them all up, and Simon was like, what are you doing? And I went, I failed a morale test. And he was like, yeah, so you fall back. I went, oh no, these guys, when they fail a morale test, the bomb collars go off and they all die. He was like, what, that's not a real thing, is it? I went, yeah, they all go into battle with discipline collars. And he was like, no way. That's Heresy, baby. I mean, they haven't got rid of the Grimdark from that one. Now, Lord of Shovels, I have read your name out, but please understand I am now going to time you out for a minute so I can do the rest of the roll call. I'll see you in 1 minute, mate. Thank you. Thank you for being here, but punishing you also for spamming roll call.
Infantry, sir.
Good for you.
All right. So,
Infantry made me the man I am
who else is here? Let's have a look. So, we've got... where does the roll call begin? We have got we've got Ken Kersey, Morpheus, Marcelo, Swords and Smith, Damn Legion and Warpforge, Gaming Stuka, Sabian Wilson, Ed Scar, Shit I've Lost My Place, Scott the Bot, Godlike Poet, Astro Baby, Toast, Hardcover, High Marshal Bungle, Deanne Steen, Baron Kaza, The Lower Decks, Daniel Simpson, Damn Legion, The History Nerd, Lucas Trevette, Bad Rabbits, say my name, baby. We've got Joe Camel, Ed Scar, Kanara Savard, Chaos, Jar Finway, Free Man, Blackstone Chapter Master, Airborne 342, Akashareka, Trooper 2102. We've also got Lemmy Winks, Marold, That Rat Bastard. We've got Swords and Smith, Canaro, and Ardog T. There we go, Ardog T. Someone's saying the chat on screen doesn't seem correct. I'll reload it. 1 minute. There we go. Thank you very much, Ed Scar. Thank you. We fixed that now. Welcome. We've got Lance coming in here as well. Amazing. Welcome to all of you guys joining over on YouTube. Thank you to all of you guys joining on Twitch. Thank you to all of you fantastic bastards for being here. Should be a good stream today. I'm very, very excited for it. Lots to talk about. Lots of shenanigans and chicanery. But also, I want to say not only a big thank you to everyone that joined, but I also want to say a big thank you to everyone that's got the stream, that's gone ahead and liked the stream and also have subscribed. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, guys. We are trying to get to 80,000 by the end of the year. It's going to be touch and go if we make it. I also want to say a big thank you, of course, to everyone that's followed over on Twitch and Prime subbed over on Twitch. And if you've not done any of those things, fucking do it! If you don't do it, every single person that joins the stream but doesn't like the stream, in response, GW removes another bit of flavor from the game. They reduced the flavor by another 0.01%. I'm just saying, if you want flavor to return to 40k, you gotta like the stream. There you go. And everyone who likes, they add it back in. There you are. There you are. That's how we're gonna get people like, subscribe, please. All right. I also want to say a big thank you to everyone that's got the streams popping up, baby. Coming in with super chats, member flexes, and gifted memberships, and all that amazing stuff. And let's see who has already gone above and beyond. Let's see who's getting the stream popping off. Let's have a look here. So I want to begin with. I want to make sure I've got everyone here. Make sure I'm missing anyone. I almost missed someone. No, we're good. We are gravy, and dare I say it, baby. I want to say a big thank you. I want to say a big thank you to Lyman and Braxis. Lyman and Braxis, thank you so much for the 35-month member flex. My God, sir. My God. Lyman and Braxis, thank you for supporting the channel for very nearly 3 years. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. Time to make a 3-year badge. You have 1 month. I know. I've got to make a 3-year badge. Maybe we can do it in the stream. I don't know. Maybe we can do it in the stream. We'll see. But I can't believe it's been 3 years, man. Lyman, you are one of the OGs, bro. One of the proper OGs. Holy fuck. Lyman, thank you very much for the long-term support. Thank you for being here through thick and thin. Almost triple X Force. Thank you, mate, for doing your part. 07 back at you, bro. Next, we have got the lower decks. Yes, it is the lower decks. Let's have a look. Dead Worlds Live Pants. Let's have a look. What have we got here? What have we got here? Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. This is horrendous. I can zoom in. Oh no. Tuesday, unemployed as fuck, in my lane, thriving. Sir, Inquisitor Joe seems satisfied with his tests on Jenkins. I've still no idea what he's been testing for. Jenkins seems fine when questioned about what they're doing. Dean Martin has also been modified with upgrades to his chassis. I would have said not to do that, but the Inquisitor seems angry whenever I'm in proximity. Puzzling. Oh my god, brilliant. Brother Sergeant Domiton of the Death Watch has provided more information than the Inquisitor. He has told us that we are in transport to a dead world on the margin of the sector to test some new theory the Inquisitor is pursuing. I have not heard of the Brother Sergeant's original chat before his secondment to the Death Watch. But if all flesh tearers are as nice as he, we are blessed to have these calm and compassionate defenders of humanity. Oh no. Oh no. My only mistake was asking Domiton to train with me. I am told I was unconscious for 12 hours in the comfy Medicaid beds. Art's impression of my post-training recovery. Oh, for fuck's sake. I love it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Brilliant. I have no words. I have no words. Oh man. Yeah, flesh tearers. Flesh tearers are basically like salamanders, right? Yeah, I think so. I think that, like, if you take the line of like compassionate and then absolutely batshit, and then you bend it round and make a circle out of it, the circle won't join up, but technically you'll make those two pretty close together. Technically. Right? Technically. I love it, mate. I love it. Dude, thank you for your support, and looking forward to seeing where this arc is going. Interesting, man. Next I'll say a big thank you to Hardcover. Hardcover, thank you for the 12-month member flex. You know what that means, Hardcover. You know what that means. It's time. It's time. It's time for X-Force, baby! Dude, thank you so much for supporting the channel for a full year. Thank you for doing your part, sir. Welcome to the elite. Welcome to the crossed lasguns. Welcome to X-Force. There we go. Once I get off work, I have some cadence to paint. Yes, mate! Always ABPI. Always be painting infantry. ABPI, baby. It's the only way. It's the only way to collect guard. If you haven't got any infantry in your pile of shame, your backlog right now, something's gone wrong. Like, you have failed. I'm just throwing the shade. I'm just throwing the shade out there. I'm throwing the shade down. If you're a guard player right now and you don't have infantry in your backlog and it's something that you know you need to be working on, why the fuck are you even here? I'm only teasing. Hardcover, seriously though. Hopefully work's not too bad. And also, I look forward to seeing the results of the painting. There we go. Hey, Quark Sophos, good to have you here, man. Thank you for your help in the bat rep before, mate. It was very, very helpful. I know I wanked you off then, but I'll do it again now. It was very helpful having people in chat who knew what the fuck they were doing with Heresy, and it really does help with going forward and with games and stuff. Yeah. All right, I want to say an extra big thank you to Kobold. Thank you so much for the tip, baby. Check your DMs. The troopers are done as of now, working my Soviet assault engineers. It's Warlord Wednesday, baby. It's bolt action, baby. It's time. Let's have a look. Okay, so it's not actually bot action, but it's the prequel before we see the bot action. I see now, Kobold. I see. It may not be bot action, but it's still damn good stuff, sir. Classic Imperialis Grenadiers. Classic Imperial Guard Stormtroopers, of course. I really like the color scheme, man. Classic Stormtrooper vibe, right? Yeah, buddy. Can't go wrong with the Stormtrooper vibe. Excellent stuff, mate. proper big fucking machete, that, isn't it? That's not a knife. This is a knife. Oh, I love that shit, man. Yeah, yeah, you repainted them. Yeah, I remember. I remember the them coming in and what they look like before and what they look like now. I love those models, man. Seriously. Absolutely love the OG Stormtroopers. And I really think you've done a great job of restoring them. I like that you've actually got a little bit of difference between the tan armor and the tan fatigues. Yeah. It's a small detail, but it goes a long way to breaking them up a bit. Nice. Good effort, mate. Genuinely solid. Good effort. I want to say a big thank you next to Mould and Knife. Good old Mould. Good old Mould. He joins every stream. He supports every stream. Always keeps us fresh up with new conscripts. Mould, I raise my glass to you, sir. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, and dare I say it, a kind sir. There we go. All right. We've also got Lucas, my boy. Lucas, thank you very much for the super chat, man. I found a pretty cool Imperial Guard edit in stream discussion. Well, let's take a look. Let us peruse, I dare say.
Would laugh, monster.
1 minute.
When it comes to fighting crime,
Oh,
there's
piss.
only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real. Indeed.
All right. Share screen. Bro, I don't want to play guard. They're just regular humans. Most boring guard player experience.
Would laugh, monster. But let me remind you, within that weak sack of meat and bone, uncared for by his god and wept for by none, beats a heart, the human heart, that carries with it the strength and courage of all mankind.
Yeah.
Within that sack of meat,
Oh, he's fucking dead, that guy. Shit.
the will and the fury of every man, woman and child from every corner of the Imperium. Within that weak sack of meat, festooned in thin armor and weapons only powerful in numbers, beats the heart of a man. And for 10,000 years, the hearts of men have beaten strongly in defiance of your so-called powers.
Yes.
10,000 years, the hearts of men have stood united against a galaxy that despises them for no reason save that they have the audacity not to lay down and die. For 10,000 years, you Black Crusades have been pushed back, beaten down, and made a mockery of by weak sacks of flesh with cheap weapons and disposable equipment. For that weak sack of flesh that you so briefly mock is no super soldier, no immortal warrior, no
Such a good speech.
chaos like you. He is a man. An Imperial guardsman, drawn from some forgotten corner of the Imperium to fight for his species and for the safety of the people he loves. He's a factory worker, a farmer, a storekeeper, a father, a brother, a son, a mere man. And against creatures like
Yeah, baby.
teeming and numberless, powered by the very will of a thirsting god, he holds the line. And he has held the line for 10,000 years. So, what's your excuse, monster?
Yeah, so good. Nice. 66666666666666666. Lucas, that's cool, man. That's cool. I like it. Who we got next? By the way, that speech is actually I think it's a famous one from. It was like a green text on 4chan, I think, or maybe it was on like Daka Daka or something. I'm not sure back in the day, but it's been like it's definitely been cemented in like 40k culture and like in guard culture, man. And it's true. It's really good. It's like people say, it's funny. People say playing guard and humans is boring in 40k, but in a funny sort of way, in a galaxy where everything is so over the top, being the thing that goes up against the that has to go up against the scary shit. It's like the whole faction embodies bravery is not an absence of fear. Bravery is feeling fear and still doing it anyway. And that's interesting. Yeah. Alright, what have we got next? I want to say a big thank you to Hi Marshall Bungle. Thank you for the 19 months, man. Xbox, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Oh, my days. Hi Marshall Bungle, thank you for supporting the channel for over a year and a half. 07, you magnificent bastard. Tonight's project in stream discussion. Is it this one? Cadians. I feel like that's that one because it's the same symbol here as it is on YouTube. I'll just double check that is the right one. It is, definitely. Nice. Hi, Marshall, working on his Cadians. Nice, man. We got a metal gun, a plasma gun, and we got a Voxcaster, and we got a Sergeant with an auto gun. The perfect loadout. That's exactly the right loadout, man. Nice. Nice. Dude, I am looking forward to seeing them all painted up. I am sure you'll do a good job. I'm just curious, how Marshall Bungle, are we thinking traditional or bespoke guard color scheme? Or I do see that I see your name, I see your sigil, I see you are a Brotherhood of the Black Templars. You are a Brother of the Black Templars. Are we thinking some sort of Black Templar inspired auxiliary? Maybe. It's not the Ultramar Auxilia. It is the Templar Auxilia. Maybe. Maybe. I'm just saying. Just I'm throwing ideas out there. I'm throwing ideas out there. Take it, use it, or leave it. There we go. There we go, man. I'd love it. Ultramar Auxilia. That's pretty cool. It's very cool, actually. Templar Auxilia. Now I want to make that my own army. All right. I want to say a big thank you. I want to say a big thank you to next to Greg Shimin. Greg Shimin, thank you for the 30 months, man. 1 minute. That I need to do better than that. Greg Shimin, thank you for the 30-month member flex, baby. Double X-Force, my man. Ordered approved, sir. Thank you so much for supporting the channel for 2.5 years. You absolute Giga Chad, you absolute fucking hero. 07, mate. 07, back at you. Thank you for more than doing your part. Excellent. Claire. Lol, Templar Auxilia, average life expectancy 3.2 seconds. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, the neophytes already have got a low life expectancy. The fucking the neophytes of the neophytes, the troglodytes. We're introducing a new rank to the Templars. Yes, very good, High Marshal. What is it? Is it a newer rank, an ultra sword brother? No, we're adding a lower rung on the ladder. Oh, interesting. Surf? No, worse than that. Worse than a chapter surf? Oh yes. The troglodytes. There we go. Mark Wolf, morning stream of the day. I stream every Monday to Friday. Occasionally I stream at weekends, but mostly I don't. There you go. All right. I want to say a big thank you next to Last Draken. Last Draken, thank you very much for super chat. BAO/hobby update with meme and stream discussion. What the fuck is BAO? Big Anal Orgy. That's what I think it stands for. I might have to Google it. What does BAO stand for? A bow bun. I don't think that's what it means. Bay Area Open. Ah, that makes a lot more sense than Big Anal Orgy, but also I'm a little disappointed now. Maybe it's Big Awesome Orgy if you're not into butt stuff. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Okay. Preparing my army for the Bay Area Open. I need to paint 65 minis, but since 8 of the army is second-hand... But since 8 of the army is second-hand, it isn't WYSIWYG friendly. Models are right kits, its main weapons. I'm hoping Eventio is fine with that as long as I declared to him upon all my unit names the same thing. Here's put out the whole list. So ignore what they are built with. 19 are already painted. You've seen the green in the past photos. Deadline is 22nd of May. I know the painting could be done. It's the WYSIWYG I'm scared of. Email Frontline Game the host, but I haven't got a reply yet. Need to paint Land Forts ×2, 10 Jaegers, 15 Hearthguard, 3 Bikes, 1 Champ, 2 Karls. Side note, I went to my friendly local game store for a swap meet and I found a smorgasbord of goodies. Drop off for 20 bucks. All tap bike for free. 20 Hearthgun for 30 bucks. 20 Hearthgun for 30. Box of 60. Nice. I mean, 20 Hearthgun are normally like 60 per 10, right? Maybe something like that. Good Scar for 10. Torx Prime for 60. Canoptic Animated 25. 3D printed 5 mini holder spray handle. Which I found for a cool 30. Pads magnetic. I used it the other day at a smooth experience. Spins with the dial turned by thumb. That's cool. Other than me, it's a team up I never knew I needed. Alright, let's have a look. Hey, that's a good. That's actually quite cool because it's got the Imperial Fist upgrades on it, I think. Cheeky White Scar Biker, very nice. Hey, Torxes with Torx Primes, so one with the couple with the wheeled upgrade kit. That's cool. I like the face on that model. Nice squad sprayer, nice. Warriors 10 for 30. Nice. Nice. And we got a land fort. That's a good deal. Oh, well, I guess the land fort's what you painted, actually, to be fair. So I got mixed up then for a second. Yes, but no, that's what you've been working on. UNSC, KD stands. Remember reach. Hey! That's cool, man. That's cool. Regarding this kind of shit, I think some TOs can be a bit anally retentive about it, but I don't think it. Personally, I've always said it doesn't really matter unless you're going there to win. Unless you're like, it's all about playing for intent, and the intention is I'm pretty certain your intention is I'm bringing my Votan so I can have fun and diggy hole. You know what I mean? Yeah. So yeah. The list looks like fun to me. Double land fortress is always a wild ride. Double land fortress and lots of terminators sounds like it should be good fun, to be fair. And then you've got the fantastic deals. Nice. I love a good deal. I'm a sucker for a good fucking deal. Oh, love that shit. Love that shit, boys. Love that shit. Yeah. I have to stop myself because I really don't need to buy any more Warhammer. Between the incredible generosity from people like Wallario in this community and others as well. In fact, I've had a lot of gifts from many different people. But between the community gifts and my 3D printer, I really can't justify buying any more Warhammer. But I'm just I see a good deal and I'm like, sexy bitch. Damn, son. I want to say next oh, by the way, Last Dracum, good luck with Bay Area Open. I'm sure it'll be fun. I'm sure it'll be a good experience. It should be fun. I've heard good things about the event overall. There we are. I want to say next a big thank you to Lyman Abraxas. Lyman Abraxas, thank you very much for the super chat, my man. Thank you, sir. One minute, I need to Google one of these words because it's in German, and I don't want to say something out loud that might get me in trouble. Friday. Let's have a look. Incoming. Oh, here we go. Incoming on Friday. I'm stuck in Germany. I don't know what this. What does this mean? Oh, it's a place. Okay. So it says incoming Friday. I'm stuck in Germany on the Eichstätten on 96. I got a 6-pack of Austrian beer, half a bottle of Czech Slovakia, and a Kazakh squad to complete. So is that happening on Friday? So on Friday you're going to be in Germany, and you're like, fuck it. I need to fucking pass the time. Beer, well, booze and models. Dude, that's the best way. That's the best way, man. Just having a few cold ones and painting some minis. Life doesn't get much better than that. Nice. Nice. All right. And I also want to say a big thank you to Lord of Shovels. Lord of Shovels, thank you for the super chat, man. Now, there is no message attached to your super chat, Lord of Shovels. So if there was a message that you wanted me to read out, or a question that you wanted me to answer, then please let me know. I'll keep an eye on it in regular chat and I'll pick it up. If you were just supporting the channel to be an absolute Giga Chad, then, mate, sweet. Sweet. Sick. Thank you. All right. I want to say a big thank you to, well, not a big thank you. Well, yes, a big thank you, but it's not related to a super chat. Big thank you to Karl Sophos, like I said before, for helping me in the battle. But also, we've got a question here in regular chat. So, Mordian, do you think you'll try out the Feudal Militia variant using the Empire Army models for Heresy? I think it would be an absolute blast to mess around with. So yes and no. So, yes, I will try out Feudal Militia variants. I am planning on trying all the militia variants out. I'm, I'm not, but the thing is, I'm probably just going to, like, use the same models, but just change out the prominences, essentially. But yeah, because I'm not going to bother. I have too much Warhammer. The reality is, I don't need an excuse to get any more stuff. But yeah, absolutely. So yes, I will be trying out all of the provenances over time with the fullness of time. But no, I won't be getting any special models for it. However, I do have a whole bunch of these guys. I wonder if the camera will show them up. Show, you bastard. Show. That might make him better. Come on, you know you want to, camera. Stop being a sloppy bitch. There we go. I do have a whole bunch of these guys, which are for my... which are for my traitor guard. Now, here's the thing. My blood pact, my traitor guard army, it basically consists of all infantry. It was never my intention for them to become a pure infantry force, but just due to the fact that I got a lot of them from a mate in America and supported the channel in America. I think it was Tao Tom that I got a lot of them from. And then I got a lot of them from Anvil Industry. Like I got like half from Anvil Industry, half from like from Tao Tom. it was Cyberlink and Gaming, because he does has like a side business, and it's because of that I've ended up with like probably about 400 of these infantry in total, and I'm like, until now I thought, what should I do with that? Slowly build them up over time and all that kind of stuff. But now I have a greater purpose. Now I will be painting them all up. My Horus Heresy traitor militia. Yes. Yes. There you go. So, and now you don't have enough infantry. That's true. I need more. More. Oh. But yeah, now I probably will end up painting them up and running that, because the thing is, I keep playing. In all the games that I've played in Heresy, all 2 of them, I know. But also what is likely to be my 2 main opponents for Heresy. Both of them are firmly loyalist. I get a feeling that a lot of the Heresy community is going to be fucking firmly loyalist. Like, Emperor! You know, all that kind of shit. I get a feeling they're going to be firmly loyalists. So I'm gonna have to be traitor, and it just doesn't feel right, you know. It doesn't feel right that my Mordians keep ending up as the traitors, because Mordians, generally speaking, are very loyal. I don't know what Mordian was doing during the Heresy, but the law of my regiment is always, obviously, they're Imperial Guard. They're not Traitor Guard. They're Imperial Guard. So if I'm going to be playing Heresy, if I'm going to be playing Militia, and if I'm going to be a traitor, then I'm gonna need a guard army that can reflect that. And so, well, looks like I got a pure infantry militia force that needs painting up. I really should get some more tanks with them. At the moment, I have 2 tanks, and I have 2 tanks, neither of which I could use in Heresy. I've got a Stormlord, can't get militia Stormlord, and I've got a Hellhound, can't get a militia Hellhound. So there you go. So, but for now, it's given me I love the idea. Like if I show you guys something here, this is what I want to build towards. I told Simon about this today. He seemed terribly vexed about it. He seemed terribly vexed. So firstly, I'd want to take Ruthless Tyrant as my Warlord trait, because that way I would that way I'd be able to, like, it feels quite evil. The commander is Dark-Hearted Tyrant. Yeah. So I'd take that. But then for my, where are they? For my regiment traits, which I get to pick 2. Firstly, of course, there is the Unending Horde. The Unending Horde, which grants Endless Horde to all militia infantry squads and militia levy squads, which means on a 4+. It used to have like different values, but now it's just on a 4+. Whenever that unit is destroyed on a 4+, the unit walks right back on the board. It's like reinforcements, but on steroids. So there's that. And then I also quite like the idea I like these two because these are traitor only. So you get debased rabble. All edible units and models with prominence gain the Crusader and Hatred every single. I'm presuming Hatred is 4 rerolls to hit in the first round of combat or something. But then I must always declare a charge, and I may not take Grenadier squads. And then you've got Tainted Flesh, which is you get Fear and Furious Charge. But your compulsory troops must be filled by militia levy squads. You may not. So this is like proper, like. This is like. This is proper fucked up. Yeah. Oh, so I quite like Unending Hordes with the base rabble. I quite like these two together because they are both the traitor only ones. But I also quite like Feral Warriors. +1 weapon skill. I have to declare a charge. And I can upgrade my dudes with chain axes or chain swords. Chain axes give me extra strength. Chain swords give me 4 rolls to wound. I'd probably go chain swords because they're a bit cheaper. Or the other option is you go Abhuman Muster and you get +1 strength. +1 Feral Warriors and Abhuman Muster is quite good. Because you get +1 weapon skill and +1 strength. And then you get 4 rolls to wound. You can't shoot worth dick. Give the 2-point levy a 2-point weapon. I know. It's so stupid. But I quite like the idea of Feral Warriors plus Unending Horde. Because then even though your units are costing more, you're getting 50% of them back in theory. So it brings the cost down again. Yeah. Checks is reroll to wound as well as the strength bonus. Yeah. Yeah. 4 rerolls to hit is good. Combined with essentially, presuming Hatred is 4 rerolls to hit, I'm basing that off Old World. Presuming Hatred is 4 rerolls to hit, combining that with chain weapons for 4 rerolls to wound, it does feel quite good. Feels like there's potential there, you know?
There's only one man keeping the streets safe.
It also feels quite. It also feels quite like I am going to be forced to laminate myself against Terminator blobs, which I have no chance of beating. It feels quite like I am definitely going to table myself on turn 3. Oh shit, man. Thank you, Chronicler. Appreciate the confirmation. Yeah. So I don't know if it's actually a good choice, but there we go. I don't know if it's actually a good choice, but there we are. I want to say we've got a couple of super chats coming in here. I want to say a big thank you to the Whispering Monk. Yes, it is the Whispering Monk. Thank you for the super chat, man. All shall love me and despair. Well, you are our spiritual liege. You are the man that will guide us through these tumultuous times. You are the man that shall keep our ears clean. So we shall love you for all of those things, but we shall despair at lack. We shall despair when you're not around and our ears remain unclean. There we go. I also want to say a big thank you to what we got here. Fun Jacob! Fun Jacob, thank you so much for super chat, man. Poll request in stream discussion. 07 gang. 07 Fun Jacob. Let's have a look. And also, I want to talk about how I killed the Contemptors. I'll get to that in a moment, Chaos, but I'll come back. I'll circle back round, mate. Let's have a look. Holocrest, what should the Basilisk be named? It has to be related to Thanatos, as it is designed for the fate of Thanatos. My current thoughts are below. I'd also love to get input from chat and Discord. So, Vox Mortis Thanatos, Ashen Sunder, Thanatocoil, Ebony Spire. Well, Ebony Spire sounds like a big fucking... I think another name for Ebony Spire is the BBC. I like Vox Mortis Thanatos. I like Vox Mortis Thanatos. That'd be my choice. There we go. So, what else? What I would say, Fun Jacob, is rather than me doing a poll in the stream, because that won't get after like a minute or two when people have like left and joined, it won't make sense to anyone. So it'll get less interaction, and you might not get quite as clear results. So which sounds crazy, but because there might be more people that see it, but it's because people will be interacting, they're not knowing what they're really interacting with. So what I will do instead is I will ping everyone. I will like at everyone. Let's help Fun Jacob pick a name for his triple Earth Shaker Basilisk conversion. There we go. There we go. All right. There we go. I'm gonna vote for B. I mean A. I'm gonna vote for A. Me personally, but there we go. Okay. So I want to talk about something. I want to talk about Contempt of Dreadnoughts. For those of you that play Heresy, you'll know this, but for those that don't, Contempt of Dreadnoughts are seen as kind of broken and kind of bullshit in 30k. Simon brought 3 of them in his army, which is widely considered to be like the maximum you should ever bring. I killed all 3 of them. I felt relatively easily. And the way that I killed them was Vanquisher cannons. You see, in Heresy, your Vanquisher cannons, all Vanquisher cannons, come equipped with a coaxial autocannon. Not coaxial heavy stubber, not coaxial stormbolter, but coaxial autocannon. As long as you hit with the autocannon, you get full rerolls on the main gun. The Vanquisher cannon has strength 9, which means that it wounds them on 2s. And it also has enough AP to punch through their armor save. And it also is brutal 2. So they're also brutal 2, which means they have to, when you hit and when you wound, they have to make basically 2 armor saves. So they don't pass 1. They've got a 5 from vulnerable save, the Contemptor, but it means they have to pass 2 armor saves. So it's a bit like a field note. It's almost like a way to overwhelm invulnerable saves. Is be like, or this weapon does. If you're like a one wound model, if you're a model which has got like a vulnerable save, you don't pass one save and ignore all the damage. You have to pass a save for each damage. So I had in my list 4 vanquishers. Each one of those vanquishers only cost me 125 points. 500 points over a 3,000 point game. It's a great deal. It's a great deal. It's a great deal. So I was basically, between the fact that I've got also the autocannons themselves, if you get 6 to wound, become AP2, which means that that starts kicking the contemptors down to their that starts kicking the contemptors down to their 5 invulnerable save as well. So it's like, hang on a second, I've got 4 autocannon shots and 2 vanquisher shots coming out of each tank, and the vanquishers in theory, but not always, but in theory should have 4 rerolls to hit.
Reporting for duty, sir.
Hold on. Wait a minute. So, I don't know. They didn't seem that hard to deal with. They didn't seem that hard to deal with. It's all I'm saying is it's vanking time. It's vanking time, baby. The power of the vank. The church of the vank is the real, it's the proper, is the true Imperial truth. That's what it is. The cult of the vanquisher transcends all game systems. And it's the fact that you can spam so many of them. There's no rule of 3 in this game, bitch. And the fact that Solar Auxilia get ones that are 150 points, so a bit more expensive, but you can get them to hit on 3s, means that like you can just have like squadrons. You can have like you can fairly comfortably have 9 Solar Auxilia Vanks hitting on 3s with 4 rerolls. Basically on the hit, and also they get 4 rerolls to wound against vehicles. I mean, do you need, like, I remember saying this to Chansey. I remember saying to Chansey when I first played him, I was like, how is this not broken? And he was like, well, it would be very strong. I was like, no, how is this not broken? Oh, someone brings some dreadnought against me. Bam, 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 bam. Go to sleep, 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 go to sleep. Like, I'm just saying, how without, because there's the thing, you can't, without list tailoring, how is that not a really difficult thing to deal with? That and 100+ infantry. I mean, easy. I'm talking like a minimum of like 140 infantry, more like 160. I mean, I have a list. We could build a list right now and just get a quick sense of it. Okay, a quick sense of it, and then I'm going to get super chat from Akashareka. But let's go new recruit for a second. So it really feels. I just want to say something. It really feels like Imperialist militia is a lot stronger than everyone says it is. Do you know what I think holds back the militia matter? I think it's people's physical collections. Horus Heresy community, they like to have a little bit of this. They like to have a little bit of that. Ooh, this is my elite inner circle Terminator unit led by Sergeant Thraxis. They built all this lore up with them over these games, and that's cool. Don't get me wrong, I'm not shitting on that. I'm not shitting on that. That's kind of how they. That's kind of how they think, how they operate. They have that Marine mentality. It's the Marine game, after all. It's the Marine game. So the players, even the ones that play things like Militia and Auxilia, have that Marine mentality. They have that toys over boys mentality. I don't have that mentality. And I, frankly, I'm not limited by my physical collection. Not to be a little arrogant for a moment, but if one requires 12 vanquishers for victory, then one shall purchase 12 vanquishers for victory. One doesn't really need to purchase them. One already has 8. So one only needs to 3D print 4 more turrets. I'm just saying. Like, Tonk, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna beat Lord Shores, I'm gonna beat the 30k meta into the ground with the 40k mindset. The 30k player mind cannot comprehend. It cannot comprehend, bro. They cannot they're not ready for it.
Ready to serve.
They're not ready for it. Claire, if you win your first house tournament and become public enemy #1, it'll be hilarious. Well, this is the thing. Here's the thing. It's very, very, very tempting to try it. It is very tempting to try it. But I do think there's also a bit of an element of, I want to respect the environment that I'm going into. I don't want to make the place that I've come from like the place I'm going to. You need 12 anchors, all named and with a full paragraph of individual lore, just so they can't come with you with their baseless accusations. I mean, I would happily do that. I could easily do that. Yeah. Elderly, the 30k race had it too good for too long. It's time for a 40k race to destroy them. Fun. No more game can ever be fun ever. No. So I do think, look, it's easy to break Heresy, and also I think it is easy to, I think there will be a humbling moment. I think that I can definitely foresee something happening where I get into a game and I just like, because it can't just like, do you know what I mean? There's going to be other broken shit out there, which I'm just not even fucking encountering right now. Do you know what I mean? I'm not even encountering it, but we'll see. We'll see. Quick. Exactly. No, really, leave that 40k mindset for you. Well, exactly, Gaming Stuka. There's definitely an element of that. There's a big element of that. Don't let them 10th Horus Heresy. Exactly. So don't worry, Gaming Stuka. I am aware. I am aware of the bigger picture, and I am respectful of it. But it is also quite funny to daydream about at the same time. To be fair, militia aren't notoriously bad. It would be a good story for you to try and win with. See, I don't think militia are bad. I don't think militia are bad. I think that, and I don't think solar auxiliary are bad. I think that it's the internet doing its thing again, where everyone is just repeating shit that they've heard that other people have said. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure that it's militia banks where it's at. I think it's solar auxiliary banks. So, let me show you. And then we've got a couple of super chats we want to catch up on. I've got 3 I want to catch up on. I want to catch up on Akasharaka, RTRT, and Reef Marley. So, let's go over to solar auxiliary. Let's call it Test 1. 2,000 points. Great list. So, the first thing you need, of course, is your Legate Marshal. I think you buy him, and then you don't give him any upgrades. Because he's just going to be sat there doing fuck all. Cohort Doctrines. I think the actually the most powerful doctrine. I really like the Ultramar pattern, but I actually think the more powerful one is the Reborn. Cohorts, because it gives you +1 leadership and stubborn, and if you haven't moved, and you can move with solar, you can move half distance and counter stationary, and so you'll basically have reroll 1s to hit as well on units that you'll run with units that need to run, and you'll shoot with units that need to shoot. A unit from this attachment, so it's not just infantry. It's your vehicles as well. Now you can't take more than a single armored tercio, which sounds bad, but it's not as bad as it looks. And you can't take more than a single artillery tercio. So I do like this one, but I also I do think the limitation on a single armored tercio can be, for what we're trying to do, can be a bit of a pisser. So I do think the Ultramar one is probably a bit better. There's also going to be times when you kind of want your guys to run away. People say you want to take the Solar one because then you can get the Volkite guys as troops, but I don't want the Volkite guys as troops. Why? Because they cost too many points. I don't want to be spending 8 points a man. Tubuku. I don't care how much better it makes him. Tubuku. I want to be spending 5 points a man. Pinocchos. I don't mind the penal cohort either. You do get 6 at Feel No Pain. And interestingly, the idea of being able to swap out for las guns isn't actually that bad. Because, or las carbines even, because you do get to, I believe that is run and shoot with them. So I would run them all with las carbines. That's if you want your infantry to be mobile, if movement wins games kind of thing. But personally, I'm quite into the Ultramar pattern cohort. Anyway, it doesn't really matter which one we pick, because this is what we want to do. We want to go down to heavy support. We want to go down to armored tercio and add one of these in. So normally you only have 3 heavy support choices, which for a lot of armies, including militia, unless you take the right regiment trait, means that you can only have 3 Leman Russes. That sounds like it fucking sucks. The thing is with Auxilia is each tercio can consist of 3 squadrons, and each squadron can consist of 3 Leman Russes. So a single heavy support choice, and the Russes are actually a bit cheaper if you take them in tercio. So the first one's 150, but then after that they're only 135. So what you do is you go Leman Russ, and then you go 2 more Leman Russes, and then you, for 5 points, oh, not 5 points, 15 points, sorry, you swap out the battle cannon for turret mounted autocannon. You could do that, or you could go for the Gravis las cannons. Gravis las cannons are free, but as it is, we'll stick with that. So you do that, and then you end up just sort of doing it again and again That one is only 5 points. Why are these ones more expensive? Look, that one's 15 points. Ah, I know why. It's 15 points the whole squadron. That's why. Ah, it is 5. So it's only 5 points a model to give them a Vanquisher cannon. So it's kind of like... Well, that's fucking 1 tertio. So even if you end up with... Even if you end up with just 1 tertio, you're still getting 9 Lehman Russes. Doesn't seem that bad. And, you know, truthfully, I'm kind of feeling like you'd have more than that. Like what I would probably do if I was going down the Ultramar Auxilia route is, this is what I would do personally. So what I would actually do is I'd probably do this instead. But we'll try it this way first. We'll try it this way first. So you go for your you go for another, let's go for another tertio of tanks. Armored tertio. Let's add in a strike squadron. Let's go Vanquishers again. Well, let's add bang bang, and then let's go Vanquishers again. Okay. So that's 12 Lehman Russes, and we've still got that many points left over. So why wouldn't I? 12 Lehman Russ Vanquishers. So it's like, remember each Vanquisher. Yeah, you could take 9 tanks on every support slot. Exactly. So it's like, remember each Vanquisher doesn't fire 1 shot in this game, guys. Each Vanquisher fires 2 shots. And they should, in theory, be re-rolling all of those shots. So you're firing from your 12 Vanquishers 24 Vanquisher shots. Your Vanquishers are going to have 4 rolls to hit, and if they shoot enemy vehicles, they're going to get 4 rolls to wound. And if they don't shoot enemy vehicles, then they do the enemy. Each time you do a wound one of those shots, the enemy has to pass 2 saves or they die, because it's brutal 2. It doubles out every infantry in the game pretty much, unless they've got Eternal Warrior, and it can wound any vehicle in the game. Like if you look at a Vanquisher cannon, it's Sunder, which means it's got 4 rolls to wound. Brutal 2, Heavy 2, AP 2. And it just kind of feels like, okay, well, I've got this many points left over, so I know what I'll do. I'll go, I need some infantry to screen, right? I've got to take infantry as well. So where's my troops? Infantry tertio. So why don't I just go 110 points? You want a Vox interlock and an augury scanner, because you don't want to have to deal with night fighting, frankly, because night fighting's a big thing. And then you just go, oh yeah, I'll add another one of those. Oh yeah, I'll add another one of those. Oh yeah, I'll duplicate that tertio. Bang. Oh yeah, I'll add another. So that's 120 infantry right there. And then I guess I need a command squad for that guy to join, so that then he can give the entire... I'll give you... Oh, I can't quite do that 1 minute. That's all right. I'll bring one down. It's not a problem. A command squad. So by having the legate join the command squad... By having the legate join the command squad with the master Vox, the command Vox, it gives the entire army leadership 10. And if I want to take that that reborn detachment that I talked about, the entire army becomes leadership 11 stubborn, which means they basically never break unless I roll a double 6. ever. Melee, shooting, doesn't matter. You have to kill every last one of them, unless they're all double 6. So I do that. I've still got 500 points left over. Oh, what should I do with my 500 points? I guess I could take another infantry tercio. Bang him up to... What the fuck has just happened there? Oh, a minute. Bang him up to a big squad. Vexilla and Vox. Do that again. Do that again. And I've still got 140 points left over. So now I'm on 60, 60, 40, 160 infantry. Oh, by the way, every single one of my guardsmen's rifles is strength 6. So I'm wounding all the Marines on 2s. They have an armor save, but I'm wounding all the Marines on 2s. So Night Lord, you're like, oh, what about night fighting? I ignore night fighting. Everyone's got an auger array or spotlights. I ignore night fighting. What about fear? Stubborn. Army-wide. Army-wide stubborn, so I don't care about fear. Because I ignore modifiers. Yeah, I'm only hitting on 4s. And it's like, that's like one way. Or you could be army, or you could be morale 10 and be affected by morale. Because you're not stubborn. But then every single one of your infantry hits on 3s. Because you're in Ultra Auxilia. So, I'm just saying, how is anyone saying that these basic humans are broken? What the fuck is going on in the Heresy community? Does everybody know this is possible, but everyone's like, well, who would ever collect 160 infantry? Me, motherfucker, I've already got them. I've already got them. I'm not collecting dick, bro. I've already got it. And I've already got the 12 Lehman Russes. I've got to go and print 3. I've got a file. I've got a file for Vanquisher Turrets. I go and print that file once. I'm done. I'm there. I'm literally, I am one lazy afternoon's printing and painting away from this motherfucker. Why the fuck aren't people doing this? I still have 140 points left over. Still. I could get another Vanquisher, but 13 Vanquishers seems unlucky. I need to ask, is the reason people don't do this is because they think it would be they think it would be bullshit and no one would want to play against it? Is this just considered like full send Sweat Lord by Heresy standards? Because it is, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, but like everyone tells me that there's all this broken shit in Heresy and that people can be quite sweaty in Heresy and all this kind of stuff. Like, is this the equivalent of me turning up to a bought action game with like 4 Nebelwerfers and just tabling everyone? Like, is that what this is? If so, that's fine. Like, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Because that would be bullshit and I don't want to fucking run out of friends. But I really struggle to see how this wouldn't be just fucking wild. Do you know what I mean? Heresy bros. I mean, and also 40k bros. Look at this. Look at this. Now do you understand? My brothers in the guard. Now do you understand my hype for the Heresy? Why haven't you printed off triple Dragon ogre list? It's true. It's a good question. It's a good question. Alright, bastard. I suppose it's the question and the answer, isn't it? Would I want to play against it? Anyway, super chats. Super duper chats. Let's have a look here. Nice. So, I want to say a big thank you to Akashareka! Akashareka, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes, the Giga Chat. Quick status question. What are the rules on detachment / enhancements? E.g., is AdMech Rad Bombardment banned? Looking forward to the event. We just don't really tend to play. So in the past, it's not been a big deal because everyone's just used combined arms. I tend to say, someone asked about AdMech Rad Bombardment last time, and I just said pick a different detachment. So I guess that what I would say is pick detachments that buff your stuff. Don't pick detachments that debuff the enemy, because like, and to be clear, like giving yourself a -1 to hit for like being like a Raven Guard, that is you buffing your stuff. That's not you fucking the enemy over. It doesn't always have to be damage buffs. You can give yourself defensive buffs. So things that detachments that tend to rely upon you being in certain parts of the board, like I'd even say like power zone for like Necrons and shit, I'd probably sack that off. So yeah, basically try and avoid detachments which rely upon you being in certain areas of the board, and try and take detachments that buff you, don't debuff the enemy. There you go. All right. So actually, it's a good question though, and it came up last time. But yeah, it's a narrative event. If there's something, we're playing the game on a scale that was never really envisioned or intended. So it's one of those things where it's like, sometimes I just need to be like, this is where the line is. Yeah. Actually, okay, the Holocrete is there you go, mate. There you go. As for instance, remember there's a lot of things to get through in the game over the multiple days. How many people need to worry about rad mode? Exactly. If it's going to slow shit down, I'm just going to say no. Yeah. Going to say no. But actually, good job on asking. Yeah, good job on asking. I want to say next a big thank you to RTRT. RTRT, thank you so much for the 12-month member flex, baby. Yes. Thank you for the 12-month member flex. X-Force, you magnificent bastards. Yeah, buddy. Yes. RTRT, thank you for the 12 months, mate. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. What? 12 months? What the gosh done dar? 12 months, baby. How time flies when we're having fun. Amazing. Also, big shout out to Reef Marley. Reef Marley, thank you so much for the 21 months, man. X-Force, baby. There we go. 07, sir. Doing my Iron Warrior Guard as well. See stream discussion. Nice, bro. Let's take a look, man. Test prints are done. Almost time for the 3D printer to go. Brr. Purely for now to play. My GM worked with me on the data sheet. Also 80 points for 10. Let's have a look. Iron Peltas. 6 move. T3. 4 plus save. 1 wound. Leech 6. OC2. That seems pretty fine. Yeah. Last Carbine. Last Carbines actually have a rule, by the way. It's Assault 2, 18-inch range. So if you wanted to use that, you could do to make it easy. Grenade launcher, melter gun, plasma gun, chain bayonet. Nice, I like it. Shot true size battle for your ability, can use it when it's fully targeted with grenades or smoke extraction, with the exception of smoke extraction, going to be responsible for battle. If it does, reduce CP cost of that extraction by 1 CP to speed. Nice. The game mass unit is a major objective marker. They can choose forms of action. Each time this range attack attacks unit models and you have the benefit of cover against that attack. Once the action is completed, a 14-inch semicircle of terrain is added to the objective, granting cover to the range attack passes through the new terrain. That's cool. Like, dig it in. And then it like creates a bit. They get the cover and then it creates the cover. That's very cool. I like that. Very Iron Warriors. Yeah, it's very Iron Warriors. They look so cool. Oh my god. They look so cool, man. I'm gonna need some of those for my Traitor Guard. I'm gonna need some of those for my Traitor Guard, man. Oh, they're so cool. Nice, dude. Fucking cool, man. Very, very cool. I want to say next a big thank you to Tonk. Thank you for the 16-month member flex. X-Force, baby! There we go. Breaking game systems is fun. All world list in Discord. Let's have a look. Renegade Lizardmen, Slan Mage, Skink Priest, Skink Priest, Skink Priest, Skink Chief, Skirmishers, 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 Skirmishers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pterodon, Pterodon. Chameleon Skinks, Chameleon Skinks. Because the reason that's broken is everyone has poison, right? Yeah. Yeah. Level 2s aren't so broken, though. I guess it's like one level 4 just parrying them all. Maybe he'll get a miss dispel. Yeah. It is all of the poison. It is all of the poison. That is, in theory, broken, but I reckon there's some armies that could beat that. I reckon there's something that can beat that. Problem you have, I think, is if you run into genuinely, I think the problem you have is if you run into Tomb Kings, because you're not immune to Skinks. The issue you're gonna have, Skinks are cold-blooded, but they're not high leadership, are they? So the interesting thing is, yes, it would absolutely buttfuck every dragon it came across, but you only need to take 6. You only take 6 casualties, and the Skinks start fleeing. Infernal Puppet wrecks it, yeah. It just goes no magic. Yeah. Skink spam is legitimately, like, it can really fuck people up, but I also think that there are a few things that hard counter it. Sanish General and BSB, so within which they're basically unbreakable. Interesting. That does make a big difference, that bastard. It does. It does. Cold-blooded General BSB. Yeah. But it is, like you said, Tong, you can break games if you try. Here's the thing, there are people that are starting to bring shit like that in Old World. The Old World, I think the Old World honeymoon period is on the way out. I think it's still there, but I think there's more tournaments. There's been a few tournaments that I've been to recently. I said, like, in the last 6 months. And there's been someone there with, like, I mean, that Rat Bastard was there. The last tournament that I went to, there was someone there with, there was like 90 skeleton archers with poison. And then he just flattened and tabled everyone in like an hour. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. He didn't, even though he won the tournament, he didn't even stay for his prize. It was mad. He was just like, another tournament, another day, smash, 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 gone. Crazy. Oh, that's the armor just seemed to be pressing on. Yes. But what's interesting is old world content around competitive play seems less bothered. Old world content and like views on videos tends to be like still more focused on the fun shit, and the competitive side of it seems to be a little bit more shunned. Still there. Yeah. Fortunately not so where we've been playing, but some places TSN seems to be getting a bit sweaty. Yeah. Well, that's because TSN has been encouraging very competitive play from the beginning. You got to think, TSN is done by Square Based. The two people that run Square Based is Rob and Val. And Val is absolutely... Rob is a competitive player, but he's also pretty chill. Val is full blown, like he only sees things through. He's like he's an ex-40k player, so he sees everything through the lens of hyper.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
Yeah. But that's where it should be. The thing is, where I think 40k has gone wrong. And I don't think there's any... gone wrong... Wrong is the wrong term, because wrong implies that it's bad. Where I would say, for lack of a better term, 40k has gone wrong, is now everything is led by the competitive scene. Everything. You can't play a friendly game down the club without it being sweaty, without playing hardcore. And like that's okay if that's what you know what you're signing up for. But where I think Old World is, I say Old World and Bot Action. Where I think Old World and Bot Action is thriving is that competitive play and casual play are two distinct camps, and they don't. There's no animosity between those camps. And when casual players turn up to a tournament, they're not expecting great things, and there's like 50% of the players will turn up to sweat it out. 50% of the players will turn up just to have a day away from the kids and to play a bit of wargaming. Yeah. So I think that, but there is that clear line, and it's the casual players that choose to engage with the competitive stuff. 40k, it's casual players who are forced to engage with competitive stuff. That's the difference. Yeah. Morning Glory. Part of it is on the community 40k. Casual players always feel the need to emulate the competitive scene in the 40k community. Like there's no other way to play. Yes. But I think it only takes one person in a game group to start the arms race. That's the biggie. It only takes one person. And that's why you've got to treasure what I call the honeymoon period as much as possible. When everyone's just trying shit out and no one knows exactly what works, that's the best time in any game, video game or tabletop game. When people start working out what works, when people start bringing more efficiency into their lists, that's when inevitably the arms race begins. Yeah. But I think it's a mindset which is very, 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 very prevalent. An efficiency-based mindset is very, very prevalent in 40k. An efficiency-based mindset is still the minority in Old World, Bolt Action, and perhaps Heresy, although I don't know. Yeah. I also think there's a big difference. 40k you can still get. 40k is just so lethal. That's the thing. It always has been. There are a few other games where people just get tabled in like 2 turns. Well, with such, there's few of the games where games are over in 2 turns with such alarming regularity. It can happen, people getting tabled, don't get me wrong, but it's with alarming regularity it happens in 40k. Yeah. Let's find out. I suppose natural people lose games and think, damn, what could I change to win more so they improve those tactics? Exactly. Exactly. This is why I said that saying it's wrong and was implying it was bad, but it's not really bad. It's natural human behavior. We want to get good. We want to get good. It's only natural for people to want... In games where there are winners and losers, it's only natural that people want to win. Yeah. That's the thing. You can't demonize it. It's tempting to demonize it, especially if you're someone that doesn't like it. But you've got to try and stop yourself from demonizing it because it's hard to really blame someone for wanting to do well. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I feel when the honeymoon period is over, there's no point to playing pickup games anymore on the system. I think that's a good point, Warpforge, unless you're willing to understand that your pick... It's like yes and no. When the honeymoon period is over, pickup games become... Well, you have to assume it's going to be competitive. But if both sides assume that and bring their A game, then weirdly it kind of works out for the best. But if you don't, then... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, me too, Lichfinder. Hell, I'm no different. Exactly. Constantly workshopping. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, what's the... I mean, look at me. Look at me. I'm an absolute mega piece of shit. I mean, generally speaking, that's true as well. But specifically speaking... 1 second. Just got a sex bot to deal with. But specifically speaking as well, I come into Heresy. I play 2 games. And I'm already... My natural inclination is to start applying my 40k brain and to apply hyper efficiencies to my list. I'm like, fuck it. How many Vanquishers can I cram in? They're clearly the best. They're clearly the best tank. How many Vanquishers can I cram in? Yeah. And I have to like, and as if there was 1 or 2 people. There's one or two people in chat who were like, Mordian, you shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be doing that. I'm like, I know, but the temptation, well, what's the name of the stream, boys? What's the stream? I feel the warp overtaking me. It's like, oh, I have to try and stop myself from doing that. Right, I need to blow my nose. 1 second. You can all look at my things I was building yesterday for a second. There you go. I did that so you wouldn't have to risk seeing all the snot coming out my nose, boys. Warpforge. If the game has already been sold because the game system allows that much efficiency to rule out all agency for your opponent, then you don't have a game anymore. You have an expensive math result. It's true, but there's a good point there. But then I think a lot of 40k players like that. Hence why they like reliability. They don't like randomness. Hence why people are pursuing more and more balance and more efficiency. And hence why... hence why people love Mathhammer. I mean, there are loads and loads of channels out there, loads and loads of websites out there that do Mathhammer for you for 40k, and they're really big and really popular. Yeah. Ryan Harris, what's the consensus on TC shoot on death due to grenade or tank shot strat? Tank shot strat, no. Because you would be in engaged range for tank shot strat, and so you can't use big guns over tire. Grenades, interesting. It's not a shooting attack, but does that matter? I don't know. I will check. And then I've got 2 super jets to catch up on. TC. Bring it up. Where's one destroyed? Well, 1d6 on replay after someone's finished making its attack. Shoot it if we were shooting phase, and if it has its full wounds remaining, this model to remove from play. So it says, when this model is destroyed, roll 1d6 on a 2+ to not remove it from play. It can, after the attacking model unit has finished making its attacks, shoot as if it were your shooting phase, and if it had full wounds remaining. So I guess on the one hand, it says when this model is destroyed, not from the result of a shooting attack, just when it is destroyed. But then here it says after that model's unit has finished making its attacks. Now I suppose you could say, is grenades an attack? Or is it just like an ability? My instinct here is to say that rules as intended, it should work. Like, you should be able to fire back. The other thing I would say is that the key is when the model is destroyed. So it says after the attacker has finished making attacks. So this is how I would interpret it. If the enemy is throwing grenades at you and you've been destroyed, then that's great. It says here after they've finished making its attacks. Well, if they've got, here's how I would look at it. If they've got no attacks to make, then by definition, they have finished making their attacks. You get an attack value of 0, and you finish making 0 attacks. You still finish doing it. You have finished your attacks. You might not have any. You may not. It doesn't say started and finished. It just have you. That's how I would do it. It's like I had no attacks to make. Okay, so you finished making them. That's how I would interpret it. You can have 0 attacks and have finished making 0 attacks. You just never started them, but you still finished them. You just didn't have anything to do. It doesn't say that your opponent had to be making any attacks. It doesn't say they had to be making any attacks. It just said they had to be finished making any attacks they were making. But if they're not, if there's none for them to make, then they by definition finished. So it's a bit fucky, but I would say that it absolutely does work to grenades. Just because you choose to have 0 attacks to make, by definition, it still means you finish making them. Yeah. So that's how I would interpret it. And in truth, that's how I think most people would how I think rules intended as rules are written. I think it's quite obvious the key element is the tank has been destroyed. That's the key element to it. Yeah. I can see how it goes both ways, but it could be argued both ways, but it could be argued both ways, but I think if you ever call a TO over, they'd be like, is the vehicle destroyed? Yes, that triggers the ability. Great. That's how I would do it. It's like when a great example of this is there was a whole bunch of guard players that were fucking themselves over with the index, saying that you couldn't use the inspired command stratagem of the index unless if all of your officers had done their orders in your turn. So for example here, they basically had to hold an order back so you could use inspired command, which is so obviously wrong. So what I mean by that is, let's say you've got an officer who's got 2 orders. If he does 2 orders in your turn, he hasn't got any orders left. So how does he do inspired command? And I had someone try and say that to me in a tournament and be like, no, you have to keep an order back. You have to manage your order economy. And I was like, bro, I have never, ever in like 16 months playing this game, I have never ever heard of this concept, man. This is wild. And we got the TO over, and the TO was like, No. Obviously, what it means is you're doing an order, and this stratagem is triggering you doing an order. That's what it means. And guess what? Literally 2 weeks later, an FAQ came out and said, you don't need to keep an order back. But people were so obsessed with, like, no. You just use your fucking, guys, use your fucking head, man. Yeah. All right. So I want to say a big thank you. I want to say a big thank you to Blackstone Chapter Master. Thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes, thank you, man. And thank you for your patience as well. Hey, I would like to put an idea for a video for you. Where can we get militia models? Cheap and maybe not so cheap. Okay, so Blackstone Chapter Master. I got you covered, baby. I got you covered. Behold. The scribbles already knew it. Behold. The Imperialis Militia recruitment page. So there's two ways you can do this. You can go sci-fi range. You can go death fields. And you can start picking up, 24 guardsmen for $35. And the more you buy, the bigger discount you get. That's one way you could do it. You could even have, like, Le Grognards being a great kit, but you can even have, like, Le Grognards for your main infantry. And then you could go over, oh, I need levies. You can have the female ones if you wanted to, but let's go for these ones. 30 infantry. Literally, like, they've even got the fucking discipline collars on, guys. 30 cannon fodder infantry with rifles. That's one way. But there is another way. Might take me a second to find it. Here we go. So 24 to 30 infantry for $35 is pretty good. But what about 60 infantry? Behold the Prussian Reserve. Now, I want you to honestly tell me that you couldn't represent these guys as Imperialis. Militia. The fucking militia, guys. That... Come on. Come on. It's so obviously right. And they don't... You could get these. They'd look perfect for it. They'd actually look perfect. Because remember, your militia is all meant to be equipped like third line. Godlike Power, I'm sure you'll find. Third line stuff. And here's the best bit, right? You remember, like, but Mordian, they're armed with muskets. Surely that wouldn't be right. A, Laslocks are a thing. And B, there is. And this is if you really cared. Most people wouldn't. But if you really cared, there is Armory of Old Knight. And this allows you to upgrade anyone with las guns to las rifles for no additional cost. Las rifles have a longer range, but if you move and shoot with them, then you hit like piss. Now here's the thing. That sounds very much like a musket. You didn't move and shoot with a musket, did you? You stayed still to shoot it. You stayed... So, you can have lines of infantry that march up, make ready, and start unleashing volleys of basically Laslock fire. Basically. Also, there are things like auto guns instead of las guns, I think. Let's see what you can give your levies. They come with a las gun on auto rifle. There you go. It doesn't have to be firing fucking lasers. It can fire fucking bullets. It can fire bullets. And don't forget, if you've ever read the Gaunt's Ghost books, auto rifle genuinely is a very, very catch-all term. In the, I think, 6th Gaunt's Ghost book, Straight Silver, there's a moment when McCall from the Tanner Scouts is walking alongside with a another unit of local troops. These are they're not Imperial Guard, they're basically the PDF. And the PDF they're equipped like they're equipped and their tactics are World War One. And so the PDF trooper remarks to himself, thinks to himself when he's looking at McCall's rifle, he sees it hasn't got an ejection port for spent shells. He's like, is that an energy weapon? He's like, Feverson had never seen a las rifle before. It made him feel ashamed of his bolt action auto rifle. I mean, so it's a catch-all term for bullet thrower. So you could absolutely say, my militia are equipped with auto rifles. There you go. They're just very primitive versions. And they've got las-lock weapons that also like just las muskets. Exactly. There's loads of different ways you can do it. So if you want cheap Imperial militia, then you could get 300 of them for less than $150. That is 50 cents a model. I will say that again. If you really wanted, and bear in mind, most people just give their militia las guns. They don't give them special weapons because you have to pay for special weapons in Heresy. You could get 300 militia for 50 cents a model. I'm just saying. Right, give me 1 second, boys. Sorry, microphone was off. So there you go. Black's a Chattermaster. I got you. So you've got obviously the proper sci-fi guys, but you've got those ones that might work quite well. Next one, I'll say a big thank you to Talzan. Talzan, thank you for the super chat, bro. The buy and sell channel in Discord is awesome. I just got a codex code for Imperial agents for incredibly cheap. Took about 5 minutes to ask and receive it all told. Join the Discord, it's got cool stuff. Hey! Talzan, firstly, thank you for plugging the Discord, mate. That's really, really cool. Don't forget, guys, it is one of the perks of becoming a channel member. It's £2 a month or $2 a month, and you get access to dozens of channels, dozens of communities, and yeah, it's pretty good. I like it. Anyway, I also want to say, Talzan, Imperial agents. Ooh, how interesting. Very cool, man. Very cool. Talzan, thank you for super chat, bro. I also want to say a big thank you to the Red Scout. Old world photo dump in stream discussion. All right, let's have a look here. 1 moment. It's getting in my way slightly. Let's have a look. So, here we go. The Red Scout. Finished painting my 2K army and even got a game with it. Tomb King mirror. Left my flank exposed, leading to a loss. Learned a lot from experience. Tomb King opponent and can't wait for the next game. Plus got the more victory as mine were painted. Well, that's the most important thing. That's the most important thing. Of course. Of course, of course, of course. Dude, yours are painted and beautifully so.
You heard me. I said Cree.
Beautifully so. Nice. So, dude. The blue and the bronze and the bone? Yes. Arise, my legions, arise. Yes, mate. Shit. Yeah, I mean, you obviously... Dude. Someone brought double Necrosphinx and a Bone Dragon. Okay. Salt mode engage for 30 seconds. Who the fuck brings that to a friendly game? Honestly, you won that game because you brought a proper old world list. This is what I was talking about, though. This is what we were talking about. The old world arms race is starting to arise. There's nothing technically wrong with it, but also there is something morally wrong with it. Yeah. He's not even got a... This guy's not even got a fucking chariot, for fuck's sake. Come on, Red Scout opponent. Put your finger out. Put your finger out, mate. You're diabolical. Absolutely diabolical. You brought a triad list. Unpainted. Barely fucking built. Come on. Come on. Red Scout, absolute moral, ethical, and every kind except technical victory to you. Oh, man. Yeah. I tell you what you learned from that game. You learned how to be a fucking cheesy piece of shit. Oh, man. All right. But Red Scout, I'm only teasing. I'm not actually lambasting your opponent. And you do... It is... You know, it's a spicy list. But hey, you learn lots of stuff. And that's the important thing. And, you know, it helps that your opponent... You know, helps you see where powerful things are. And helps you learn rules and stuff. So, there we go. I want to say a big thank you to the Lower Decks, my boy. The Lower Decks. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. The Inquisition are pansies. There, I said it. All right, let's have a look here. Let's have a look. We are going to need guns. Lots of guns. Sir, the Inquisitor has informed him of his plan. As the plan goes, it's complete shit. He intends to send Dean Martin, Jenkins, and I down to the surface of this planet to take readings from an archaeological site. That's it. The surveying equipment and ore specs look like nothing Imperial standard. Jenkins and I have not even know how to turn them on, but Joe assures that Dean Martin has been programmed with that knowledge. I have a bad feeling in my water. This sounds sketch. This sounds sketch, man. The Inquisitor then proceeded to rant for an hour about a range of issues, mainly how he was going to show them all, and how dare they question his judgment. Domitian quickly hustled us out of the bridge on the pretense of escorting us to the Aquila lander. His briefing, impromptu, was different. He took us to the armory, and we have been given enough guns, armor, and explosives to attend an American high school. Fuck's sake. With a good chance of surviving. He clearly disagrees with the Inquisitor and thinks it's not going to go well. He has given us a beacon and warned us not to touch anything at the site, no matter how much we want to. Chuckles. I'm in danger. Yeah, I'm saying Necrons. I'm calling it. We're going, what was it, a dead world? We're going to a dead world. Don't touch anything. And the survey equipment looks nothing like Imperial standard. Looks like fucking archaeotech. There's no fucking way this isn't Necrons. All I'm going to say is if the fucking ones that look like Edward Scissorhands start coming at you, chuck the Dean Martin bot at them. He hasn't got any skin for them to peel off. You and Jenkins do. Alright. Jesus Christ, man. This will not be fine. No, this will not be fine, man. Jeez, fucking hell. By the Emperor. By the Emperor's holy ballsack. Alright, I also want to say a big thank you to Funk Poet. Funk Poet, thank you for the super chat, bro. What do you think the 11th edition launch box will be? It's a very, very, very good question. Well, it's definitely going to contain Space Marines. Even though I have long maintained that that the starter box should be Imperial Guard, because I'm biased. So if we look at the starter boxes since 8th edition, GW has remastered one faction each time. So the first one we got Primaris, which was obviously the Space Marine remaster, but we also got Death Guard, which was the Death Guard remastering. That was 8th edition. In 9th edition, we got more Space Marines, of course, but then we got the Necron remastering. This time in 10th, we got Marines, of course, and we got the Tyrannid remastering. So what could this one be? If they go Xenos, they've already done the Orc remaster. They've already done the GSC remaster. They've already done the Eldar remaster. I think they do Marines versus Tau. Controversial. But Tau are a very popular faction. I think they could do Marines versus Tau. There's loads of lore. Think of all of the Damocles Gulf Crusade. Think of all Damocles Gulf Crusade shit. Because GW knows that they'll draw people in with that. I don't think they do Votan for the same reason, Scribbles. If GW was smart, though, they would do Marines versus Nids again. I think the Leviathan box set was an incredible success. A massive, massive bunker-busting, incredible success. Humans versus aliens. Like, just classic alien bugs. Humans versus bugs. If they were smart, they would do bugs again. And frankly, they would do Marines versus bugs every time. If they were smart. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. Keep it straightforward. Keep it, because Marines versus... Best way of looking at this is look at Helldivers. No matter how much Arrowhead tries to improve things like the Illuminates and the bots, there's always more players that play versus bugs. There's something hardwired into our DNA that says humans versus bugs. Yeah. Human versus bugs. That's what I think they'll do. Yeah. I Guard versus bugs would be great. Guard versus bugs would be great. But I think Marines versus bugs is what they should do. Not even orcs, not even orcs, man. Not even demons. No. Unless they were trying to muscle in on Trench Crusade's fucking territory, they wouldn't do demons. But I think they might go back to chaos, you know. I think they might go back to chaos. That's what I think they'll do. I think it'll be Marines versus chaos. Because they haven't really done anything with the Fourth War. But they might be pushing it forward again. But yeah, I hope it would be Marines versus Bugs. Truly. I hope that would be the case. I wonder if people still have Leviathan. I think Element still has Leviathan boxes, you know. They must have bought a shit ton of them. Let's have a look. Got the ultimate starter set, but I don't think that's Leviathan, is it? Oh, that is. It's the ultimate starter set. Because oh no, there's no Brutalis Dreadnought in there. Yeah, there's no Brutalis Dreadnought. No. No, so Leviathan's only available secondhand now. Yeah, yeah. It was a good box though. 150 quid. 150 quid is a good box. I should have got some, to be fair. I should have done. But there you go. Lesson learned. I just want Screamer Killers. I just want Screamer Killers, boys. Oh, no, I bet they're too expensive on eBay now, but look. Yeah. Oh wait, someone's selling a Screamer. Oh no, it's bid. Someone is selling them, but they're all on bids. Yeah. But they are being sold, to be fair. Oh wow, look at all these pro painted ones. There we go. All right. All Thousand Suns. They could, if they do Chaos, they'll do Thousand Suns. If they do Chaos, it'll definitely be Thousand Suns. If they don't do Chaos, it should be Tyranids. Mr. Mordian, best leader must go. Vanquisher. There you go. That was easy. What's the Henry Cavill? I thought Henry Cavill was playing a Custodes. Is he playing a Space Marine? Interesting. Interesting. Guard versus Trek Guard versus Tower Guard versus GSC Guard versus Bug Guard versus Eldar Guard. I'd buy that. I'd buy that, man. Oh, man. I'd buy that. John Chase, MG, yesterday I mentioned that I would not play Horus Heresy till I could go only vehicles. And you said I could, so I looked into it, but the rule only lets you take Russ as a non-compulsory choice. Really? I'll have a look. I think Simon's nicked me fucking book. I think he's nicked me bloody book. One minute. Oh, 1 minute. No, he hasn't. I'm telling lies and slander about the Admiral. I'm telling lies and slander about the Admiral. That's definitely a court-martialable offence. Right. Right, John. I'm looking.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Got you. I got you. Wait. 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 I know this. I've seen this. I know it's possible. Where is
Infantry, sir.
Good for you.
Where
Mobile
is
infantry
it?
made me the man I
Where,
am today.
Where, oh, where? Ah. So. I was not lying. The reconnaissance pattern cohort. A detachment using this cohort doctrine may select Solar Auxilia Hermes Light Sentinel squadrons as troop choices. Solar Auxilia Hermes Light Sentinel squadrons selected as compulsory troop choices gain the line unit subtype. So you could take Sentinels as your troop choice. Now, it does say you can't include more than a single Auxilia Armored Tercio. But remember, that is still 9 Lehman Russes. And that doesn't mean you can't take other vehicles as well. So you could take the Tercio Lehman Russes, but then you could take the Malcador heavy tanks, and they do come in squadrons. You can take the heavy Sentinels, and they come in squadrons. You can take, you can still take like a Baneblade, like a Lord of War. I'm just saying, Sentinels are traditionally seen as vehicles. They're traditionally seen as vehicles. They're definitely vehicle-esque, aren't they? So I'm just saying, I never lied. I never lied. There you go. It is entirely possible to run a pure vehicle army in Heresy. I wonder what these. I want to see what these Hermes Sentinels are actually like. Actually, are they cheap or are they a big bag of shit? 50 points a pop. Wait, 50 points, but you get 2 of them? So 25 points for a Sentinel? Ha! Lol. And then 18 points after that? You get Sentinels for 18 points? Oh, man. I mean, they're utter shite. They're utter shite. Don't get me wrong. They're not good. But they do get +1 to their cover save. That's to take a Russ as an HQ. Ooh, it's a good question. I think you could take a Russ as an HQ anyway. But it's a good question. Maybe not. Maybe not, but you have to take the Legate Marshal anyway, so you're going to have one infantry model anyway. But hear me out. What you would do is you would take your Legate Marshal, you take the equivalent of a company command squad, and then you'd put them inside an Aurochs, which is basically a Rhino. And then the great thing about Heresy is you still can use your Vox casters and stuff from inside vehicles. So you could do that if you wanted to. But basically you'd have one command. This guy would join them inside their transport. And then you would have everyone else as Sentinels. So you'd have six infantry models inside one transport. And then everything else would be Sentinels and Leaving Russes and stuff. So, I don't know. John James, that's pretty bloody close. That's pretty bloody close. I think that's as close as you can get. If I remember correctly, there's a way to take only tanks with no infantry. I think the HQ command tank replaces the Legate as a requirement. It might do Chronicler, but then the tanks can only be taken as non-compulsory choices. So that would be still need to take some infantry in that case. So I think the lowest you can get it to is 6 infantry models. If you wanted to have nobody foot slogging. The absolute lowest you could get it to is 1 infantry model. 1. Which you would want to take anyway, because you want to have your regiment traits. You've got to take your Legate Marshal anyway. So the lowest you could have it would be 1 infantry model. There you go. Whether that is enough for John, I don't know. But I think if painting up a single guard model is a single guardsman with a large pistol and a chainsword, if that's too much, then I think at that point he's being unreasonable. I don't think he was ever serious about getting into Heresy at that point. All right. I want to say next a big thank you to Simple Logic. Simple Logic, thank you for the 4 months, mate. Thank you for doing your part. Thank you for the member flex. Would you consider a Tanith spot in the Discord? So we've always said that Tanith falls under Catachan, because it's just the regiments are just there for like TTC and stuff like that, and so we've always said like we can't have a regiment for every single one. We can't have because it starts just diluting the community. We're already at that stage where the community is probably a little bit diluted. We probably shouldn't have drop troops and stormtroopers. They probably all should just be under 1. So if anything, we're going to be reducing things to bring to consolidate the community a little bit if it seems necessary. But so if traditionally Tanith players have been able to talk shop and have found their community in the Catachan the jungle fighter section of the Discord, just like Praetorian players have found their slot under the Mordian Iron Guard, stuff like that. There you go. All right. I also want to say a big thank you to Funk Poet. Funk Poet, have you become a channel member? Let's have a look. Funk Poet gifted a membership. Funk Poet, baby! Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for your support. Ugh. Thank you for doing your part. Funk Poet, thank you, mate. Appreciate it. There we go, man. There we go. Nice. Nice, nice. Tight, 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 tight. Let me have a quick look here. Okie croaky. All right. Mordian's going to put Fabio out of business. Who the fuck's Fabio? You mean Fabius, like Fabius Bile? If so, why? Why am I putting him out of business? There we are, man. I want to talk a little bit about 40k. I know it's never been done, but I'm feeling a little peckish. I can feel my energy levels crashing. Right fucking down. So, I want to talk about guard and I want to talk about 40k for a smidgems. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab a quick snack. I'm just wondering what I want. Might just grab some. I can have a bowl of cereal. A cheeky late night bowl of cereal. The fan look at Farrow's male model. Blinky, lay off the sugar. I don't have a lot of sugar. I always have sugar-free drinks. I don't eat a lot of chocolate. So I was thinking of having I have as much sugar. I have a normal amount of sugar, I'd say. It's bowl of. I do fancy a bowl of cereal. Grab an apple. I had some bananas and I've eaten them all now. Cheesecake and a Pepsi. I mean, cheesecake is sugary, sure, but I don't have cheesecake every night. That was one slice. It wasn't even a full cheesecake. That was literally an individual sliced cheesecake. Because the supermarket sells, like, if you don't want the full cake, you can just get like a slice. So yeah. Yeah, I haven't had any sugar today. But nothing purely sugar today. Photosynthesize. Following the sun. That's my plant impression. I think it's pretty good. Yeah, I think I'm going to grab... I think I'm going to grab a quick snack. I'll be only 1 minute. Take the edge off. And then we can get in some good old 40k-ness. Don't worry, Blink. I know you won't be in a knobhead. Don't worry. Good old 40k-ness. I want to talk about it, but not in like a negative way. Challenge level impossible. I also want to do a bit of a poll. Let's have a look.
Reporting for
Yogurt's a good
duty,
shout,
sir.
Mario. I do have some yogurt as well. Thinking here. There you go. This is going to be the topic of discussion when I get back. I fully encourage all of you to engage with the poll and to share your thoughts and thunks down in chat. And yeah, let's see what people are feeling right now. So the question is, what is the number one thing missing from 40k right now? What would you like to see added / return? Option 1 is flavor. The rules are balanced but bland. Balance, it's been crazy since Grotma, so you'd want to see more balance, the game become more balanced. Models, recent releases, weak, like Grey Knight, Dread Knight, it's a bit of a shit one. Only one extra model per Chaos faction, Year of Chaos, that kind of shit. And then that option is nothing. I think 40k is going in the right direction. There's no issue with it right now. So that's what we're gonna let run, and that's what we're going to discuss when I get back. I'm only gonna be like 1 or 2 minutes. The very strong chance I was gonna get my snack and then bring it back here and just eat it, and you guys will just have to deal with a fucking mukbang stream. But I'll be back in a moment. But get some thoughts and thunks going down, and I'll catch up on them when I get back, because I think there's some obvious low-hanging fruit here, but I also think that there is some potential for positivity. I think there's some potential for reflection, and there's potential for big picture. Yeah. Only flavor, for fuck's sake, I'm listening for 2 hours about Strength 6 lads because I want that in 40k. I haven't been talking about Heresy Frost. I've been very, very careful to not just Heresy dump for another stream. I really want to, but I'm turning the conversation back to 40k. Yeah, but I get it, Adeline. I get it. All right, I'll be back in a moment.
Another glorious day in the Corps. Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the Corps.
Let's have a look. I'm going to have a quick snack. Got a very big bowl of cornflakes here. Just having a midstream snack for those that I just joined. I'm very hungry, and I'm not very good at streaming at the best of times. I'm extremely shit when I'm hungry. I'm just like thinking about, oh, I'm so hungry. Best place, David, is to get the codex. To be honest, get the Imperial, the Astra Militarum codex. They're pretty simple. There's only 6 of them. Long story short, one officer can order one unit. Infantry officers can order infantry units. Vehicle officers can order vehicle units. So tank commanders can order the tanks.
Forward, you dogs,
command
to
squads
victory!
and other infantry officers can order infantry units. So that's the general rules of it. There's only 6 orders. One makes you better at hitting at shooting. One makes you better at hitting in combat. One makes you better at shooting. One makes you more durable. One makes you braver. So you can have an officer tell the men around him to be brave and stuff like that. They're very important for the guard because our units are generally quite shit unless they've got officers ordering them. Orders are basically the way we apply buffs and bonuses to our army. No worries, David. Happy to help. The hair is feathered and lethal. Nice, David. Cool. Well, good luck. Don't worry about winning. Just worry about learning. Winning comes later. Learning comes first. I needed this. I needed this. This is a good call. Well done, me. I suppose. toothsome and nutritious. Okay. Both stomach filling and thirst quenching. And I have more snacks for later, so we're good. We're set now. Nah. Milk is tasty. Yeah. Okay, we've got some super chats coming in here. I want to say a big thank you first to Lucas, my boy. Lucas, thank you for the super chat, man. Hey, MG, hypothetically, if you were to make a 2,000 point list to combat 1,000 Suns, what would it be? Personally, beef. Beef! 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 1,000 Suns beef. So, when you say beat 1,000 Suns, what you mean is beat Magnus. Because he is the only thing that's... him and Mutilith Vortex Beasts are really the only thing that matter in the 1,000 Suns army. Outside of that, like, whatever. Magnus is actually surprisingly easy to beat once you know how to beat him. The way you beat him is mortal wounds. He has absolutely zero mortal wound defense. He's got armor save this, reroll that, blank this, reduce damage that, blah, blah, blah. He's got no protection against mortal wounds. None. Zero. Zilch. Unless something I'm missing, he doesn't have protection against mortal wounds. So, just grenade him and tank shock him to death. And, I mean, it'll take a few grenades, and it'll take a few tank shocks, but he will go down. And then once he's gone down, it's kind of mostly in the bag at that point. Yeah. It's mostly in the bag. So yeah, also, generally speaking, 1,000 Suns don't really like facing against Mech Guard. Because they like to try... they like to try and kill your infantry. Because they don't have a huge amount of OC themselves. But if all of your objective control is safely ensconced inside a metal box, then there we go. So yeah, basically, Mech Guard, and also Mech Guard is great because you can have like cheap chimeras stuff. You can just tank shock. You can just tank shock him to death. So yeah. MD, do you think Primaris Psychers would work well? Maybe. It's a solid maybe. Technically, they do dev wounds. But the thing is, man, the thing is, you can take Primaris Psychers, or you can take any what's going to do more wounds than a Primaris Psyker? Mortal wounds than Primaris Psyker? Probably a guard squad throwing grenades, frankly. D6 plus 1 shots is going to result in 4 shots, 3 hits. If you're lucky,
for duty, sir.
One of those will be a dev wound. Maybe not. Maybe not. Mech Guard is great because you just go, oh, there's a Chimera. Bang. That's an average of 3 mortal wounds. Bang. That's an average of 3 mortal wounds. Throw a grenade. Bang. That's an average of 3 mortal wounds. Greyfax might be good. I'd forgotten what Greyfax does, but I'll take a look. She is the anti-psyker bitch, though, so maybe. Solid maybe. Allied units. Inquisitor Greyfax. I mean, she does do death wounds. Yeah, Grey Fax wouldn't be bad either. Yeah, Grey Fax gives the unit anti-psycho 4+. So anything, like, even a squad of guardsmen would wound Magnus on, like, 4+ with fucking las guns. It's like, ah! Ah! I mean, you're probably not going to do many wounds to him because he's got, like, a 2-up save. But still. Yeah. Yeah. So, yes. Grey Fax is a good shout. A very good shout. I wonder if there's any other anti-psycho bullshit in here that would be really, like, annoying for them. I'm not sure there is. Cotiers? No. Oh, wait, Oh, wait. Cotiers. So I presume that Magnus, being a demon Primarch, has the demon keyword? I don't know, but it would make sense. See if we can find out. Great list. We're going Chaos. We're going Thousand Suns. We're going random name. Epic Hero. Magnus is a bad man. He does have the demon keyword. Now, the reason this is very important is because as we were just looking at Kotiaz, his Psychic Blast does D6 attacks, hitting on 3s. It's anti-demon 4+, dev wounds. Dev wounds. So, and it does 2 damage a pop. So that's 2. So every 4+ to wound that you got would do 2 dev wounds. And he also does the Primara Psycho thing of giving you a 4+ invulnerable save against psychic attacks made by demons, and that's in melee and in shooting. So he's better than the Primara Psycho. So over Primara Psychers, I would take Grey Fax and I would take Cotiers for sure. 1,000,000% sure. Yeah, man. There you go. So, Lucas, grenades, tank shock, Met Guard, Cotiers, and Grey Fax. That's the way you fucking do it. Lord Swarm, how do you access the Morning Glory Discord? You have to be a channel member, a Patreon, or a Twitch sub. You can be a Twitch sub for free if you've got Amazon Prime. You get what's called a Prime sub. Or you can hang around in the regular stream, and someone may gift you a membership. You have to, YouTube hands them out randomly, as it were. But if you hang around long enough, you probably get a gifted membership. Or you can buy a membership, which is £2 or $2 a month, depending on where you are. But no pressure. Gifted ones are freebies. So there's a few different ways, mate. There you are. Next one, say a big thank you to Anthony Williams. Thank you for the 5-month member flex, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. There you are. Anthony Williams, fun idea. The guard community starts playing tout. Right, you banned. I'm not, Anthony, I'm not even reading the rest of it. It was good to know you. But that's it. You've had your fun now, and I think sir, it's time for you to leave. You have earned yourself a whole 10-second timeout. Oh man, I love doing 10-second timeouts because they're not a serious punishment, but they're great for just having a bit of a meme and a bit of a joke. Oh man, there you go. That's what you get for suggesting we play Tau. There you go. I want to say next. Let's get you out of here, bud. I love it to know. I love it. I also want to say a big thank you to Ishmael, my boy. Ishmael, thank you for the super chat, man. Pictures in stream discussion. Host of fields from eBay. Let's have a look. I don't fully understand. Whoa, what the fuck? Oh, is it the commission painter? Commission painter. There we go. Holy shit, man. Look at this. Wow. When you find a good commission painter, you really do need to hold on to them, because this is the kind of shit that I wish the commission painters I've used in the past would do. Holy fuck, man.
He's in the walls. He's in the goddamn walls!
No fucking way. That's beautiful, that is. That's a beautiful Rogel Dawn. That's a piece of art right there. Holy shit, man. And there's 2 Dawns. I think there's 2 Dawns there. Yeah, there's Wrath of Creed. And then there's Frozen Panic, right? Was it 3 Dawns? It's 3 Dawns! And then Holmes Revenge. Triple Dawn, baby. What's this crazy fucking thing? Oh, artillery team. Nice. That's cool, man. That's very, very cool. Cajun artillery team. And the field ordnance battery as well. Wow. Shit, son. So good. So good. So well done. I love this kind of shit, man. Just seeing properly well painted models, you know. Nice. Holy fuck, man. Worth every penny. Shit. Shit. Ishmael, holy fuck, bro. Holy fuck. Actually insane. Actually insane. Amazing. Next, I want to say a big thank you to Chicken Detonator. Chicken Detonator, thank you for the 100 bits, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Chicken Detonator, thank you for the 100 bits, mate. Thank you for supporting us over on Twitch. We are streaming. If you're joining us the first time, we're streaming on Twitch and we're streaming on YouTube. Chicken Detonator, thank you for the 100 bits, man. Banzai, sir. Banzai. Banzai! 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 New Japanese bomber ready in stream discussion. Let's take a look, shall we? All the planes right now. We've got Kickstarter from Swampy Turtle, and then we've got the Japanese bomber from Chicken Detonator. I ported up a new plane for my Japanese Air Observer to call in. A Ki-32 Mary, Army Type 98 light bomber. A little lesser known plane, but an absolute workhorse for the IJA in the early war. Nice. This is, considering it's Warlord Wednesday, this is our first actual bolt action thing to talk about. My God. My God. Chicken Detonator is a one-man army here, trying to keep the flames of bolt action and Warlord Wednesday alive. Mate, beautiful paint scheme. Love the way the green and the tan work together. And the red dots on the red circles as well. Fantastic. Fantastic. Chicken Detonator, you're a good lad, mate. We've also got hardcover. Hardcover. Thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes. It is the Giga Chat. If playing Tower is a punishable offense, I submit myself for judgment. I was looking at the Pathfinder as a new squad for Kill Team today. Hardcover. Did you actually buy the Pathfinders? Or did you merely look?
Another glorious day in the Corps. Day in the Marine
Because
Corps was like a day on the farm.
if you merely looked,
Heavy meals and banquets.
then it could be understood that you were
Check of fortune.
observing the Xenos, so that
I love the Corps.
you knew how to defeat them in the future. If you gave funds to their greater good, then I have to report you to your nearest commissar. There we are. He's Tau curious. I'm just Tau curious, man. I'm just Tau curious. Let's get spamming Big Titty Tau Girlfriend down in the chat. There we go, man. There we are. No, but it was a serious look. Damn your eyes, sir. Damn your eyes. You're shamed us, sir. You're disgraced us, sir. You shall answer. Now, hardcover, that's fine, man. I'm only taking the piss. I don't. That's why I only gave Anthony Williams a 10-second ban, because the anti-Tau rhetoric is very much a channel meme. It's not anything serious. I want to say a big thank you to Russell W. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes, it is the Giga Chat. Thank you for the support, man. Good evening. Good evening, sir. What are you doing over here? What are you doing over here from the Twitch Penal Legions? Get back into the Penal Legions, you. Russell W. Thank you for the support, man. Good evening. Just wanted to get a picture before posting, but are you okay with me posting my friend's Substack link talking about our club? Post it down stream discussion, sure. And if people want to check it out, that's fine. But I don't mind if any that kind of stuff, as long as people ask for permission first. You have asked for permission first, so that seems fine by me. I'm not endorsing it or anything, you know, but I'm happy for you to share it in the Discord, in stream discussion. And those people that are in the stream right now might be interested in checking it out. There we go. There we go. There we go. What's up, you? Thank you for your support, man. And he's back over on Twitch now. Ooh, woo. Oh, my God. All right. All right. Now, we've had a flurry of activity there. I do want to say a big thank you. King Detonator, Wilhelm Scream. But a flurry of activity there. I do want to say a big thank you to you guys for your super chats and your bits and all that kind of stuff. Now let us talk about 40k. So, we have been running a poll in the YouTube stream, and the poll basically said, what do you think is the one thing missing from 40k right now? What would you like to see added and returned? And the overwhelming, based on 69 votes, nice, based on 69 votes, it was only a relatively short poll, so it's quite a lot of votes in the short space that we're running, like 5 minutes it was active. The overwhelming answer that came back was flavor, that the rules were balanced but bland. After that, people said they wanted models. They felt like the recent releases were kind of weak. And then after that, balance, creating Grotmus, and after that, nothing. People said they like it the way it was. So 63% of people said they wanted more flavor, 17% of people said they wanted models, 14% of people said they wanted more balance, and 4% of people said nothing. I like it the way it is. Now, I think that is a very, very, very interesting and significant poll. Even though it was only a relatively small numbers, I bet you could do that on a much larger scale and you would probably get similar percentages. You know, give or take 5 or 10% here and there. And I think let's just dissect that for a moment. And I encourage all of you in the stream right now, both on Twitch and on YouTube, to let us know your thoughts down in chat. Contribute to the conversation. Because I will pick up, I'll do my best to pick up on, pick them up. It is both I think let's start off with the positives. Let's start off with the positives. Never in my life, never in my hobby journey would I ever have thought that the community would say that flavor was missing over balance. What that kind of says is that the vast majority of people who play 40k right now feel that the game is reasonably balanced. And I think that is actually an incredible milestone. Let's not take that for granted for a moment. Let's not take it for granted. Let's not take that for granted. All of the Longbeards here, all of the Grognards here, all of you OGs, even if you've only played one other edition, be it like 9th edition or something, let's just take a moment to fucking realize, shit, son, has the impossible been made possible? Is this proof we're living in the Matrix? 40k is balanced? It's never been done. Now, we like to say that as a bit of a meme and a bit of a joke on this channel. But this time we're saying it seriously. It's never been done. Now, I think what's important, I think there will be some people that see that or hear me say 40k is balanced and will scoff and say, no, it's not. And you could definitely point to many examples where things aren't balanced. I think there's a long way to go. I think that there are still incredibly obviously better choices within codexes, within factions. There's a lot of internal balance issues. And I think, the fact that most factions, the top factions are a 60% win rate, bottom factions 40% win rate, that's like a 20% difference. That's a big percentage point difference. But I think every single faction has ways of winning games. I don't think you're ever going to get it where factions have got ways, every single faction can win a tournament, every single faction can be able to win a super major. There's always going to be some next level whether it's next level skill or next level list building or just next level abilities, where some factions are going to be able to win tournaments more than not. But the general consensus does seem to be that every faction, even Imperial agents, can win games. You can, if you have if you put a bit of research in, watch a few battle reports, play a few games, if you put a bit of practice in, build up a reasonable collection of models, then you are able to put together a list that can go to a tournament, and you shouldn't lose every single game. If you've practiced, put effort in, and are not running a meme build, you should be able to go to tournament and come away without being whitewashed, which is fantastic, which is phenomenal. I think it also goes to show, if we look around, that it's not necessarily at local level, but at larger sort of major and above levels, and also I'd say even larger GTs as well, nearly every faction is represented all the time. Sure, there are some which are more represented than others. You see a lot of Eldar, you see a lot of Custodes. I'm sure there are ones that you see less often, like Adeptus Mechanicus. But you still, if you go to Super Major, there'll be some mad bastard running AdMech, and he won't walk away from that event with 0 wins. Probably walk away from that event with a minimum of 1 or 2 wins under his belt. So not everything is perfectly balanced, but every faction has got viable tools in the toolbox. And I think really where balance is, what really determines factions' popularity these days is basically twofold. I think, interestingly, and this might be a steaming hot take. A steaming hot take.
Day in the Marine Corps like a day on the farm.
I think that secondary to what holds a faction back is monetary cost. I know some people might say, but 40k is really, really expensive. Look, 40k is expensive, but there are a lot of avenues out there to get it for cheaper. You've got 3D printing, you've got third parties, you've got second-hand sales, you've got buy-sell trade. It's not cheap, but there are ways you can take the edge off. Which I know, but I don't think financial cost is often what holds people back.
Reporting for duty,
I think
sir.
what holds factions back tends to be ergonomics. Now that's both in-game ergonomics and real-life ergonomics. So real-life ergonomics would be, I would say, like how easy models and factions are seen as being able to like build and collect. So for example, I think one of the things that holds AdMech back a lot is the models are relatively fiddly, and so players, and they have that reputation of being quite fiddly, and so it tends to be like, well, if the faction's not that good and it's fiddly as fuck, and then it's kind of expensive, that all sort of feeds into just generally being a bit ergonomically a bit iffy. But I actually think in-game ergonomics is the real deal. And when I say in-game ergonomics, what I mean is how easy is the army to pilot. And if you get to the end of, let's say, a GT, and your brain is leaking out the side of your ears, then that means an army is not easy to pilot. Its rules are unergonomic. It's probably not the right term, but I'm butchering a term to prove a point. But if you have a faction like Custodes, where it's like model count's relatively low, models are fairly easy to put together, apart from the bikey ones, they're a bit of a pisser. And I get to the end of a tournament, and I get to the end of the tournament, I can still hold down a conversation and go out for beers with the lads and go out for a bit of a night out. Sure. Yeah. So I think that's one thing that holds. I think that's one thing that really holds back faction popularity. But yeah, I think, long story short, like the general consensus is that 40k does seem balanced, not perfectly balanced, as all things should be, but realistically balanced. And I really can't stress how much of a good thing that is. I really can't stress it. I've been wanking off Horus Heresy a lot recently. I'll openly admit it. I've been glazing it. I've been really enjoying it. It definitely feels like old Hammer, but that's old Hammer warts and all. And earlier in the stream, we were looking at how you can run an army which is 160 infantry, all leadership 11, which is basically in 40k terms the equivalent of being leadership 2+. You can only 3+. You can only fail if you roll a double 1. Stubborn and all this kind of stuff. So you have 12 vanquishers and then 160 unbreakable infantry. Like, that's really cool as an idea. It's like, yeah, I can spam vanquishers and infantry. This is real god. But also, it's wildly unbalanced. So I think it is worth taking a moment to acknowledge that 40k has done what, in my 25 years of playing this game, and in my 12 years of playing this game competitively, has never been achieved before. It has achieved relative balance, which is phenomenal. However, whilst it is very heartwarming, and whilst it is very admirable that the mythical balance seems to be within sight and almost within our fingertips, there is some negatives, and I think that is the flavor. One thing I never really realized how important flavor was until it started to go away bit by bit. And I do think that it's mad. I do think it's very mad. And I know that it's very GW might be throwing their hands up in anguish right now and being like, God, we can never please these players. We can never please them. No, you don't. No, GW. I think you do deserve great merit for... I think you do deserve great merit for balance being in the game. I do. It's something that I personally have asked for a long time. The issue is that
on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the call.
flavor. Well, how to put this? I'm a competitive player. Give 1 second. I'm struggling to nail this down. I'm kind of processing it through with you guys. So if it takes me a couple of stabs at this, bear with me. I'm a competitive player. I've always pushed for more balance. When things are broken, I've always been the first to rage against the machine. And when things are balanced, even when we don't like it, I've always been the... When a nerf has come out, even for my beloved guard, I've always been the first one to go, guys, it was broken. Like, even though a lot of people strongly disagreed with me, I said from the beginning that Scions with Deep Strike in Bridgehead was utterly broken. Utterly broken. And that Scions should have lost Deep Strike to keep balance. And that if all of you guys, everyone who was gnashing their teeth at Scions losing Deep Strike, didn't look past their immediate future, they would come to regret it. And so GW, rather than taking Deep Strike away from Scions to balance them out, knowing that Bridgehead was, part of the equation, instead fucked Bridgehead and then fucked Scions for everyone else. And even though that was an extremely heavy nerf for one of my coolest favorite ways of playing guard, which is pure Scions, not a year goes by when I don't play pure Scions competitively. It's a tradition. I always do it every year. Not a year goes by without me doing that. I was the first one to say, yep, that was necessary. What do you think was going to happen? That was a necessary step. There was a lot of collateral damage, but it was a necessary step. Likewise, even though when my favorite stratagem reinforcements got nerfed into the ground, I was one of the first to say, yeah, I'm not surprised it got nerfed. It makes sense. Whilst there was a lot of collateral damage from it, I understood it. In one game, in one battle round, I brought back 80 infantry because I just had so many CP saved up. Or 60. 60 infantry. My opponent killed 60 infantry, every single one of them marched back on the board. Because there were different phases and I had enough CP saved up for it. So, I'm a competitive player. I seek balance. I always try and improve my lists. I always try and bring the best that I can do. Occasionally, I like to bring meme lists, but it's always been trying to do the best I can do within the meme. It's a challenge. It's not a joke. It's a challenge. However, I should be happy right now with where 40k is. I should be. But I'm not. And I try and maintain positivity. I try. And I always say to you guys, let's pivot, improvise, adapt, overcome. When they take one thing away from us, switch to another thing. When infantry squads went away, switch over to Cadians. When Kriegers, when Kashjans get nerfed, get cheap sentinels for doing your scout. When Blob Guard looked like it was going down the shitter, pivot to Mech Guard. I'm always the first that'll do that. Always the first that'll try and maintain that positivity. And I should be happy. Like I said, I should be happy right now. But the reality of the situation is that I am really struggling to enjoy 40k. And it's not a case of not winning games. It's not a case of, oh, Mordian, you've not been winning games or anything. I've won plenty recently. In fact, the last game that I played against Simon, I beat him handily. Last tournament I went to, super major, I ran many infantries, and I came away with 2 wins, 1 loss, and 2 draws. And I should have come away with 4 wins. I should have gone 4-0. Just a couple of I literally added the points up wrong in one game, so it came to a loss when it should have been a win. And one of the games that I drew, I actually did win, but my opponent had given me, it was round 5. I had a very nice game versus an opponent, and I'd actually timed out because I was knackered from running a 200 guardsman, and my opponent had graciously allowed me to use 5 minutes of his time, which he didn't need to let me do. So when it got to the end of the game and I was 3 points ahead, I said to my opponent, I wouldn't have got those 3 points without you, mate. So why don't we shake hands, call it a draw, and we can end this tournament on a sporting note. So it's not a problem of me. It's not a case of me winning games. It's not a case of me being a salty boy because I've not been winning. I think it feels like 40k is suffering from an arbitrary bullshit problem. I guess that's the thing that's really... And you start working out again. I do start working out again, but it's not that either. I've been actually getting more... I've been getting more fresh air recently, and I've been getting more exercise recently. The other day I'd worked out so much I was struggling to walk up and down the stairs because my legs were aching so much, and so I'm in relatively good shape, relatively good fitness. So it's not that, but it's the arbitrary bullshit problem, which I think is tainting 40k and is really messing with my head. So in 40k, I think it's an abstract problem as well. I think there's a problem of abstractness in 40k as well. So a good example. So firstly, you've got abstractness in the rules. I know it's an old gripe, but a lack of vehicle facings, a lack of vehicle armor. Why the fuck can a lasgun damage a land raider? It never should be able to, ever, under any circumstances. Like, I can get a gun in real life now, and I could shoot it an infinite number of times at, well, maybe not an infinite times, I could shoot it 1,000,000 times at like a main battle tank. Let's say I get an AK-47 and I shoot 1,000,000 rounds of AK-47 at an Abrams. I'm never going to damage it. Never. I'm going to scratch the paint. I'm never going to knock it out. I'm going to scratch the paint. Maybe fuck up a few cameras and lenses and shit. I don't fucking know. But the point is, I'm never going to. But in 40k, for some reason, everything can damage everything, which isn't the case in real life. I know you could say, but it's not real life. You know, who knows how powerful that's going to... Okay, yeah, but then you're getting abstract. And it's like, there's a thing that people like to do where they're like, oh, but it's like, it's all made up so the rules can be anything. Yeah, they did that with Star Wars, and look how much that franchise shit the bed. when things stop having any meaning, it becomes abstract. It becomes immersion breaking. And I like to be immersed. I like armies to look like armies, not like a collection of units on the table. It's another big problem with 40k at the moment, I would say. But the other thing, I think, do you know what? I wouldn't even say abstractness in the rules is even my main gripe. It's not even, I'm not even that bothered about it. Sure, maybe a lasgun shouldn't be able to kill a knight, but whatever. I will play a game within the rules of that game, and I will accept that that makes sense within that universe. It's the arbitrary bullshit problem is when it comes to, and it leaks into the rules, and I think this is what's destroying the flavor of 40k. It's why can I only give why are the loadouts for my squads so restrictive? And I'm playing guard where loadouts are still relatively good, but it's like, why can that Cadian squad only take 1 melter gun and 1 plasma gun? Why can't I give it double plasma gun? Why can't it just be, here are 2 special weapons, here are a list of the weapons, take 2 of whatever you want? Well, because we only give you 1 melter gun and 1 plasma gun in the box. GW, when players said we don't want to have to go and buy 2 boxes of Devastators to be able to build 4 las cannons, we didn't mean you then went, well, how about you can only take 2 las cannons? What we meant was put 4 fucking las cannons in the box. That's what, it's this arbitrary bullshit problem. And we're not just talking about like weapon options and shit like this. It's like a lot of flavor comes from giving the players the power. Giving the players the power. That's the biggie. That's where I think the flavor's gone. That's what I think is the result of this arbitrary bullshit. The player is losing power. The player is losing responsibility. The player is losing control. When there's data sheets for things that don't exist, then players are able to go out, or when there's like weapons for things that don't exist, players are able to go out and customize things as much as they want. Players are able to go out and build truly unique forces. But when there's this massive arbitrary onus, this massive like in a funny sort of way self-imposed, but also imposed by Games Workshop, like you must have the models, the right models, they must be on the right bases, and that you can own, there are only 3 types of guardsmen you can take. Like, why can't the Rogal Dawn take plasma cannon sponsons? Because we didn't put them in the box. Why didn't you just say it could take them? Because what do you mean? You could have just said the Rogal Dawn could take plasma cannon sponsons, but it doesn't come with them, so it can't take them. It's funny. The moment I came to the realization that the reason the Rogal Dawn has always felt fucky, literally even since 9th edition, the reason the Rogal Dawn has never felt quite right is because it can't take plasma sponsons. Anyone here who's ever used a Rogal Dawn, think back upon all the games that you ever run it. How many fucking times would it have been really fucking nice to have plasma cannon sponsons? Like, it sounds like such a small thing. It sounds like a nothing thing. It sounds like I'm making a mountain out of a molehill. But it's like, well, I can choose enemy bolters, which have got the range and the shots but no AP. or I can choose between the multi-melters, which have got no range, less shots, but all the AP. But what if I'm the kind of player that wants to pick between those? Can't do it. Why? Well, it's just annoying. And so it's not a game-breaking thing. But this is the problem with the arbitrary bullshit. Individually, when looked at in isolation, these arbitrary bullshit things are small. Only having arbitrary restrictions on special weapons, having arbitrary restrictions on what units can exist because they don't sell them, so they won't make models for them. Arbitrary restrictions about what weapons, what kind of weapons you can take on, like sponsons and stuff. Like individually, all of these small, like arbitrary decisions made around, like, you didn't want power level, so we brought points, but the points are power level. Like, it's all of these little things that exist, and they exist for no in-universe describable reason. It's when they all add up. That is what fucks. That is what's fucking with 40k. Individually, they're not a big deal, but it's like the straws that are breaking the camel's back. It's like that scene in A Bug's Life. One ant isn't a big deal, but all of the ants coming at you at once, that's really difficult. That's really difficult. And so I'm not bothered by any of these things individually, but I'm bothered by all of these arbitrary things have come in, and they are what's kind of like taking away from the flavor. Because here's one thing I want to address, because I think there's definitely a counter argument to this that someone could come in with, right? Someone could come in and say, but Mordian, it's up to you, the player, to homebrew, to headcanon, to add the flavor in. Mordian, where did all of the lore from the Mordian 50th Rifles come from? And I think that's a great point. Like, I think that is a good point. But one thing that I have, and that's what I always used to say, but I used to say it and then I used to think, why haven't I engaged with any lore recently? Why haven't I engaged? Why haven't I engaged with it? The issue is, you don't need a lot of flavor to inspire imagination. That's the thing, right? Lore and flavor is there to inspire players. It's not there to tell you exactly what to do. It's not there where to tell you what you can and can't do. It's there to inspire. Like, this is not a good example. I may end up taking this back, but this is sort of coming to me now. There are good teachers and bad teachers in schools, right? Everybody remembers the bad teacher. Well, you tend to remember teachers that were like bullies, but nobody really remembers the uninspiring teachers. No one really remembers them. And it's why? Those teachers still taught and they still passed information on to you, but you don't remember it, and often the shit they taught you, you didn't retain, or you weren't interested in their subject that they were teaching. And then you have those teachers, and the reason that subject at school was your favorite subject was because the teacher inspired you. I remember, I barely remember most of the teachers that I had at secondary school now. If I really cast my mind back, I could think about them. But I'll always remember, I won't say his name because it's unlikely it would result in anything, but you got to be careful. We'll say Mr. L. I'll always remember Mr. L. Mr. L was my favorite teacher at school, and he was unbelievably charismatic. And he was actually, the school that I went to was, interestingly, it's what we call in the UK a grammar school. A lot of people don't like grammar schools. We're not going to get into the politics of it, but long story short, there are basically three kinds of school in the UK. You've got private education, public education, and you've got grammar schools. Private education, you pay for it. Public education, pay for it, often seen as getting a better education. A lot of people don't like it because they see it as pay to win. Then you've got public education, whatever, you know, the free one, the state one, and you've got what's called grammar schools in the UK. And grammar schools is free, funded by the state, but it's seen as getting a private school level of education, but for free. And the way you get it is you have to be able to, there's no funding, money doesn't mean anything. Not the one I went to anyway. The one I went to, it was full of people from what would be described as the wrong side of the tracks. I wasn't quite that bad, but there was no way I'd ever would have gone to private school. The only way you could get it is if you had to keep your grades up. It was kind of like getting a scholarship. Okay, so the government would pay for you to get it was run by the government. You didn't go to a private school. It's run by the government, but you had to keep your grades up. And the moment your grades slipped, they kicked you out. Literally, end of each year, were your grades good enough? No, you're gone. We're putting you in the normal school again. In my school, it wasn't just you had to pass a test to get in, and then you had to keep your grades up every single year. So my teacher, Mr. L, used to work in like an inner city school where he actually got paid quite well because he was dealing with some pretty difficult circumstances, and he actually took quite a significant pay cut because he wanted to come and basically teach people that wanted to be there essentially. And I think that was that's actually that is something you can respect. You know, someone voluntarily taking quite a significant pay cut because they want to teach. They want to teach, right? So that was one of the big things. So that's why I meant this whole thing. That's why one of the big things that he was very inspiring for. But just generally, he would have what the kids would call the Riz. Now, you remember, and because of him, I went on to study the subject that he taught me at the beginning of secondary school. I went on to study that for my GCSEs. I went to study that for my A levels. Then I went to university, and I studied it for 3 years at university and did a year's work placement. And then when I came out of university, I went and I did my degree. Somewhat used my degree in the field. All of that started because at the age of 11, I was inspired by a teacher. That is the power of inspiration. Okay. Now, obviously, that's a much more important and significant example. Not quite on the same level as 40k, but the principle still stands. Lore and flavor and immersion serve to inspire. How many times have you wanted to go and collect an army, or collect a type of collect a type of army within the faction you already play? Maybe you've always wanted to play Pure Infantry Guard. Maybe you've always wanted to play like Classic Krieg Siege or something. Or maybe you've been thinking of getting a palette cleanser. You're like, I'd love to go and play like an unending swarm of Tyranids. That would be great, right? Yeah, that'd be cool. And then you've had the idea, you've been inspired by the idea, and then you've gone to the rules and it's not possible. Or it is possible, but it's not going to feel right. It's not going to feel right on the tabletop. And so you don't bother. because you basically become uninspired. You had the moment of inspiration. I'm using the word too much. You had the moment, you had the idea, you were hyped up for it, and then you go to see if it's possible, and you're like, fuck this. Nah, it was a cool idea, but it doesn't really work. Don't care about the power of it. It's just like, I can't run it, so I won't. That's the problem that 40k has right now. There's a lot of arbitrary reasons, and all of these real life factors which are dictating what's happening in the game. It breaks the immersion. It stops you from getting inspired. It stops you from getting fucking hyped up. 40k has a hype problem. It doesn't have a balance problem. It doesn't have a balance problem at all. If anything, as we've said, 40k is more balanced than it ever has been. But it has a hype problem. Oh, I'd love to be able to take like a squad of like Kazakin and give them like 4 flamers. It's not good, but it'd be really cool to like, you know, have a full-blown like purgation squad, like 4 flamers on the Kazakin, flame pistol on the Kazakin sergeant, you know, maybe a heavy flamer or something in there. But you never do that. Why? Because A, you can't take 4 flamers. B, you can't take a flame pistol on the sergeant. And C, because it wouldn't be any good. Now, if Kazakin started off at like 70 points, and it was 15 points to add each plasma gun and melter gun on, but only 5 points to add each flamer on, maybe you'd give it a go, because you'd be like, hey, that full plasma melter squad, that's going to cost me, what, like 130 points to do that? Shit, man. Shit. That's a lot of points. Yeah, it's really good, but that's a lot of points. But if I go for the like 90 point option with the 4 flamers, or the 100 point option, maybe it's worth giving it a go. But because there was an arbitrary decision made to get rid of granular points, and as a result, the knock-on effect of that is everyone just takes the best option all the time. And there's no argument about what the best option is, because how can you argue it? Why would you ever take a flamer over a melter gun? Over a plasma gun? You never would. So that decision was made. Granular points was made. Removing granular points is made because it's easier to balance around. If you assume everyone is taking the best option, it's easier to balance around that. That's why it's done. But it's all of these, like I said, it's all these things that add up, and they make you uninspired. And so I think that's the problem 40k has right now. It has it on a micro level when it comes to individual units, and it has it on a macro level when it comes to restrictions on like whole armies. And I think there's no you could say, but how you could, there's loads of ways you can kind of like justify it. You could be like, well, Mordian, surely it's an arbitrary decision to say you can get 2 special weapons in a special weapon squad. Why wouldn't they all have melter guns? It's like, well, that's not an arbitrary decision. You can easily explain why. Because it's the same reason why we don't give every single person in a current army like the best. What we got, like the best. Trying to think of an example. Why don't we give every single person in the current army like a saw? Why are we giving them like M4s? Why the fuck? Why isn't everyone? Why are we just giving everyone the best option all of the time? Why aren't we giving everyone the latest fucking super battle rifle? because it's expensive. Because there's only so many of each thing that can be produced. Because it's more, because over time militaries have done loads of analysis around efficiencies, and like you have one guy with this and everyone can huff ammo with, and that's actually more effective. And there's all sorts. Point is, you can just say because it would be too costly for the Imperium to equip a bunch of guardsmen. It'd be too costly for the Imperium to equip a bunch of guardsmen, every single one of them with a las cannon. So they don't. But it would make, do you see what I mean? But then you say, okay, well, each guardsman get like 2 special weapons. Why can't they take 2 of the same? What's the in-universe explanation? Why? Because you could say, well, maybe they're like mixing and matching. But maybe it's because they've only got so many plasma guns, so many melter guns to go around. Okay, well, why wouldn't they concentrate 2 melter guns? Why can't I go, okay, if I've only got 8 melter guns and 8 plasma guns in my that are available, why wouldn't I concentrate them? Have a couple of melter guns here, a couple of plasma guns there. Doctrine. What? So every Imperial Guard army follows the exact same doctrine now? What the fuck? Obviously not. There are a million different fighting styles from a million different worlds. Obviously not. If it's not just easy to fucking explain an in-universe reason why, if it's not easy to explain an in-universe reason why there's a restriction in place, then it's an arbitrary bullshit thing. And if it's an arbitrary bullshit thing, then it starts fucking with immersion. If it starts fucking with immersion, it starts fucking with inspiration. And it doesn't matter how balanced you make the game, people are going to start feeling like they can't square the circle. And that is the issue with 40k right now. They have fixed balance. But they've fixed balance and they've not tried to keep immersion and inspiration. And I know you're all going to go mad at me, but I promise you this is a 40k focused thing, not a Heresy focused thing. If your account just goes, but no, trust me, I'm using Heresy as an example. I know I've been talking about Heresy too much recently, so I'm trying to talk more about. I'm trying to get back on the 40k train. But I cannot exaggerate this. I cannot exaggerate this enough. And it's going to sound silly. And it's going to be like, but more, it's just a game of toy soldiers. You shouldn't, why are you making such a big deal out of this? It's all fair enough. When I looked at those Imperialist militia rules and this free PDF had more inspiring lore in a few when it, you know, there's a sentence in this free PDF, a sentence that says it is not uncommon, you know, to see due to the nature of the Imperial militia and the way equipment was stored and everything, it would not be, it's not uncommon to see a man wearing tribal furs piloting a Baneblade, commanding a Baneblade. It's like, it's crazy, it's ridiculous, but I'm never going to forget that. I'm never going to forget that. Let's compare that to 40k. Where did the Rogel Dawn come from? What's the lore behind the Rogel Dawn? Where was the STC discovered? Why hasn't it been available to the Guard before? Fuck it. Did Karl invent it? We don't know. We don't know. Why? It'd take you like one sentence, GW. Why haven't you done it? Can you not be bothered? And then I go and look at the unit entries, and it's like, look at this. Look at this, man. there's a few things here. Look at this, though. It's like, this is your Imperialis Militia Command Cadre. This is the equivalent. This is your equivalent of your command squad, whether it's Cadian, Catachan, whether it's equivalent of your command squad. Firstly, you can take your command squads in 20-man blobs. Why? Why would you want to? You probably never would, but you can. But you can. What's the difference between a las pistol and an auto pistol? Are they the same weapon? Are they all, you know, like las pistols and auto pistols are the same thing in 40k? No. Auto pistols and las pistols have different rules. Your any of your militia bodyguard can take a shotgun. What the fuck is a stub carbine? A las carbine? So we've got las guns and las carbines, and then we've got las rifles that have all got different rules. And you can have a guy, you can have a squad of 20 guys running around with bolt guns in the guard. Why? Because this is the command cadre. These guys get access to more equipment. These guys get access to more equipment than anybody else because these are the guys that are running the fucking show. So of course, they're going to be able to get access to better equipment than, oh, I don't know, the fucking militia levy squad, who are 2 points a model. 20 dudes for 40 points. Who could be taken in blobs of 50. And you might be like, well, these guys are clearly broken. Blobs of 50 infantry. No, they're not broken, because the moment they fail a battle shock test, every single one of them is removed. Imagine if you failed a battle shock test, guys, and you lost an entire platoon of guardsmen. And then imagine that platoon of guardsmen was 50 strong. And you might be like, okay, so that's done for balance reasons, right? That's done for balance reasons. It's because obviously being able to run a big block of 50 guys that you might be able to make like leadership 9, like re-rollable via like commissars and stuff. That's like leadership 9 would be the equivalent of being like leadership 5 plus in 40k. Like that would be really too strong. So obviously they've done this to balance it. But what happens? Do they all just like in 40k? They would never explain why they disappear. Think about it. In 40k, if a rule like this existed, it would exist, but there wouldn't be an in-universe explanation for why. Does Heresy explain it? Oh yeah, it does. In primitive or aggressive cultures, the levies may consist of probators. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Oh, here we go. Or thrall troops captured from rival gangs, basically prisoners. Such squads are rarely well equipped and must often be herded into battle by a stern overseer, or equipped with discipline collars that terminate the lives of the entire band in the event of them attempting to flee or mutiny. That's right. The reason why they all explode is because the moment it looks like the prisoners are wavering and they might turn their guns on the people on the prison guard, the prison commissar goes, nope, beep, kills them all. So there's a reason why. So there's an in-game balance reason for why. There's an in-game reason why. But there's also an in-universe reason why. And it's a little throwaway sentence. But how grimdark is that? How fucking grimdark is that? Where's that in my fucking 40k? You know? Where's that in my 40k? Like, why do Cadians get the benefit of cover being on an objective? Why? They get it because it's their ability, but why? There needs to be a little sentence which is like, Cadians specialize in digging in and holding ground. Ever since Cadia fell, imagine this little bit of lore. Ever since Cadia fell, every Cadian has firmly believed that it was because that despite their best efforts, their defenses were not sufficient. And now, at any opportunity, Cadian soldiers will be seen filling sandbags and digging foxholes, making sure that never again will their defenses be found wanting. It's like 3 sentences, and suddenly it explains, and now we know. Now we know why Cadians get it. But the reason they get it is because it's an in-game arbitrary decision. See what I mean? You just need a little bit of flavor. A little bit of flavor goes a lot. Little bit of flavor can counteract the arbitrary bullshit. If you can give me just a little bit of flavor explaining why there are these restrictions in place, why these things happen, what is the in-universe thing that's happening, I'm right fucking there. I'm right there. I'll back you to the fucking hilt. Why is the Rogol Dawn there? Where did it come from? Like some abilities explain themselves, like rattling, shoot, sharp, and scarper. Shoot out and then they move. Yeah, that explains itself. But some of them don't. But also, I do think there has to be an element of... There also has to be an element of, like we said, you need to be able to have... You need to be able to have things like every man being able to take a shotgun. Even though... Because if you look at what shotguns do, boys, they're absolutely dog shit. They're absolutely dog shit. Okay, let's have a look here. Shotgun. 12-inch range, strength 3, assault 2. Fucking awful. Stub carbine. 12-inch range, assault 3. Fucking... On a 6x4 board, that shit never get into fire. Do you know what I mean? Like... There's loads of... There's no one's ever going to take a fucking shotgun. No one's ever going to take a fucking stub carbine. Do you know what I mean? Except, you know what? There's going to be one dude out there. Maybe not one dude. There's going to be several dudes out there that would be like, I want to create an entire... My command squads are going to be given shotguns. Because I'm going to take command squads with shotguns, and they're going to be the police. They're going to be the Arbites. And then I'm going to take bricks of 50 conscript prisoners. And I'm going to model, I'm going to head swap guys with, I'm going to get Gaza bodies, and I'm going to head swap so they've got police visors, and I'm going to kit bash, or I'm going to buy a bunch of third party, or I'm going to convert a bunch of, or buy a bunch from GW. Of shotguns. I'm gonna have like a couple of like big bricks of like shotgun guys running around, and then everyone else is gonna be prisoners, and each prisoner is gonna be given a las pistol and a rattly shank. And do you know what that costs GW to do that? Nothing. A free PDF. A throwaway line that someone threw in a Friday afternoon when they weren't doing anything else anyway. Why can't we have that kind of shit in 40k? Why are these arbitrary fucking boxes that are put around? Because it's not in the box, then we don't make rules for it. Okay, why? Why? I know someone's gonna start in the chatting away chapter house. GW doesn't even stick. GW chapter house is fucked, man. If GW is still PTSD from chapter house, they need to get a grip, frankly. So I feel like I've repeated myself quite a lot. I feel like I've been talking for a long time. I feel like now it's time to open this up to the floor. I feel like we need to get your opinions. Please, guys, don't hold back. I'm going to capture my super chats. I'm going to keep an eye on my regular chats. But we've got 200 people in the stream right now, okay? I want all of you to share with me, positive and negative. Let's not. This isn't assault fest. I was really positive at the beginning of the video. Let's all. I want you guys to share with me your positive and your negative thoughts on 40k. I want you, if you're someone that is moving away from 40k, I want you to explain why. If you've got something that can refute what I'm saying, if like Mordian, you need to look at it from this angle. There's this flavor here. They've added this in. I want you guys to talk to me, Goose. And the 200 people here. It could be one sentence. It can just be. It could be an emoji. It could be anything. But just for a moment. And don't worry about if you get it wrong. And I'm not going to ban anyone for anything unless you say something that's outright going to get me in trouble or anything. Like, speak your minds, share your thoughts, get stuff off your chest. Whether you want it, if you just need to get it out, that's fine. If you're sick of people moaning about 40k, tell us about that. Talk to me, Goose. Talk to me. And what I'm going to do is, whilst you guys are typing that, I'm going to catch up on my super chats, and I'm going to keep an eye on regular chat, and I'm going to pick out some of the best bits from regular chat. Okay? Okay. All right. So, starting off, I do want to say a big thank you, because I know we've had some people that have waited a long time for me to get back to them. So, Ishmael, thank you very much for all of your support, and sorry it's taken me a long time to get back. So, Ishmael, firstly, I want to say a big thank you to you for the Giga Chat. Yes, it is the Giga Chat. Canis Rex in stream discussion. All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Yeah, dude, amazing, man, amazing. Oh, Infinite Mordian. It's the better with this one. That's a beautiful model. Holy shit, man. I've been seeing some really cool knights recently. That inspires me to want to go and get some knights. That's so cool, man. I love it. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. Digital camo pattern Imperial Knight, man. Shit. There we go. Nice. I want to say a big thank you to Ishmael again. Ishmael again, he's smashing it. We need 30 and 40k, different strokes for different folks. Okay. Ishmael, I'm going to push back on this slightly. I want to say thank you for support, but I'm going to push back on this slightly. All right. We didn't used to need that. In the past, 40k strived for balance, but maintained inspiration. And I think this idea of we need different games to serve different people, I think it is something GW is doing. I think GW is pursuing their games to become more mainstream, to become like T-Sports. And I think SDS, who's the sister company to GW that makes all the mad niche shit like Heresy, Old World, Necromunda, Blood Bowl, that kind of stuff, they're pursuing flavor. And I think they are pursuing two different things. But at the end of the day, this isn't GW of 10 years ago. GW now and 40k now is mainstream as fuck. Like 5-6 years ago, if I had told someone I played Warhammer, 90% of the time they would have said, "What's that? What's that?" No, they wouldn't have had a clue. Now, when I say I play Warhammer, there's a strong chance, 100% of the time, 95% of the time, they'll go, "Oh, the Space Marine thing, right?" Or more. It's that or more. And honestly, a good 10, 20% of the time, they'll say, oh yeah, I used to play that when I was a kid. Or, oh yeah, I've just got back into that. Oh yeah, look, I played the Space Marine 2 loads, man. I love that game. Like, it's not only mainstream, it's like mainstream and popular. It's not only in the public awareness. 40k is massive now. GW is a massive company right now. They make a lot of money. A company like that really could really get the fucking weight behind 40k, and it could serve everybody's needs. It could do. You could, because the only thing, because here's the thing, the only thing that is restricting, all that, like I said, all they need is to put a few throwaway sentences here and there, explaining some in-universe shit. They just need to, in universe terms, explain why these arbitrary things exist. Because right now we don't have that. Right now we've got, why can't they take this? Because of a real life reason. Well, how fucking boring is that? It's boring. Like, I don't want to know the reason that my guardsmen, the Mordian 50th Rifles, the army that I poured my heart and soul into, that I've transplanted half of my personality onto. I don't want to know. Like, maybe it's because I'm just taking it too seriously. Maybe that's it. Maybe GW's like, it's just maybe GW is telling us all it's just a game, bro. Thing is, the moment you say that, it stops. It's like, well, it stops making me want to care about it. If 40k is no longer a hobby, if 40k is no longer a passion, if 40k is just, if GW themselves is saying it's just a game, bro. Like, why do you give a shit? Why are you taking it so seriously? It's just a game, bro. It's like, well, that just takes the wind out. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But now you're making me feel silly. And if I feel silly, well, that's not a good thing. You want me to be hyped up, right? You want me to be excited. You want me to forget it's a game. You want it to be something, or you want it to be something I'm excited about, right? Yeah. If it's just a game, bro, yeah, I shouldn't care. I shouldn't take it too seriously. But it takes away the stakes a little bit. So yeah, it feels like SDS. I guess what it comes down to, it kind of feels like SDS gives a shit, and it kind of feels like GW doesn't. And that's for me, that feels like a bad perception. Yeah. If it's just a game, bro, then why don't you make the game for? Yeah, exactly. What's the point? The point of a game is to entertain. Yeah. You want me on that wall. You need me on that wall. I love it. Ishmael, thank you for the super chat, man. Preach, dude. I know that was a long time ago in relation to the thing when I was on my soapbox, but dude, thank you, man. Thank you. K-Side, don't play GW, they run a business. There's no reason why players can't decide amongst themselves rather than power gaming. We talked about this earlier. We talked about this earlier. Putting all of the onus on the players to come up with the lore and inspiration whilst providing no inspiration for it doesn't work. Like, if you go down that route, then no one's ever going to want to buy a fucking Black Library book ever again. Why do people buy Black Library books? Because they're fun and entertaining. How many Night Lord players do you think exist right now because of the Night Lords Omnibus? How many Imperial Guard players do you think exist right now because of books like 15 Hours and Gaunt's Ghosts? How many Marine players exist right now? Why does GW, every time there's a new edition, why does GW get one of their best Black Library writers and get them to write a book or a series at the same time, because the point is they write the lore and those books to try and inspire you, because they know when you read about cool shit, you're going to want to buy cool shit. But when GW doesn't give us cool shit, then we're not going to want to buy cool shit. You need lore. You don't need a lot of it, but GW wants to be inspiring players, not trying to make players inspire themselves. Yeah. And when you've, like I said, and when you've got things that don't make sense for arbitrary reasons, and when players come up with ideas for projects and then end up talking themselves out of them because of like in-game arbitrary reasons, that's bad. Like a great example is, for a long time, I've wanted to run a full Adeptus Arbites army. You want to know the number one reason why I haven't done that? Even after Arbite model, it had nothing to do with Arbite models coming out. I had a 700. I actually built up to 1250 points of Adeptus Arbites end of 7th edition. Converted Space Marine Scouts, Land Speeders, Bikers, the whole 9 yards. And then 8th edition dropped and got rid of it all. And the reason they got rid of it all is because the reason it ended up being a project that I left by the wayside is because GW and they started cutting stuff. All this cutting shit started at beginning 8th edition. They started cutting stuff. And it's just like there's something there. It's just they took the wind out of my sails. Yeah. Yeah. We've got some more super chats here. Ed Bailey, thank you for super chat, man. Every guardsman a lads cannon. Give every guardsman a lads cannon. Those scum over. Those scum are lucky. Give every guardsman a lads cannon. Those scum are lucky to get flak armor and a knife. Also, rattle tin cup or rattle your head. Very good point, Ed Bailey. They're lucky. They're lucky we give them anything. There you are. And thank you, Spot, and thank you for reminding me to rattle my tin cup and to shout out the sponsors. Don't forget, guys, a whole bunch of sponsors. We've got Element Games, Warlord Games. We've got Noble Knight Games if you're over in the US. Check out the affiliate links down below. We have a lot of affiliate links for third-party sellers who will sell you Warhammer for cheaper. So if you want to get a discount on your stuff, check it out down there. Thank you, Ed Bailey, for reminding me. I want to say a big thank you to the Lower Decks. Thank you for the super chat, man. Club sandwiches are great in stream discussion. Here we go. I'm going to do this one, Uthis, and Funk Poet, and then we're going to go and see what chat's been saying about the topic that we've been talking about. All right, here we go. Club sandwiches are great. Sir, as duties go, this sucks. The riding was fine. It was just as... And the pilot serve. The riding was fine. It was the pilot servitor, Lord of Crystal Joe provided. That bit doesn't quite. So I'm not quite getting that. The ride, as you go, this sucks. Lord of Crystal Joe provided some of those little sandwiches with the crust cut off for lunch on the flight. First nice thing he has done the whole time I've known him. We landed on the planet and made for the ruins. There's a lot of Imperial gear stamped with Mechanicus around some stone columns. Not really much of anything going on. No sign of other people. D-Martin made some noises as he used the scanners. Are they scanners? But no, nothing else is really going on. The planet seems barren. Some wind and we can see rain rolling in. We have set up the Voxcaster and got our shelter set up. I finished off the last of the club sandwiches. My favourite is egg and lettuce. Now we wait. Look, it's definitely not Necrons. It's definitely not Necrons. It's totally okay. It's fine. It's fine. Lord X, I love it, man. Hey, those sandwiches are nice. The little triangle sandwiches. You get like a little sandwich platter. I used to love that one. When I used to be a corpo shill climbing the greasy pole of the private industry. Yeah. Uthis, thank you for the 16-month flex. Xbox, baby. Reporting to Lurkser. There we go. Uthis, good to have you here. I always say every internet community is built on a solid foundation of lurkers. So, mate, you lurk away, good sir. And then we've got Funk Poet. Thank you for the 2 months, man. Rules for kitbash units. Give me Penal Legion rules. I mean, that's it. Dude, you're right. That's it. I mean, why can't we take Penal Legion squads anymore? Why can't we take conscripts anymore? I mean, literally, GW sells guardsmen. Why can't we just paint some of those Cadians a different color and say they're penal legionnaires and they've got an extra data sheet? We can't. We can't. It doesn't work. Why can't I take a whole bunch of those Cadians and give them lasguns, save a few points, and make them conscripts? Because what GW would say is, well, you could paint those Cadians. Well, you could just give those guys Cadians lasguns, and then they would be like conscripts of old. They'd be like, yeah, but I don't get any benefit for doing that. There's no inspiration for doing that. And there's one thing we've always said on this channel, which I think is, and I think this is actually a really, really, really important point. And I think it's actually very important to what we're talking about. Okay? Give me a second. It's very important to understand the 40k player's mindset. There is a reason why there has been this never-ending, everlasting pursuit of balance. Because the 40k mindset, the 40k player's mindset, typically, outside of extreme examples like orcs, even then, you find plenty of competitive orc players, but typically is analytical. It's data-driven. Why do you think people get such a fucking hard-on for Mathhammer all the time? Even though, in my opinion, Mathhammer has been proven to be at best a rough guide, and at worst completely misleading and actually a bad thing. Or well, I wouldn't say bad thing, a worthless. People forever go, oh, well, this unit can do this is my. Yeah, but it can't though, can it? Because you're imagining a unit shooting another unit in perfect, ideal circumstances, which almost never get replicated on the tabletop. And then you build that unit and you play with it, and because you based it off Mathhammer, it doesn't fucking do anything. And then you go, bah, why didn't that work? So, going back to what I was saying, 40k players have got an analytical mindset. Any game that involves people winning and losing is going to cause people to want to try and do their best. People will, we see it in Old World. Old World is a very flavorful game, but we have seen it, it's been out for about 16 months, 15 months at this point, and yet, and only just now has it started to, things have been getting a little bit more competitive. It has been less of the throwing shit at the walls to see what sticks, and there's been more of the, it's getting a bit sweaty. It's really natural. As games go on, it's really natural that happens. But the advantage of Old World is that the people that want to go out there and be more competitive and be more sweaty can do that. And the people that don't want to do that don't have to. And the thing is, they don't have to, but also they're not punished for doing that. Asking players, if everything costs the same, granular points are a great example of this. But also, having units that are better than others are a good example of this. Asking players to bring units that are worse, to bring weapon options that are worse, for no tangible benefit, just cause, is very, very difficult. It's very difficult. Because your natural inclination, and people do it, but it takes a bit of a mentality switch. But asking players to do it is very difficult. Because typically people want to win. They want to win on their terms, but they win. And the issue that I think 40k has at the moment is there's no wiggle room. Someone on Reddit described it very aptly the other day. In a game where there are definitively provable good options and bad options, both in units and then within codex, so within specific data sheets and within codexes, it can be very difficult to persuade players to use a detachment, than another one. And this comment was all related to why are orc players, the most creative of all, why are they still stuck with Warhorde? And it's like, because even orc players, the most free-minded, fun-loving community, even they have a limit when it comes to I'm gonna take X when it's just a significantly worse choice. And the thing is, you might be like, but doesn't that like mean there's no point? Like they should always have the best options? No, because in the past there was because now there's no choice. There's only the good options and only the bad options. And because 40k is so competitively focused and balance focused, there's the good options and the bad options. And if you choose to take the bad options when everyone else takes the good options and you get no benefit for taking the bad options, not even a fucking points discount, then you can't ask players to make that decision, and players won't make that decision. But if you can be like, okay, we know, again, just using an example for Guard, we know that plasma guns and melter guns are the best option. That's why everyone takes them. That's why there's no debate about it. Anytime you can take a plasma gun and a melter gun, you stick it on. We know that. But if there was an argument where it's like, okay, but flamers are free. Plasma guns and melter guns, 15 points a pop. But flamers are just flat out fucking free. Well, then there's a debate to be had. Then there's discussion. Then there's opportunity. Then there's opportunities for people to try things out and to justify the decisions they've made. Because loads of people can say to you, you should always take plasma melter. They're clearly the best options. Go big or go home. But you can say, but my army, its law is they use a lot of flamers. My army is the Tanith first and only. I've been inspired from reading the Tanith books. This is a good, I think this is going somewhere. My army is based on the Tanith first and only. So they use flamers and they use missile launchers. So I use flamers and I use missile launchers. Now, I know that flamers and missile launchers aren't as good as plasma guns and las cannons. But the benefit I get for running those options is they're cheaper. So I get to run my inspired army. I get to feel like it's worth my time, and it doesn't feel like I'm being stupid. It doesn't feel silly. I get to go out and scratch the itch that I want to scratch without feel like I'm just fucking myself. And even if someone can mathematically prove to me that the plasma gun and the las cannon option is better, even taking into account the points cost, I can go, that's all right. I acknowledge that that's better, but I'm getting a bit of a benefit for not taking it, and that helps me justify why I'm choosing the option that I've got, and it helps me balance points costs and immersion. It helps me square the circle. But all of that goes away. All of that goes away when it's like, okay, but I'm getting no benefit for taking this flamer. None. Because we're analytically minded. So there's only so far people will go. You have to give them a little bit of something to make them balance the scales of I'm an analytical, logical person because I like Warhammer. I'm a bit autistic, and I like Flavor Town. And at the moment, there's no Flavor Town. There's no reason to go to Flavor Town. There's no ice cream on sale. Costs you just as much to go to Flavor Town as it does. It costs, yeah. The analogy is going to break down, but there's no discount for Flavor Town. There's no discount. So yeah, so people aren't going. That's it. All right. Let's see what people are saying. Let's see what people are saying. Morpheus, I made a guess. Oh, we've got a super chat here. I want to say a big thank you to Avarox Finks. Thank you so much for the 12 months. 12 months, baby! 12 months in the Twitch Pinner Legion. Amazing, man. Hell yeah, 1 year. It's crazy to think that 1 year ago I got banned on YouTube for a week. Hell yeah, baby. Pissed off a Crusaders player in my community talking about how the chances of him making a save is higher than me using anything with indirect fire to hit. Oh, man. I love it. I love it, man. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Well, to be fair, pissing off Crusaders players isn't the end of the world, I suppose, at the end of the day. There we are. So I want to make something clear what I was talking about before, because who was it that just said it? Keeping the Imperial Soul, granular points will make the game immensely better. It's important to understand that a lot of what I've talked about tonight are things that I've touched upon before. But it's all come back into focus a little bit with A, me playing a game that gives me what I want, using the Warhammer models I already own. And B, it's also, so we've got like that new context, new angle to come from. But I think it's also important to understand that we're not, this isn't a granular points thing. This isn't a lack of lore thing. This isn't a lack of flavor thing. This isn't a lack of immersion thing. This isn't a complaining about GW kits thing. We've talked about all of those things before in isolation. I think what's really the big takeaway here is individually those things are annoying. Combined, they're agonizing. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. I'm going to pick a few out at random. John Shades, I dislike the direction of orders from a situation toolbox to power buff pieces. That is because orders over time have been constantly simplified. But that also reflects that the game over time has been constantly simplified as well. 40k has never been more simplified than it is right now. I think that's an important thing to recognize. 40k as a rule set has never been more simplified than it is right now. Go and look at this, boys. It's for a fucking rulebook. This is like 300 pages nearest damn it of pure fucking unadulterated fucking rules. Well, it's about 100 pages of lore, and then there's like just hundreds and hundreds of pages of rules. It's a thick bitch. 40k, that's 30k. 40k has never been more simplified than it has ever been. But interestingly, it's also just as convoluted as it ever has been, if not more convoluted. It's simplified, but not simple. But I don't think that turned out the way GW thought it would. I do think, little side note here. Imperial Militia, Heresy. I know, but trust me, it's only a little thing. I have to caveat this every single time because I know people think I'm just going to start going off on Heresy for 3 hours again. I'm not. I'm genuinely not. This is a 40k conversation, and we're using Heresy basically as a mirror to hold up, but it's a 40k conversation through and through, alright, guys? So don't worry. Imperialist Militia don't have the order mechanic. They don't. There's no orders. When I first saw them 2 years ago, that completely put me off. Now, going and playing Imperialist Militia, even without any kind of order mechanic, feels more like the Guard. It's crazy. it turns out that whilst orders are an important component of what makes the guard, there are a lot of other things that go into making the guard feel like the guard. A lot. Fun Jacob, the flaw is the move to the app. We used to get lore from data entry in the codex. It disappeared when the apps came because where do you put that? I wrote the Bane's lore as if it was from 7th codex. That's a good point. I mean, what is the lore in this book? So, it talks about the Astra Militarum. It's the largest coherent fighting unit. We've got Departamento Munitorum. Talks a little bit about how they came about from the Horus Heresy. And then there's the Fall of Cadia. The Era Indomitus. A little bit on Leontus. There's some good stuff here. But it's all stuff we've seen before. Maybe that's part of it. Maybe I'm so used to guard lore. There's nothing new in here at the moment. But that's okay. The story. A small bit on Krieg. Quite a lot on Krieg, actually. Quite a lot on Krieg. That's a hell of a lot on Krieg. Holy fuck. So Krieg got a lot. Katie gets a bit. It's not bad, actually. It's not bad. Fair play. So there's some stuff about some of the key regiments. Nothing on Talan? Yes, no, there is Talan. Talan, Mordian, Valhalla, Katachan, Cadia. But there's nothing on, like, custom regiments. There's nothing on, like, the Vertrillion Nobles. There's nothing on the Miasma Red Cowls. Do you know what I mean? There's some good stuff here. But there's some gaps from what we've had in the past. There's no lore here on units that you can't buy from Games Workshop. You might say you can't buy Mordians from Games Workshop. That's true. But Mordians are like a well-established force in the lore. It's like something GW kind of still... It's more made, I guess. Like, everyone knows about Mordians. Not many people would know about, like, the Headhunters. Do you know what I mean? There's a few bits, like... Where are the pages of Kit Bash stuff? There's no pages of... There's not a single Kit Bash model in here. There's not a single custom regiment in here. Not even a repaint. You know what I mean? Like there's some good stuff here, but it's all off the shelf. The lore is off the shelf. The models on display are off the shelf. The units that you can take are off the shelf. So it's good. I'm not shitting on it in any way, shape, or form. But there are some... It's not what's there which is the problem. It's what's there is pretty decent. It's not... It's a catalogue. Yeah, it's a good way of putting it, Kian. It's a catalogue. It's not what's there which is the problem. What's there is good. It's what's not there. It's reading between the lines a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Akashiraka, a Cataphrone Breacher can have a hydraulic claw. It's just a strength 8 D3 melee weapon. Damage 3 melee weapon. In older codexes, it explained that the hydraulic fluid they use comes from runoff oil from Titans. And now it's way cooler. Yes. Hydraulic claw? No, that's kind of cool. Hydraulic claw fueled by the piss of god engines. Now, that it's a throwaway line, but I like it. Yeah, I like it. Morpheus, I made Care Space for me in 8th because I could ally Night Lords, World Eaters, and led by Red Corsairs. Each attachment and rules and flavor, equipment, specialities. It was so cool. So it's interesting where we each draw the line, because I draw the line at allies. I don't like allies in games because allies fuck with balance. And there's the analytical mind. But it's a balance. A balance of analytical and flavorful. Keep with the Imperial Soul. GWs have forgotten that the setting of the universe is what made the company they are today. It's like turning a choose-your-own-adventure book into a school book about math. No heart or soul. Well, none of the people that originally made 40k are there anymore. Very few of the OG Black Library writers are still there either. Mark Talibek Land. Archers make up a large portion of a Talibek Lander army. Lore-wise, you better believe I'll have them in my army. Well, there you go. If you're someone that likes longbows and bows in general, and you're looking at an army to inspire you, you know you're going to get Empire, be like, which province? Or you think, I might get Empire. And you read about Talibek Landers having the best bowmen, you'll be like, sick, I'll buy those guys then. Yeah. They simplify the rules so much there's a bigger errata if you the rule book. That is true. That is true. Kian, militia feel good to play. It's not even about the mechanics, it's about the vibe check. That's a huge part of it. And also that's quite difficult for GW to interact with, because obviously everyone's vibes are different. How do you interact with that? But it's a big part of it. Like, it's why I always struggle to explain it. And it's like, there's a thing, like, everyone knows it. It's like, I'm just not feeling it, yeah? I'm just not feeling it. I'm just not getting it. That's kind of one of the things that I feel with Guard at the moment. Like, I'm just not feeling it. Yeah. Here's a good way of looking at it. Within the video game industry, there are uncountable examples of perfectly competent games. Perfectly reasonable games. Ones that were mechanically sound, not particularly buggy, and that were reasonably entertaining. And also, all of those games, no one bought them or played them. Like, I mean, this is not a good example, and it will definitely start a bit of spice in the chat, but I do want to try and avoid that. But there's a game that came out, was it earlier this year or end of last year, called Concord, and it completely flopped. Now, there was a lot of reasons why it flopped. Nothing to do with the that were how should we say, not exactly video game related. But then one of the big reasons why people said that it flopped is just because it was boring. It was just like a generic like hero / arena shooter. Who gave a shit? Who gave a shit? Like, there's nothing there to grab people, and then there's a whole bunch of shit that people could latch onto it and rip it to shreds. Like, that's and then at the same around roughly speaking, in the same year, you had games like Helldivers drop, which was a buggy mess where at one point nobody could play it because the developers had underestimated the server capacity they would need. Developers thought they'd sell 50,000 copies. They sold like 5 million, and everyone tried to play it at the same time. The game was fucked on so many levels, and yet it still, to this day, has 50,000 plus people playing it regularly, 100,000, 200,000 people when a big event happens, because it's got heart, because it's got soul. Yeah. A good example of the Oblivion remake, not the most polished or even best gameplay, but everyone loved the vibe and everyone came back to it because they were faithful to the jam. Exactly. Things have to pass the vibe check. 40k right now is balanced and reasonably competent as a rule set. But it's, for me, it's not passing the vibe check. I mean, just look at 40k terrain. I think the best example of what's both right, the best example of what is both right and wrong with 40k right now. Terrain, amazing. Oh, I cannot tell you the number of times that I would lose a game of 40k because the terrain was unbalanced, and when it came to the roll-off to picking sides, I'd lose the roll-off, and my opponent would just pick the side which had so much obviously better terrain, and then the game was over before I began. Like in 7th edition, when terrain was really, because terrain was just like whatever people had in 7th edition. People would roll off to see which side of the board they'd get to pick, and whoever lost the roll off would go, "Good game, mate." And they weren't being salty. It was just both sides knew what was going to happen. Both sides knew what was going to happen. So thank fuck terrain is balanced. Thank fuck terrain is balanced. It has in many, many, many ways made the game of 40k more balanced, and by extension of that, more enjoyable and more fun. However, at the same time, oh my god, 40k terrain looks like fucking ass. Why do I not like this terrain? Oh, right. Because it sucks ass and swallows. Like, it looks gash. It looks atrocious. And we're talking like, it's functional. It's functional. It does a very, 40k terrain has never been more balanced, more functional, more successful at avoiding field badsies and people getting alpha struck off the table. Alpha strikes don't really exist anymore. Think about that. If you're 40k grognard, the concept of the alpha strike is 90% dead. 90% dead. That's a good thing. At the same time, 40k terrain is the most uninspiring, unimmersive, unflavorable gruel that has ever been sharted out onto a tabletop. 40k terrain summarizes everything. That's the one example. That is the one example right there. That's it. That's it. That's it. It's taken me like an hour to 2 hours of chatting about this. I told you I was working through it. That's it right there. If we want to give an example that sums it all up, it's the terrain. I can see the models, but there's a square on the ground, so I can't shoot you. Exactly, Scribbles. It's abstract. It's an arbitrary restriction. It works. It helps achieve balance, but it breaks the immersion, and it starts taking me out of it. Yeah. Because remember, this thing we're talking about here, the point of it is not to shit on 40k. It's not. And that's why, like, I've been making real strenuous strides to, like, highlight positives, talk about positives, but also I've not been afraid to look the negatives in the brown starfish. Yeah. It's tricky. So they went into casual rule set and then add or restrict more things competitive. They tried that. No one played it. They had open play, narrative play, and match play, and everyone has played match play. You could say they've got Crusade now, but Crusade is fucked, man. Because Crusade goes too far the other way. Crusade makes it too hard to sweat. Yeah. I think the thing is, though, and you might say, I think here's an important thing. GW used to make things like how to build your own terrain. GW used to release like White Dwarf articles with like exploding cacti and stuff. And they used to come up with, there used to be a bunch of shit that they kind of did. And it felt like they didn't do it because it would make them money. They did it because someone at the company was like, hey, hey, fat bloke. I've got a cool idea for like writing an article in White Dwarf about like dangerous plants. Like we talk about death worlds, but like what is actually there? Because like, is it just like a jungle, or is it like some mad man-eating tree? And it's like, yeah, right. Write an article on it. Fuck it, yeah. All right. And so someone went and wrote an article about exploding fucking cactuses and Kachan barking toads and life eater fucking trees, and and all this kind of shit. And it was like a 2 or 3 page article, and they put like a bit of effort into like how they made them out of like ping pong balls and stuff, and it looked a bit shit, but it was cool. It was fun. And they didn't do it because they thought it would make money. They did it because they gave a shit. And I think it's interesting, the more that GW, that was when GW made a lot less money. The more that GW has become a business, the more that GW has become more sort of corporate focused, the more money that GW has had, the more that they've only done stuff for money. Don't go and make your own terrain. No. Bad. Verboten. Verboten. Buy our terrain. Yeah. Basically, money, as they've made more money, they've become more money focused. Yeah. I guess someone said before, it's not GW's fault. They're a business. The players should be doing a lot of this shit. And I guess the funny thing is, like, GW now is more of a business. GW now is a business, not a games company. In many ways. And then you look at SDS and you see SDS like SDS. What right. Why did you make a plastic Arvus lighter? If you don't know what the Arvus lighter is, let me show you. Okay. Now I might be talking on my ass here because I don't know much. I don't know a lot about Heresy. Right. Look at this thing. This is probably a bad example, to be fair. But why did SDS, the sister company to Games Workshop, why did they release the Arvus lighter? For all intents and purposes, this is an unarmed shuttle. No, like, that's it. It's a shuttle. You can put a multi-laser on it. Some of you might be wondering, is the multi-laser better in Heresy? No. Why did they make this thing? This was not a sound business decision. I'll tell you why they made it. Because it's cool. Because it's a bit of a meme in the Heresy community. Bring back the Arvus lighter. I think they've been asking for the Arvus lighter to come back for like 10 years or something insane. It was a niche, obscure resin kit that GW... I've only ever seen one of them ever, and it was when I was 13 years old. That's like 19 years ago. Okay? 19 years ago. It was a niche kit, but it was a bit of a beloved one. It was a bit of a meme. There was this, like I said, bit of a joke. Bring back the Arvus lighter. And so, SDS lent into it and were like, fuck it. Fine. Here's the Arvus lighter again. Remastered in plastic. You've been asking for it since like Heresy 1.0, and now you've got it. It can't transport diddly squat. It can transport a solar auxilia. Get in, get out, try not to get shot. It's... Do you want to know most people buy this for? As terrain. Most people buy it for terrain. Most people buy it for terrain. Because if you want to build a Heresy battlefield where you're attacking a starport, or there's a governor trying to escape, no one ever uses this for its rules. People buy these and then they perch them on top of something like a Sky Shield landing pad or another helipad kind of thing, and it just becomes part of the terrain for the battlefield. It's a terrain piece. You put it on a helipad, yeah. It's a space, yeah. And back in the day, it used to cost £100 for this thing in resin, and that, which would probably be worth about £150 by today's money. So no one did it. So what they've done is they brought it back for essentially the third of its original price in plastic. For a bit of a meme, you'd buy one. You'd buy one for your helipad. You'd buy one for your spaceport. It's cool. It's cool as fuck. Do you think SDS made this because they thought it was going to be a sound financial investment that was definitely going to make them oodles and oodles of money? Or do you think that they brought it back because they were like, it's a bit of a meme, most people will buy it as a terrain piece, and it's a bit of a nod to the community and something they've been asking for a long time? And will we make enough money to break even on it? Maybe make a little bit of money on it over long term? Yeah. That's why they made it. That's kind of the difference. Yeah. Main Studio is business focused, and I think SDS is game focused. Look at Old World. Old World was written by one guy, and the story behind it is his wife wanted to be able to play Warhammer Fantasy at Warhammer World again. So JTY basically wrote Old World as a one-man side project for 5 years. And then look at the success it's had. Look at the success. Cathay coming back, or being released the first time, I should say. That's one dude who's been inspired and has brought that inspiration to work. In contrast to that, can someone please explain to me an in-universe reason why I can't put Primaris Marines inside Rhinos? Someone said that in chat earlier. Okay. Let's have a look. So we've got, I want to say a big thank you to Hardcover. Hardcover, thank you for the support, man. I wonder if GW is looking at 40k as the simple to enter competitive game and are leaving Heresy as the flavorful, creative, focused alternative. So I think that Hardcover, firstly, thank you for the super chat. Secondly, I think that's a really good point. I think that whether they're doing it intentionally, that's what's happening. It seems to me that 40k and Sigma are bigger than they've ever been before. And Sigma is a big game. Like it is. There's loads of people that play Sigma. But we'll stick with 40k for now. 40k is a really big game. More and more people getting into it than before. And despite the fact it's really convoluted and there's FAQs left, right, and centre, most people can muddle through a game and not worry about it too much. Yeah, 40k is somewhat simple to enter because you always know you're going to be able to find a game, and whilst building the models and learning to paint is actually quite hard, and learning to play 40k well is actually quite hard. Like on the surface, it appears actually, you know what? Actually, the more I think about it, 40k is not simple to enter in any way, shape, or form. But in theory, at least it's the more mainstream product, and GW is trying to make it the simple to enter one. Heresy, I think one of the big things. I mean, no. To be fair, Squidfist, GW, we can't release all these books at once. SDS, JTY did it alone in a cave. with a box of scraps. It's true. Yeah. No. Actually, 40k is easy to enter. It is. Actually, let's not shit on 40k. Let's actually take a step back and look at this from different angles, all right? Let us compare entering 30k to entering 40k. Let us compare better way. Let us compare collecting Imperialist militia versus collecting Imperial Guard. Now, I'm someone, maybe I'm a new person to the game. I hear this Mordian twat talking about 30k and how much he loves it and how he loves Imperialist militia. I say, you know what? That game sounds really good. I want to find out how I can play it. Okay, Horus Heresy, Forces of the Emperor, Imperialist militia. Okay, let's have a look. Where are the infantry? Wait, where are these levies where are the levies he keeps talking about? Where are the Lehman Russets he keeps No. Okay. Then I'm someone that watches this Mordian twat and goes, I want to get into Guard. I really like those Death Corps of Krieg models. I really like the vibe. I want to collect a Krieg army. Okay, well, I'll come over to Warhammer. I'll come over to I'll come into the web store. Okay, Warhammer 40k. Click around a bit. Yeah, Armies of the Imperial. Yep, Ashby Tom. They're my boys. Sick. There they are. Oh, I really want some of those artillery troops. Sick. There they are. I could really do. Mordian says you need some Lehman Russes. Sick. There they are. Hey, I heard that Fireside podcast guy said he loves Rogal Dawns. Where are Rogal? Oh, there they are. It's important not to sniff your own farts. It's important to look at things from different perspectives. And it's important to. One thing I always try and do. I'm not good at it, but I always try my best. I try and keep an open mind. And when hardcover, thank you for super chat, mate. But also, I think you raise a really good point. When you look at a lot of this through the lens of, I'm a beginner trying to get into this thing. Where the fuck do I start? It is infinitely easier for me as a new player to get started with the Guard. When I watch a battle report and I see someone using Death Corps of Krieg, I don't need to go and look at a 3D print. I don't need to go and try and find some head swap thing. I can just go to GW's website and buy the Death Corps of Krieg. There is. If I am reading my codex, if I see a unit in a battle report, if I read about a unit on a forum, there is no confusion. I know I can go and get that unit. It's a very, very good point. It's a very, very, very good point. Interesting hardcover. Very interesting indeed. Very, very interesting indeed. Thought-provoking. Thought-provoking. And that's why, you know, if I'd come into this just like full salt mode, I feel like if I come into this full salt mode, I wouldn't have been able to see that. I would have been just looking to try and confirm my own bias. But that's why at the beginning of this whole mad shit, I was like, let's not just focus on negatives. Let's talk about what 40k does right. And truthfully, what 40k does right is just, despite its, what some would say, atrocious prices, you can't deny it is easy to get into. Very easy. Interesting. Interesting. All right, I want to say next a big thank you to Jim Art. Jim Art, my boy! Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Jim Art, thank you very much for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Doing your part. A whole extra squad. Yes. A whole extra squad. To hold the line in the name of the Emperor. Or the War Master. But I'll still shill Heresy anytime I can. Tobacco Dog. I don't think GW realised they kneecapped the hobby aspect when they decided stores shouldn't be a place to hang out. I think more people get mentored in the hobby by staff and hobbyists there. Yes. I think GW's focus at the moment is... It's all about accessibility. It's all about accessibility. So if you're a new player and you go into GW and you play a game and you get really inspired, maybe it's not the first time you've been, maybe you go down to your local GW, you play a few games with your mates there and stuff. And one day you see someone with a unit of Terminators and you're like, wow. I think Terminators are really cool. I want to box Terminators. Back in... What happens is now, the GW staff member, you go onto the shelf and the Terminators are right there. And then you buy them. Back in the day, what could happen is you go into GW and you see it. Let's say you see a unit of Kriegers and you go, those. Let's not say Terminators. Let's say Kriegers. You see a unit of Death Corps of Krieg and you're like, wow, those are really cool. I want to use them. Back in the day, the GW staff member would say to you, well, good luck. They're at Forge World. And then you go, oh, I guess I won't bother with any then. Now, the GW staff member goes, oh, yeah, they're on the shelf over there. And you go, sick, I'll pick some of those up then. Sweet as. Used to be like, oh, what was that unit that just fucked me up in that game? Oh, that was my penal soldiers. My penal legionnaires. It was my 5th edition. That's my penal legionnaires. Oh, where can I buy those? Oh, you don't. I kit bash these from a combination of Catachans, Cadians, and some third-party bits I bought online. And you're like, oh, that's cool. And you think they're cool, but then you're like, I can't be bothered fucking doing that. When you've got a bunch of rules for shit that you don't sell, some people, I guess two ways looking at it, some people will be inspired to go out and make them. But if you're in GW, but where they're going to get inspired to make those very well may be outside your sphere of influence. Might be outside your sphere of influence as GW. And they're not buying it from your stores. Because if you don't sell it, what's going to happen is they're going to be like, okay, well, I know GW didn't sell that model. The dude said he bought some Catachans and then did a head swap. So you go online, buy the Catachans and the head swap, And you're like, well, I'm getting a head swap from this, from like Element Industries. I might as well get the catch up from Element Games like a discount. And so GW didn't see a penny of that. But if you see something and it's the legit model, then you go and buy that model. The moment you start thinking outside, the moment that people start looking outside, and GW doesn't want you looking outside. GW wants you looking inwards. But again, this kind of comes back to what we're saying. This comes back to what we were saying earlier. We're not denying that GW is doing these things. We're not saying that even these things are a bad thing. But what we're saying is that they're doing it from they're business focused. GW of old didn't give a fuck if you bought a deodorant and turned it into a land speeder. That's a real thing. They wrote a White Dwarf article how you can turn a roll-on deodorant into a land speeder. GW doesn't sell roll-on deodorants. From a business perspective, that article is fucked because you're telling a bunch of people, don't buy our models, which cost a tenner for a land speeder. Go down to your local supermarket and buy a £1 roll-on. Why the fuck would you, from a business perspective, why the fuck would you do that? You've just told a bunch of people not to buy your models. So if you're business focused, you don't do that. You don't do that because that's a really bad thing to do. And that's why they don't do that kind of shit anymore. It's a love-hate relationship. That's what we have there, business. And it's like, it's funny. SDS definitely consists of the old, not necessarily the old guard, but definitely the old school mentality. So when Old World was being hyped up on Warhammer Community and getting released, they released an article talking about unit fillers. And everyone was like, this is crazy. You could probably go and find it. They released an article on unit fillers. For those that don't know, in Old World, your units are big square bricks. These bricks can often be quite big. You know, they're big square units. You know what Old World units are like. Now, these can often be very dense and require a lot of models. So a good way of like saving money is not having people in the middle ranks. Just instead having unit fillers. Maybe if you've got a bunch of beastmen, you'll have like a 3x3 brick. So that would represent 9 models you would have had to go and buy. And instead you kit bash like a totem pole, or a herdstone or something like that. And that's the beastmen are carrying that along. It represents 9 models, but it saved you having to buy like an extra box of 10 beastmen. No one in GW would. Why would GW write an article about how you don't buy our models? Instead, you can make unit fillers, and this will allow you to buy less models and get bigger units. But here's the thing: on the hype train running up to Old World release, that's an exact article that SDS released. I'm gonna fucking find it. It's really quick. Warhammer Community Old World Unit Fillers. There you go. Literally, like the week before, roughly a week or two before the game came out. Old World Almanac: how to bulk out your regiments with unit fillers. Here you go. They're little dioramas. I found this bit of terrain. I stuck it on a square base. There you go. I made a handcart out of spare bits. There you go. That's 6 models I didn't need to fucking buy. Like, what? Why are you telling us not to buy your models? Because SDS doesn't think that way. SDS is old school. But you'd never get an article like that for 40k. How? What's the data sheet for the unit filler? What's the data sheet for that Bretonian cart, boys? Is that a token I put next to the unit, and then when it's expended, I take that token away? Yeah. Yeah. Kid, it's not about being business focused, it's about business focused expense the game feeling good. Well, exactly. This is that balance, isn't there? There's that balance we keep talking about. It's not only the balance of rules, but it's the balance of flavor. Yeah. All right. We've got a couple more bits of support here. I'm just going to be back in 1 second, though. Oh, there we go. Kid. No, Neo. What I'm telling you is when you're ready, you won't need a data sheet. Ham and Bone, 1888. It was mainly to drive people to the game and reduce power adventures. They didn't have to feel like they needed to paint 100 spearmen to start playing. In 40k, they already know they have you. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah. So long story short, to summarize, as it were, when we've taken the time to look at this, we have come to understand the reasons why GW has done what they've done in terms of restricting units and restricting weapons, all this kind of shit. But we also can recognize that there are downsides to this stuff that they've done. On the one hand, the game is more accessible than ever before, which is good because as the game has become mainstream, GW has somewhat managed that accessibility in parallel to the game becoming more mainstream. However, the downside is that it seems like a lot. This isn't being done in the name of game balance. A lot of this is being done in the name of player accessibility. I suppose the big downside is that are they focusing? I don't think how to put this. So yes, they made the game more accessible. That's a good thing from a business perspective. Everything's done from a business perspective. But one of the consequences of this is they're losing a bunch of flavor. But the big question is, I guess the final thing I want to say is, if you're a newer player, you won't know the flavor's been lost, will you? That's the big one. If you've only played 10th edition, not even 10th, this is all setting up for 11th edition. No. This is all about me. This is all setting up for 11th edition. By the end of 10th edition, there's going to be no dodgy Forge World expert kits clogging up 40k. It's going to be all plastic all the way. There's going to be nothing left. If they don't sell it, they don't make rules for it. The only things that will exist will be the only things that will exist will have rules. And so when 11th edition launches, probably around a similar time, or at least in the same year as when the 40k TV show comes out, there's going to be a lot of people. It's going to become even more mainstream, and all of the clutter will have gone, and the game will be more accessible than ever before. I think the game's gone a little mainstream before GW planned for it. I don't think they planned for Space Marine 2 to be as big as it was. I don't think they planned for that. I think that was a bit of a blind spot for them. I think they thought it would be big, but not as big as it was. And why the fuck would the sequel be so massive? It's not even the first one. No one who played the second one, 90% of people that played the second one didn't even give a shit that it was the second one in the series. They still went and played it. But in 11th edition, 10th edition has been the edition of loss. No. 10th edition has been GW cleaning house. Cleaning all that Forge World shit away. Getting rid of all that leftover shite that they inherited. Your time is over, old man. Old GW. 10th edition was GW shedding the last vestiges of old GW. No, we do not make rules for things that don't exist. No, we are not going to make articles about how to make your own spiky ball trees. And 11th edition will drop. TV show will drop. It'll be a massive success. More people than ever will get into the game. And every single one of those motherfuckers will be able to buy exactly what they need directly from Games Workshop. And they won't go anywhere else, because the number one thing that sells anything in this world, whether it's movies, whether it's video games, number one thing, whether it's music, is convenience. It's convenience. And sure, there might be a whole bunch of third-party discount retailers that sell GW models for less. Sure, there might be a whole bunch of 3D printing alternatives. Sure, there might be a whole bunch of plastic alternatives, like Wargames Atlantic and stuff. But the vast majority of people who are going to jump in this when it explodes with 11th edition, they're going to know that Warhammer's made by Games Workshop. They're going to Google Games Workshop. They're going to buy the models from Games Workshop. And nothing that they see on bow reports, nothing that they see in the rule books and the free app. Oh, I can find the units stuff for free Chrome Games Workshop, they'll make the app free again. I guarantee it. They'll make it free again in 11th edition. It'll all be free. And everyone will know exactly where to get it from. And GW will be convenient. People won't care if they can go elsewhere and get cheaper options. They'll pay for convenience. That's it. That's the diabolical master plan. You know that seat? 1 second. It's like that scene in V for Vendetta when the inspector is talking about how he had a moment of pure clarity and he could see how it all linked together. Everything that ever was, everything that ever is, everything that ever will be. I've just had that moment. I've just had that moment. That's it. If that happens, send me to the black ships. Send me to the black ships, man. There you go. I'm a psyker. I am a psyker of the divination discipline. There you go. All right, let's do some super chats here. I want to say a big thank you to the lower decks. Thank you for super chat, man. Passing time in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Passing time. Sir, we had to wait a day before the high and mighty Lord, my pants are well pressed and without much sustains, got in touch. He asked for a range of readings that Dean Martin took to be sent. We sent them. He told us to wait until they've been processed. It has been almost another day now and we have had no response. I've started to write slam poetry to pass the time. Dean Martin has been exploring the Detroit School of Rap, which led to Jenkins claiming that Biggie had Tupac killed. Now they're not talking to each other. Great. Fuck's sake. Why am I getting It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia death poetry in my head right now? Why am I getting that? Why am I getting that? People, please, we're all frightened and horny. Amazing. Love a good Garrett quote. Love a good Garrett quote. Game Streak, I'm Morning Glory. Did your moment start with a little girl wearing a mask getting shot at by the police? No. But as chat likes to say, it did start with me tabling a pensioner and a child. So maybe I was the warning shot that started it all. Lodex, a man has passions. Brilliant. Brilliant, man. I want to say a big thank to Fun Jacob. Fun Jacob, thank you for super chat. Can I pass you a box to take home when you visit Florida? Sure. We'll figure something out. Right now, Fun Jacob, I'm just focused on getting all my work done before the holiday. I'm going to be there for 2 weeks. We can sort out Mordian meet up for beer and food and anything like that. We can sort that out. Do it on the night, as it were. There you go. But of course, Fun Jacob. Of course. Want to say a big thank you to True Blue 2022. Thank you for super chat, man. Just played a cracking game of bot action. Pitch discussion. Yes! Bot action, baby! Yeah, buddy. It's Warlord Wednesday. It's not actually anymore. It's not Warlord Wednesday anymore. It was. But it's not. Right now. My new bot action friend is coming along really fast with painting his army. He has done art for years and has applied that to his models. I jokingly tell him he's a damn liar, but these really are the first models he has ever painted. His latest addition to his army was based on a real-life M8 Scott photo. Wild stuff. Panzerek team was the hero of the hour, lost on a clutch round 7. Hey, seven turns. The GW mind cannot comprehend. Wow, these are cool, man. Wow. Yeah, you can tell this motherfucker. You can tell this motherfucker arts. This bitch arts. That's really well painted. So like it's historical and drab and yet not boring as piss to look at. It's never been done with bot action models. Oh man. Yeah, he's got the right bits popping. He's got the right bits popping. That's so cool. Yes. M8 Scott's a cool model as well. It's a really cool model. Panther Shrek team, baby. Come on, Troopy, let the fucking side down. You got goddamn, what's he called? Picasso. Goddamn Van Gogh over here. Fucking painting sunflowers on the sides of fucking M8 Scots. And you've got old fucking what was it? The T1000 with the Panzer Shrek. It's not Conflict 47, you know. No fucking cyborgs. Oh man. There you go. I'm gonna take it the Fish Trooper. I love a good Panzer Shrek team about action. I'm actually getting more Panzer Shrek teams. I think I'm going to end up on 3 of them. Because there is nothing better than going, you got to check yourself before you Shrek yourself. And then, and then also being like, get Shreked when it goes off. Will, what's it going to take for daily bot action content? I need to clone myself, and then there will be 2 of me, so I will be able to record 2 videos a day. As it stands, there is only 1 of me, and as a result, I can only average a video a day. The other option, what's it going to take for daily bot action content? I never go to another event, and I never film another battle report. AKA, I become Auspex Tactics. How can Auspex put out 2 videos a day, every day? Because he's not going to tournaments every weekend, and he's not spending an entire day filming 1 video. That's how. Also, he doesn't live stream. So, like, 6 hours of his day isn't taken up by live streaming. I record for 4 to 6 hours a day, and then I live stream for 5 to 6 hours a day. I ain't got no fucking time, man. Like, I'm doing 10 to 12 hour days every day. Now, I know to all the Americans, that sounds normal. Remember, I am from Europe. The Euro mind is used to 28 paid days off a year. I'm used to a fucking 7.5 hour work day and getting with an hour of that being a paid lunch. Like, god damn it. I'm sweating my balls off here. I'm having to do a hard day's work. It's a nightmare. Taking a holiday already? Just had Christmas last year. I know, I am taking a holiday in 9 days. In 9 days, I'll be on holiday. Auspex saves the time you spend on hair and makeup. Exactly. There you go. The Euro work ethic is weak. Well, I say true. I do say true because I don't do the Euro work ethic. That's the thing. Everyone else does, like, not everyone. A lot of people. The norm is 6.5, 7.5 hour days, 9 till 5 basically, with an hour off in between. That's the norm. But to be fair, I think in fact, it's interesting. Obviously, I'm self-employed, so that doesn't really apply to me anymore. And a lot of people I know now, I know not more people, but I speak to regularly more people that are self-employed. Yeah. Time to become America too. Well, no, because, you know, at one point we were together, and then you guys pissed in our cornflakes and threw all the fucking tea in the harbor. So, like, you made it very clear. Let's make this clear. You broke up with us. You changed our Facebook relationship status to it's complicated. What you want us to, now you want us to take you back? Or for us to come ask you to take us back now? It's not how it works, baby. It's not how it works. There you go. You were too clingy. Stuart, we were not too clingy. You motherfuckers were clingy. You were like, no taxation without representation. We were happy to tax you and leave you alone. Now, think about it. We were just going to tax you and leave you the fuck alone. Yeah, manage yourselves however you want. Just pay like a 2% tax on this tea shit. Do that. We don't really give a fuck what you get up to. And you were like, no, let's sit down and talk about our feelings. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. We weren't the fucking clingy ones. We weren't the fucking clingy ones, man. But that's not just what it was. Right. I want to make something abundantly clear. For those people that I can see 2 or 3 people in chat right now getting a little bit serious about it. Being like, but that's not what happened. That's not what it's about. I know. Okay. I know. I'm not being serious. I love you. But, you know, put the pitchfork down and it's okay. It's okay. You know, I know that the war for independence, the Revolutionary War, was a much more complicated affair than the Yanks being like a clingy girlfriend. All right. Okay, let's understand that, because I know I've been streaming to a predominantly American audience now for 3 years. And I know that the moment that something like the Revolutionary War gets mentioned, y'all motherfuckers start getting hot. You start getting hot. You start being like, it's like you guys go from ha ha ha. So let's just cut it off there. Let's not get into this because it'll go from being a joke to people getting it very, very serious. There you go. and it's not what we're about. I want to say a big thank you to Ishmael, my boy. Ishmael, thank you very much for super chat, bro. May your hobby never go mainstream. Can we go mainstream? Can we like stay niche but be popular? Because frankly, I'm not bothered about Heresy becoming mainstream, but I would love to be able to find more than 2 people to play it with. That would be great. That'd be wicked if that's possible. Can that be the happy medium? Nice. I also want to say a big thank you to Scribbles. Scribbles, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes, it is the Giga Chat. Scribbles, thank you for super chat, man. 077 Oh, 7, mate. So Imperial officers in stream discussion. Nice. Let's have a look. Ooh. Ooh. I finished Creed yesterday, but I just finished up Leontus tonight. It's cool how much a head swap can make him look like a 40k character and not an AOS model. Yeah, baby. He looks so good. He looks so fucking good, man. Wow. He looks so good. Holy shit, man. The hobbying tonight, gentlemen, the hobbying tonight has been mwah. We've seen some really good shit worked on. Creed head swap as well? Ooh. Nice. I like it. Holy shit, man. I like it a lot. Let's look at those again, man. I think they're worth a second. They're worth a second look. Yeah, it's amazing how a head swap and not painting him in baby blue can make Leontus not look like ass. Phenomenal work. Excellent paint work. Excellent conversion. Overall, inspirational. The word of the day is it's been inspiring, and that is inspirational right there. There we go. I mean that seriously. I'm not taking the piss. I mean that sincerely. There we go. Doesn't Varrock play Heresy? He does. Now, I think naturally he plays Imperial Fists in Heresy, but someone was telling me that Imperial Fists are broken as fuck in Heresy. Is this true? Kind of curious. I'm going to Google it. Horus, Heresy, Imperial Fists broken. Are Imperial Fists broken? Well, it's Reddit, so obviously everything we read here is going to be wrong, but we'll give it a go. They just seem good at everything they do. I'm looking at them for a second army. I love Templars, obviously since I have a Black Templars army. I love my boy Sigismund, and I fit their style and nature as a person. But they just seem amazing at everything. Great shooting, great melee, great defense, a damn right amazing right of war. I want to play them, but I don't like playing broken armies. I want to play something people want to play against and have fun. Is there a way to limit their brokenness in a way so they're more fun to fight? Fifth player here, so clearly very biased. They are definitely much stronger compared to how they were in first edition, but a lot of the hype is due to the Stone Gauntlet Rite of War with Phalanx Wardens, which is a bit game breaking and will make you win 80% of your games. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Without using the Rite of War, they're still a strong legion, but probably not as amazing as you think they are. I guess it depends on how much you want to support their strengths. Easy action 3++, amazing rights of war, and some of the best characters and specialists in the game. They are pretty busted, and Stone Gauntlet is basically easy mode. You can play the army without being unpleasant, but if you want to use the tools you are given to the fullest, you are quite the busted faction. They can be the player who wants to use list creation, particularly the re-rollable invulnerable spam. Oh my fucking god. Right, what the fuck is Stone Gauntlet? Right. Re-rollable invulnerable saves. I'm looking into this shit. It's only going to take me a second. Uno momento, por favor, I believe is the term. Yes, you will. Warlord Thursday. Ah, excellent. Here is my totally legitimate copy of this book. Let's have a look here. So, 1 minute. Let's not just scroll through randomly.
When it
Bill
comes to
Fist,
fighting
224.
crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe. While
Should
keeping
get us
it
most of
real.
the way. Right.
Indeed.
The Stone Gauntlet. Phalanx Warden squads may be taken as troop choices from a detachment using the right of war. All models selected as part of a Phalanx Warder squad in detachment using the right of war gain the Line subtype and have the Legion special rule. Any model in attachment uses right to war and with the Legion status and Imperial Fist special rule with a boarding shield, which is unit coherency, with at least 2 of the models that also fit this criteria, may reroll all failed and vulnerable saves made against shooting attacks or attacks made during the fight subphase. This bonus may not be claimed if the unit the model is part of has made a run move, charge move, or sweeping advance move in the current player turn, or is falling back. So if you've got basically groups of 3 or everyone, so everyone's got to be ranked up. Okay. Any model in the detachment using this right of war with the Legion Startes Imperial Fist special rule with a boarding shield, which is a unit coherency with at least 2 of the models, also fits these criteria against the Hammer of Wrath 1 special rule for the duration of any assault phase. You must select Phalanx Warder squads to fill all compulsory troop choices. They may not deploy using Deep Strike or subterranean assault or flanking assault. Detachment using right of war cannot take more elite and fast attack choices in total. They have troop choices. Okay, right. So it's, I'm guessing the shield guys are the problem. Templar Brethren, they look cool as fuck. Right. They have a boarding shield. Power armor, boarding shield. Special rule, shield wall, lockstep. Lockstep. The unit includes at least 3 models with lock special rule and it's not locked in combat. All friendly models in that unit gain a bonus +1 weapon skill for the duration of any assault phase in which the unit is successfully charged by one or more enemy units. So if you get charged, you have +1 weapon skill. Okay, but you have to have at least 3 people. Shield wall, models unit with boarding shields, which are on base-to-base contact with at least 2 of the models with a boarding shield and are either falling back or pinned, may add +1 to their invulnerable save to a maximum of 3+. Friendly models with independent character special rules that have joined a unit of Phalanx Warders also benefit special rules. Oh my god. Right, I'm going to guess boarding shields are 4+ invulnerable save. I'm going to go out on a wild fucking limb. This is the shit. When people say Heresy's busted, this is the shit they're talking about. Where's the fucking boarding shield, man? Armory. Oh, maybe it's in the armory of the Imperial Fists. I'm guessing. Probably is. Yeah, probably is. Okay. 222. Probably went past it. There is a bit of fuckiness. It's not all on the data sheet like it is in 40k. 40k does that better. Now, where's the armory of the Imperial Fist, you bastards? It would be pretty sick to know what a boarding shield did. Guess we'll have to find out. So. Right of war. Stone Gauntlet. Troops. Phalanx Warder. 225 points for 10. Ah, a 5+ invulnerable save. That's not that bad. That's not that bad, right? So, it's a 4+ re-rollable invulnerable save, which does sound very, very, very strong. But they have to basically be base to base because they have to be in base contact with at least 2 of the models. So if you break it down into groups of 3, the moment that you lose one, let's say you had 3 separate groups of 2 groups of 3 and a group of 4, because you were trying to spread out a little bit. The moment that one of those groups of 3 became a group of 2, you would lose shield wall, so you go down to a 5 up, which is not that good. So you're going to have everyone base to base. It's going to have everyone in base to base. That's going to make you extremely vulnerable to blast weapons. Extremely. And let me tell you, motherfucker, I'm bringing as Legions Imperialis, as Imperialis militia, I'm bringing a lot of blast weapons, bro. Bringing a lot of blast weapons. Also, you can't run, so you're slower. You can't be pinned. Now, do you know what hands out pinning? Basically every blast weapon that the militia has. The basic battle cannon, pinning. The basic field arms battery, pinning. Basic mortar team, pinning. So the moment that I pin your unit, you're having a bad time. They get 5 saves. They cannot claim a bonus attack with more than one melee weapon. They can't use 2-handed weapons. They can use the breaching charge, but not against vehicles. Ah. Models of special rule gain a +1 to all hit rolls with any auto or bolt weapons as part of shooting attack, including as part of reaction. So they do hit on 2s. But it's bolters, bro. It's 10 blokes with bolters, right? It's like a few bits you can throw on there. Is it only in vulnerable saves they re-roll? Only in vulnerable saves, right? It's only in vulnerable saves. It's only in vulnerable saves. So, what if they just have to take an armor save? Explain it to me. Explain it to me. What if they're just, what if I'm like, okay, I'm shooting you with a lance gun. What's the AP? 4, not -4, 4, so it doesn't beat armor save 3. Okay, so you have to take your 3+ armor save, right? Or you choose to take a worse save. Chaos, they can't deep strike as part of this stone gauntlet thing. Restrictions. They may not deploy any models using deep strike. So they can't deep strike and conga line terminators. Not in Stone Gauntlet, which is what everyone says makes them broken. I'm telling you, boys. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. It's the Horus Heresy community. I don't think. I gotta face these fists. I gotta face these fists. I got a feeling. I got a feeling, boys. I'm telling you, mediocre. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm looking at that right now, and I'm like 225 points for 10 tactical marines. Versus if you took actual tactical marines, 100 points. Double the cost. Double the cost for the exact same damage output. More than double the cost. Each guy does get a power axe. Power axes are very good. But they do fight at initiative step 1. And they are... Yeah, so... Here's the thing. I don't give a fuck if you've got a power axe. Why? Because I wasn't getting a save anyway. I'm fucking militia, bitch. I'm fucking militia, bitch. I'm not getting a save against a bolter. I mean, I might get a save against a chainsaw, but let's be real here. It's not going to make a big difference. I'm expecting to die. You're paying 225 points for a squad that would kill me as effectively as if I had 100 point. If you pay for the 100 point guys. I need to find out what pinning does. I need to find this out now. Doing this, catching up on super chats, and then probably calling it there. All right. I need to find out what pinning does. So I need to find out exactly if it's like does a wound or if the enemy takes a wound. And I want to know how many pinning tests I can force on someone in a turn. I've seen people say you only take one pinning test a turn, and I've seen people say you take many pinning tests a turn. Right, here we go. Fuck's sake, it's not here. Bollocks. Right. This book is quite frankly shitely laid out. Pinning 244 and 174. Aha. If a non-vehicle unit suffers one or more unsafe wounds to a weapon with the pinning special rule, it must one or more unsaved wounds. Okay. It must take a leadership test once the firing it has finished its shooting attack to that phase. This is called a pinning test. If the unit fails the test, it is pinned. As long as the test is passed, the unit can be called upon to take multiple pinning tests in a single turn, but only once for each unit that's shooting at them. So I can keep slapping you with pinning weapons until you fail it and then you're pinned. A unit that's affected by any of the following conditions does not take pinning tests if it's called upon to do so. They're in combat, it's already pinned, it's a vehicle, it's embarked, or it's fearless. A unit that becomes pinned cannot move, run, or charge. It can only fire snapshots if attacked during the shooting phase and cannot make any reactions in any phase. At the end of its following turn, the unit returns to normal, and the unit is free to act as normal from then on. Whilst it is pinned, a unit is affected normally by enemy actions. For example, it takes morale checks as normal. If the unit is forced to move, for example, it has to fall back. It returns to normal immediately. If assaulted, the unit will fight. It's falling back, but you're fleeing then, so that's fine. So I'm just saying. And what I'm saying, Chaos, is I thought that if you tried to pin a unit and they passed it, then you couldn't try and pin them again because they're basically already... They're not giving a shit about the artillery around them. So I got that wrong in the game that Simon and I played. But it turns out that I can shoot you with one unit and you pass your pinning check. I can then shoot you with a second unit and try and make you pass another pinning test. And another. And another. And another. I'm just saying... There is... I'm just saying, with a normal list, I feel like I could take on Stone Wardens. I think I could do it. Who are these bitches that can't overcome... It's only a rerollable invulnerable save. Just fire. Either pin them. To be fair, are they heavy? Are they heavy? Ah, okay. So, they do get reroll armor saves against blast weapons. So, but they can never run. They can never run. So these guys are slow as fuck. They literally march. They literally march up. It's very, 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 very cool. It's so cool. Guys, they literally march up, shields, bolters, and they walk in lockstep like fucking Spartans. Like, oh. It's so cool. It's like the imagery, the flavor. Oh. Oh. I mean, it sounds like it could be very, very powerful. It sounds like it could be very, very powerful. But it also, it does sound dealable. It does sound dealable. Because A, they're going to be taking a lot of wounds. They've got rerolls on the saves, sure. But they're going to be taking a lot of saves. Because of them being bunched up. And 2, it does feel quite strongly like Solar Auxilia would do okay into that. Because if I'm playing Solar Auxilia, I will be firing 20 shots, hitting on 3s, wounding on 2s with my full blast las rifles. Not blast weapons, like they've not got the blast keyword, just full power las rifles. So 20 shots from that would, and I get an arm save against their bolters. So 20 shots from that would be about 14 hits, and then about 12 wounds. We'll say 12 wounds, and then they would lose 4 guys. And that's, let's say they lose 3 guys, 3 or 4 guys. You're losing 3 or 4 guys to my basic las rifle bitches. And I got a lot of those basic bitches. You transport into the objectives and they're extremely hard to move. That's true. They can go inside. The good old rhino. The good old rhinoceros. Yeah, the rhinoceros. That would be tough. They sound strong, but they also sound very... It sounds exactly like what Imperial Fists should be like. I guess the big thing... They probably shouldn't have rerolls against Blast and rerolls on invulnerable saves. They probably should just have +1 to invulnerable saves. Or a 5-up rerollable. But I don't like rerolls, so I would rather they had a 4-up invuln than... Because I prefer rerolls to not be in the game. Well, as few as possible. Yeah.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one...
Honestly, I could not fault a motherfucker for bringing those things. I couldn't fault that. I couldn't fault that. So the Terminators don't get the bonus to the invulnerable save. No, it's you have to be equipped with a boarding shield, and that gives you the reroll. And the boarding shield gives you a 5+ invulnerable save, and the Phalanx Warders have got shield wall, which gives them the +1. So I mean, is there an elite choice of Terminators that come with boarding shields? I guess that's maybe it, but I don't know. Truthfully, I don't know. I think it sounds cool as fuck, frankly. Right, super chats. I want to say a big thank you. How do you think you do against the melee army? Me in militia in Olden World in Horus Heresy. Oh, I think I'd get butt fucked. Yeah. My army wants to get into a bit of a shoot off with you. The moment, like in both games that I've played, there's been a very decisive shift when turns 1 and 2, I've been able to shoot, and then my opponent's turn 2, or their turn 3, depending on around turn 2, turn 3, the melee starts kicking off, and the militia just start crumbling. So yeah, I know. If I wanted to, I could kind of, I could deal with that by having a shitload of Ogryns. It's because I don't have any Ogryns, you know. My style of tanks and infantry struggles, but I also think there would be it'd be interesting to see how it played out, but there would be a real chance of me, at the moment I'm putting my infantry in front of my tanks behind. My tanks aren't worth any points and my infantry are, and there's a real sense of, I feel like I should be leading with the tanks and the infantry should be behind the tanks, because if they don't kill my vehicles in combat, then I just drive out of combat. Basically, I'm just like, okay, that's like they can't pin vehicles in combat, so there's no fallback either. I just shoot. Yeah, so I do think there's an element of perhaps I create a wall of armor and march the infantry behind. I think that would work up to a point, or I just take some actual melee units like Ogryns. All right. I want to say a big thank you to Lower Decks. Thank you, the super chat, man. Thoughts about the worth of turnips in stream discussion? Oh my god, what the fuck is this going to be? What the fuck is this going to be? Right. All right. Sir, I am depressed. We are sat here doing bupkis. Dean Martin and Jenkins have been engaged in rap battles the past 2 days. I have not the heart to tell them that they are both wrong and both crap. I have stuffed my ears with cheese to get some peace. There is no reply in the Vox. What the hell does Inquisitor I have never touched a woman want from us? Fuck's sake. I have not explored the site much. There are just stone columns and some bare tiles and a looming dark passageway that leads to some underground kingdom of eldritch techno-magical horrors. Absolutely nothing worth seeing here. This better be worth the weekly turnip. Deep thoughts with Guldakat. I can picture in my mind a world without war, a world without hate. I can picture us attacking that world because they'd never expect it. I mean, that was Bajor before. Bajor was a peaceful planet. Basically a spiritualist, sort of pacifist planet before the Cardassians turned up. But it turned out that they could turn that religious fanaticism, that religious focus into fanaticism, and it was quite good. Yeah, interesting. Interesting. I mean, have a board, wander around, you know. That's what I'd say. I mean, did the Inquisitor explicitly say, "Don't have a look around"? I'm just saying. Now, if you're gonna go into the dark passageway that leads into an underground kingdom of eldritch horrors and eldritch technomatical horrors, then if you're gonna go down there, if you know it's full of shit down, if you know it's gonna be full of stuff down there, I say you go packing heat. I mean, you said that you would took a lot of sandwiches down there, but also you did say you took a lot of guns down to the planet. I mean, how are you meant to do a survey if you don't explore your surroundings? Take an Auspex and a melter gun. I mean, you might come across a passage that needs clearing. Take an Auspex and a melter gun. Maybe like a spare melter gun. I'm just saying. I mean, if you've got the ammo, we know the belt-fed Ripper guns are great. A great survey tool. We know it's a great survey tool. Next, I want to say a big thank you to Talzon. Thank you, Super Chat, man. Heretic says what in stream discussion? Let's have a look, man. There's loads of cool shit in here. No, you're a heretic, maybe. Imperialis fleet. Cotiers, Draxus, Priest, Artemis, big shooty kill team. Mixture. A few frag cannons. Yeah, mixture. Breaches ×2. Vigilant. Rhino. Many chimeras, Grey Knights, many agents. I suppose for each Inquisitor, right? And Sanctifiers and Helens. I mean, that feels quite good. Preach Sanctifiers, Infiltrate, Chimeras, with agents to do multi-melts to the firing deck. Other things to know, I have no idea what I'm doing. I mean, 10. 20, 30, 40. 50, 60, 70. 70 infantry, 70 light infantry, plus 10 heavy infantry, and 5 very heavy infantry. Backed up by a lot of mech and armor. I don't think that's a bad list. I'm seeing melee counterpunch. I'm seeing mechanized infantry. I'm seeing scouts. Bit of deep striking in there. That seems okay to me. Honestly, I think you could do worse. You might not win a tournament, but I reckon with a bit of practice and a bit of finesse, you might be able to win a game. There you go. I want to say next a big thank you to Medneo. Medneo, thank you for the double support, baby. I want to say a big thank you for the tip. Yeah, buddy. And also for the 16-month member flex X-Force, baby. Medneo, both times you said, keep it up, Mordian. Amazing, man. Dude, thank you so much for the kind words. Thank you for the support. I'm glad you've been enjoying the content, man. I know so. You, dude, you too, man. You keep it up. Keep doing the good work, man. Medneo, 07, you magnificent bastard. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got Squidfist, 07 Sa, more Sandy boys in stream discussion. We saw these before, didn't we? Hey. Red and gold. It's your signature move. I feel the sun overtaking me. I played a few games at 500 points and thousands of fun. Execution is good. Times. More to come. Yeah, man. There's nothing better than getting into a faction for the first time. It's the honeymoon period. Honeymoon period exists in collecting a new game. It exists in collecting a new faction. Dude, they look phenomenal. They really do. They really, really, really look good. Honestly, and I'm not just glazing you here, man. I'm saying it truthfully. I think those are my favorite Thousand Suns I've seen. I've seen a lot of good Thousand Suns, but I think they're my favorite. Yeah. I think they're my favorite. I think they're my favorite. Very, very cool, mate. Very, very cool. Nice. Arise! Arise! More pictures at the bottom. Ah, here we go. The Demon Prince looks sick, man. Nice. Hey, fuck those custodians, man. You're fucking them up, man. You're fucking them up. Yes. Mate. Just got to get that sand on the bases and then you'll be good, right? I'm presuming you're going for sand, frankly. I quite like that 40k terrain. Seems a little bit more immersive than usual. Nice. Hey, dude, looks like you've been snapping necks and cashing checks at the same time. Got some Zangors in there. Some rubrics. And a fucking Demon Prince. Sick. Easy speed paints. Yes. Dude. The fact that you did these to this quality with speed paints is incredible. Wow. Wow. In speed paints, we trust. Am I right? Holy shit. Next, we'll say a big thank you to Hardcover. Hardcover, my boy. Progress on tonight's Cajun squad in chat. Let's have a look. Reasonable progress from primed for 4 hours work. Dude, that's very reasonable progress. Very reasonable progress, man. I mean, you've done all the big bits. The green always takes the longest. The tan always takes the second longest. After that, what? Webbing and metallics? And you've done the skin as well. The skin always takes longest. You've done the hard bit. Bit of metallics. Bit of webbing. Done. Mate, a couple more hours and you'll be done. Easy peasy. Knocking out a squad in 4 to 6 hours. Very, very, very acceptable and reasonable pace. That's what I do when I'm on stream. I knock out like 10 guys in that time. Yeah. Nice. Excellent work, dude. And good progress. You should be proud of that. We've got the Blackstone Chapter Master. Thank you for the super chat, bro. Freshly done models. Everyone's bloody hobby in progress is coming in at the end, isn't it? You've all been painting away during the stream. You're like, let's show it off. I love it, boys. I love it. It's great to see them all coming in. Let's have a look here. How can we beat the fists, sir? The shield's too thick for us. Well, we wait for him without a helmet to scream and charge and wait for the snipers. Quoted from a Drackle Raider recruit asking his commander during the Siege of Terror. Actually, me just got done with these traitor guard. Yes! Solar Auxilia Traitor Guard. Wow. They look so cool. They look so cool, man. A mixture of Solar Auxilia and Necromunda, if I am not mistaken. Very cool kit bashes. Very, very cool kit bashes. Nice. Nice. Real nice. All right. I also want to say, I think that's everything. That's everything. That's all of it. Twitch gang's been pretty chill. That's cool. I've been keeping an eye on you guys. I don't mean to alarm you, but I think we are all caught up. At Blackstone Chapter Master. By the way, read my post when you get to me. I did read it. That should be okay. I did read it. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. It is the... it's funny how the best way to beat the shields is through the volleys of a million las bolts. That's the way we do it. That's the Mordian way. All righty ho ho. Gentlemen. Men who are gentle. We have been streaming for 6 hours in this stream. In total, I have been streaming for 11 plus hours today. Let me have a look here. I need to blow my nose again. Sorry. Give me a moment. How long was the live stream before? 4 hours and 30 minutes. So no, I've been streaming for nearly 11 hours. Not over 11 hours, nearly 11 hours. It's a lot of streaming. It's a lot of streaming, boys. Oh my god. Right, 1 minute. All right. Okay. Matt Larkin, Moyd leaving? No! Matt Larkin, I didn't think you would be so sad to see me go. I didn't think you'd be so sad to see me go, man. That's how I know you really love me. Troop number 2102. One more round. One more round. Honestly, I wish I could. I wish I could. I do have a battle report that needs to be recorded tomorrow. And I've got someone coming over for the first time. I've got to tidy away this stuff and then get the old world stuff out. So it's a little bit of work that's been. So I have to get up a little bit early. But yeah, I do want to stay on. But I'm hot, sweaty, tired, and perhaps responsibilities need to be observed. This is where I give all these logical reasons, and someone comes in, it's fucking like slaps down like a death drag. It's like, no, Mordian, you don't need 8 hours of sleep. 1 more hour. That's why it's not 1 more round, it's 1 more hour. It's like, god damn it. Damn it. When do you leave for vacation? The 9th. So in 8 days, something like that. Yeah. I'm doing okay. I think I'll have everything done before I go. Let me have a look. I don't come back till the 25th something. That sounds like a long time. Maybe it is that long. I think I travel. It's 2 full weeks. So, yeah. Let me look. I do love streaming. If I didn't love streaming, I wouldn't do it. If I do love streaming, I wouldn't do it. I need to see how many videos I've got done.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one
I've got
man keeping the
everything
streets safe.
recorded up to the basically the 21st. I've got everything. I've got a lot recorded for the 22nd, but there's a video missing. I've got everything recorded. I got 20 videos in the bank, but I need to get another. That's done. That one will be done. That one will be done. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I've got 10 more videos to record before. Well, I've got 12 more videos I need to record before I go away. 2 of them I have got. Or I know what they're going to be. 2 of them I know what they're going to be. 10 of them I need to work out what I'm going to do. Yeah. And that'll cover me up until the 31st. So when I get back, I won't be like, fuck, gotta go. Yeah. Scribbles, I've been to Florida before. I love the heat. I love in Florida that, because I like to be, when I go on holiday, I like to be hot. Nothing is more unsatisfying when I go on a hot holiday and it's not hot enough. I like to fucking melt. Because what I like to do is melt and drink a lot. Not necessarily alcohol, although I do love a good cold alcoholic beverage. I've just noticed something, Matt Neo. Fuck's sake, 1 minute. And then when I get too hot, I'm like, I go into the aircon because the aircon is always ice cold in Florida. Yeah. Now, Med Neo, something just happened, but because you used the tipping link, it didn't go off, did it? It didn't go off. So we need to fix that. We need to fix it. 1 minute. I got you. Don't worry. Gentlemen, it's time. It's the Test Drive Chat, baby! Yeah, buddy! Med Neo, via the tipping link, just came in with the Death Strike Super Chat. That is a big, fat, beautiful $100 Super Chat. Damn, son! Damn, son! Med Neo, damn it, I'll take the bait! Dude, there wasn't any fucking bait. I was only joking, but mate, thank you very, very, very much, man. Been a few months since one of these rare parrot. I'm not sure what rare parrot is, but there we go. Man, Neo, thank you so much for the incredible support, my man. Oh my god. Holy shit, man. Oh my god. One more round. Oh my god. Med Neo, you crazy son of a bitch. You son of a bitch, I'm in. I don't need no sleep tonight. To be fair, I could always message Sam, who I'm doing the battle put with, and be like, yo, can we start an hour later? You won't mind. We're playing Old World. We'll get the game done. We'll get 2 games done in 2 hours and 2 hours of pop, man. Piece of piss. We probably will do, to be fair. Could even do them as live ones, but I want to have them in the bank for when I go away. Anyway, Med Neo, thank you so much for the incredible support. From the bottom of my heart, bro, honestly, I was not expecting that in any way, shape, or form. You're an absolute Giga Chad. You're a bunker buster. You're a Giga Chadder. You're a motherfucker. You're a goddamn hero of the Imperium. There we go. Of the Imperialis. The Imperialis militia. Oh my god. Holy shit, man. Everyone in chat, you know what to do. YouTube gang, Twitch gang, rise up. I want to see as many emojis spammed as possible. We have got in the stream right now. We have got in the stream right now over 150 people. I want to see everyone spamming 07s. If you're a channel member, I want to see you spamming your favorite emoji. Let's absolutely blow the chat up. Let's show some appreciation, some gratitude, and some fucking love for Medneo, because I think we can all fucking agree and all respect that a big Death Strike chat is a big fucking deal. My man. My man. Holy shit. Holy shit, bro. Oh my god. Yeah, baby. Oh man. Oh man. There we go. Holy shit. Yes, now I get to talk about Heresy for another hour. Medneo, you don't know what you've done. All of chat's like, no. No. Now we've seen the militia. Now it's time for the Solar Auxilia. The thing about Heresy is it's just so flavorful. It tastes so good, I can't get enough. It's an all-you-can-eat flavor buffet, Heresy. 40k tastes like dust in my mouth. I know what I sound like. I know exactly what I sound like when I'm wanking off Heresy with both fucking hands. And I'm fucking eyes open, mouth open, swallowing down Heresy's load, boys. I know what it sounds like. I'm waiting for the crash out. I'm waiting for me to have a game where it just goes completely fucking sideways, completely fucking mental, and I just get completely fucked up. I'm waiting for it. I know. I'm like, coming in here, swinging my fucking big house dick. I'm swinging my big fucking 40k dick around here. I'm chatting shit about the Heresy community. I'm like, I could deal with those Imperial fists. I could deal with them, no problem. Do you know what I mean? I'm talking the Billy Big Bollocks. I am talking the biggest bollocks. I know it. And I need that reality check. Maybe I need to talk. Maybe I need to talk to Varak and be like, "Yo, come and fill me up. Come and fill me in with Imperial Fist. I gotta see it. All right. I gotta know where the problem is. All right. I gotta know where the bullshit is." Someone said Varak's undefeated in Heresy. It's gonna be like that scene in Batman vs Superman. Do you bleed? You will. Oh man. There we go. I know what's gonna happen, man. But here's the thing: when you play, and I'm not really going on a full Heresy thing here. This is just, I'm rounding it out. When you play a militia, it really is like every day in the militia is like a day on the farm. Because if you win a game or you get a draw, you're just like, amazing. I did what I expected. I did more than I expected. I did more than anyone expected of me. I took Imperial militia and I didn't fucking get filled in. Great. Amazing. Fantastic. And then if I lose, it's like, I'm militia, baby. I'm meant to lose. The Imperial militia are basically the orcs of Horus Heresy. If we win, we win. If we draw, well, we didn't lose. So that's a win. And if we lose, well, we're meant to lose. That's a narrative win. Militia never lose. Militia never lose. That's it, baby. Solar Auxilia, people expect things from you. People expect some competency from Solar Auxilia. They expect you to get a few wins here and there. No one expects that with Militia. No one. I play both sides. That way, I always come out on top. Well, firstly, all things are possible via the militia, so jot that down. Fuck's sake. There you go. There you are. I also want to say a big thank you. We had another super chat coming here. Fun Jacob! Thank you for super chat, bro. No more than you don't need more sleep. Well, you and Med Neo seem to agree. You seem to agree. So, no sleep for Tim Tim. I am going to need a drink, though, because it's I haven't had one in a little while. My drink has gone very room temperature. So what I'm going to do is grab a glass of water. A glass of water. And then I will stream for a little bit longer. There we go. All right. All right. Give me a moment. There we go. Nice. A nice drink of weak cordial. Keep me going. Oh, need a quick snack. Sweet chili, Thai sweet chili crisps. I know, sensations. I'm splashing out and going up in the world. Mmm. Quick snack to recharge the batteries. Then will be golden. You make the rattling video now on the snacks. Ah, it's true. I'm eating the battle mod right now. Mark, it does, but it comes with a happy ending. You can think that, Steve. But the reality is they eat the dog. They eat the dog. No one's gonna hear a dog yapping over battle cannon shells and stuff going off. And the rattlings are very far away, they're not hearing the dog yapping them. They eat the dog. That makes them no longer hangry. And so, but rattlings get hungry very quickly. So for one round, because they're not hangry, they can aim better and they get lethal hits.
Another glorious day in the Corps. Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the Corps.
I'm being very greedy. I'm having a second bag of crisps. I know. I'm trying to eat better. But necessary evil. Quite hungry. Marcus, I'm working on some Heresy Imperial fish right now. Phalanx warders with a right get rerollable 4+ vulnerable save, and all auto weapons get +1 to hit. So a predator or worse can hit on 2s with auto weapons. This is true. But what if you're not taking an invulnerable save? What if I'm only hitting you with a lasgun? Then you're on a 3-up armor save. I'm just saying. One thing I've noticed these levy bastards that I have, whether it's a Dark Fury or a Tactical Marine or an Inductee or anything, if it's a 3-up save, these motherfuckers pick off 2 or 3 of them each time they fire. Each time they fire like 60 to 70 shots. And you only get the reroll if you're not pinned. You only get the +1 and the reroll if you're not pinned. If the moment you get pinned, all that shit goes away. And one thing I've noticed, pinning does happen. Not a lot, but it does happen. What I'm trying to say is, it's powerful, but there's ways and means. Ways and means, ways and means. What I'm saying is, I think a lot of people are butthurt over Imperial Fist, and I think it is possible to beat them. I don't use it, Das Coop. I play Militia. Militia don't get incinerators. I'm gonna try it at some point, but I haven't used it yet, mate. I thought I could take it, but I can't. I've got to work on my Solar Auxilia, then I can take it.
Jaffa, Cree! Telmakol, Kritak.
Death Guard and Imperial Fist? I've no idea how good Death Guard are.
You heard me?
I've no idea.
Cree!
I have Death Guard. I have a massive Death Guard army. Heresy. All Heresy models. I've got 170 guys in power armor. I got bolters, Volkai, plasma, melter, missile launchers, Gatling cannons, heavy bolters. I got 20 cataphractii terminators on top of that. I've got 2 Spartans, 2 Rhinos, Kratos, Sakaran, 3 Contemptors. So, like, I'm happy to Death Guard. I just don't know what's good. And that's before I start adding in some 40k stuff, which I'd be more than happy to do. Electronic ball breakers! I love it, Scribbles. I got a couple of super chats to do in a second. Don't worry, CJ and Ed, I've not missed you boys. So I don't think template spam works great against Imperial Fist, because against the shield bastards, because they get rerolls to their armor saves. What you want is just a good old las rifle. Not las gun, las rifle. Las guns are fine. But las rifles, that's something else. Those 25-point Marines, each one of those shield guys is 25 points. You wound them on 2s. And you get an armor save against the shots they're putting at you. Because their AP is 5, your armor is 4. So because your armor, for those that don't know in 40k, in 30k, the higher the AP value, the worse. Because you compare the number of the AP versus the number of the armor. If your number is higher, then you haven't got enough AP to beat it. So AP 6 beats armor save 6 up. AP 6 doesn't beat armor save 5 up. So I'm thinking Solar Auxilia. I'm gonna be on a 4th save against a lot of their stuff. Sure, they're wounding me on. They hit me on 2s, wounding on 3s. Sure, I'm still gonna die like piss. At the end of the day, a 4th save don't mean much in 40k. It don't mean much in 30k, but it's still something. But the big thing is when I shoot back at them, either I get to drown them, and each one of my guys puts out 2 strength 3 shots, and I've drowned them in shots. Or if we get within 18 inches, I get to wound them on 2s. And it's just like, you know, feels like there's something there. It feels like there's something there. But Death Guard. So Death Guard's whole thing, apparently, you take the Rite of War, and it makes every single piece of terrain dangerous terrain, difficult and dangerous. So every single piece of terrain that anybody moves through reduces their movement by 2, reduces their movement charges, everything by 2. And also, they take dangerous terrain tests where I think they like die if they walk into the terrain. TJ, only choose Turbo Spam with the 2+3+ and cover and shrouding and feel no pain shenanigans. Is that for Death Guard or for Imperial Fists? Because unless I'm mistaken, Imperial Fists definitely shouldn't be getting a 3+ save on their Terminators, because the Heart of Stone or whatever it's called, Fist of Stone or whatever it is, says it gives you +1 to your invulnerable save if you've got a boarding shield, not to anyone. Now, if they've got Terminators with boarding shields, that's different. Should I check what the Death Guard thing is first and do my super chats? That seems like it'll take me a second to check it. Liber Hereticus. Death Guard 232. There you go. So so my army rule is I ignore any modifiers or restrictions on my movement during the movement phase, including modifiers imposed by terrain or pinning, which normally stop them from moving. So I can't be pinned. I think I still have to shoot on 6-ups when I'm pinned, but I can still move forward. As long as I don't run. So I can choose to run, or I can choose not to run and ignore any modifiers or restrictions on movement. As long as I don't run, I count as being stationary. There are factions that get 3+ Terminators. Fair enough. That's where Brutal comes in, I suppose. Probably Iron Hands get 3+ Terminators, don't they? That's where Brutal comes in. It's like, you got to keep passing these 5-ups. If you fail one of them, you're dead. Double down. Yeah. So yeah, basically, you can't, if I don't run, I ignore modifiers to my movement. I can't be slowed down by pinning, and I count as being stationary, which means I can just like walk forward, having a great time. Very, very Death Guard. Like, it's the remorseless advance. Yeah. That's why it's called remorseless. Got a couple of these things as well. Oh, it's remorseless advance. Okay. The advance reaction may be made once per battle during the opposing player's shooting phase. When an enemy unit declares a shooting attack targeting a friendly unit under the reactive player's control, all models in the unit targeted by shooting attack gain a 4+ feel no pain. And I automatically pass any morale or pinning tests. It's only once per battle. Not once per turn. Once per battle. So once per battle, I can be like, fuck you! 4+200 pain. And then once they've finished, I get to make a normal move up to 7 inches. So if someone's like, if I'm like, the way I'd use that, big 10-man block of Terminators, drop them down. And they're like, oh fuck. I drop them down against a unit that the enemy wanted to shoot with. And I'd be like, they'd shoot me, and I'd go, we're most advanced, bitch. 4+300 pain, and now I'm coming at you. So here you go. Here are the rights of war. So creeping death. All models in the detachment of the right of war automatically pass any dangerous terrain test they're called to make. All models in the deployment zone of a detachment use the right of war gain shrouded 6+. I mean, that's okay. And the entire deployment zone of a detachment use the right of war counts as difficult and dangerous terrain. All zones of area terrain on the battlefield, including name types as jungles, woods, or craters, count as dangerous terrain. Yeah, so basically, I ignore all dangerous terrain tests, and I ignore difficult terrain as well because of my army rule. I get a 6+, essentially bonus save when in my deployment zone. And then all terrain in the game basically counts as dangerous terrain. And then I get Terminators as non-compulsory troop choices. I've got to include one, yeah. The floor is lava, yeah. It's either that, or I can take support squads as troops, veteran squads as troops, and chuck around a bunch of Chernobyl grenades. CJ, that sounds very, very powerful. That sounds like the kind of thing that I would struggle to deal with, and where I'm starting to learn that militia can't beat everyone. Toxin bombs. Mortarian. Death Shroud Terminators. 70 points of fucking pop. Jesus fucking Christ on a cracker. For the price of each Terminator, I can get roughly 40 levies. 35 levies. Each Terminator represents 35 levies. I truly, truly wonder which one's better. I will get to shoot a lot of lasgun bolts at him. How many 2+ saves is that motherfucker going to make? I have to force, on average, 18 wounds on him to kill him. I reckon the Terminator has it, you know. The Terminator just needs to survive on 1 wound, get into melee, fuck me up, I lose the combat, and my militia squad's discipline collars set off and they all die. He just has to make it. He just has to make it, baby. Only 2... Unless those militia are already melting into the dangerous terrain they're on. Exactly. Exactly. The militia just like melting it like... It's a good point. It's a good point. It's probably gonna be the militia are like, nobody fucking move! Nobody move! If anybody moves, we all start dying. Everyone stay the fuck still. Oh man. Alright. I want to say a big thank you to CJ, my boy! CJ, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for your support. And thank you for your patience as well. If you want a good laugh, check out The Fury of the Ancient Rites of War. 12 plus dreads and contemptors with line. Oh, that sounds... On second thoughts, we shan't go to Heresy. It is a silly place. Let's have a look if we can find it here. Okay, Fury of the Ancients. In an attachment used as Rite of War, Legion Contempt of Dreadnought Talons may be taken as troop choices. Legion Contempt of Dreadnought Talons taken as compulsory troops in the attachment gain the line subtype. A single Legion Contempt of Dreadnought Talon attachment composed of only one Dreadnought must be selected as the attachment's compulsory HQ choice. A Legion Contempt of Dreadnought Talon selected this manner must take the Venerable Ancient upgrade for 30 plus points. Limitations. All compulsory troops choice in the attachment must be contemptors. No model with the Legiones Consularis rule in attachment using Rite of War may select a consul choice other than Legion Forge Lord. Attachment using Rite of War may only include one fast attack choice and a single heavy support choice that does not consist entirely models of Dreadnought unit type. No fortifications, no Lord of War, only the primary detachment. And you may not roll to seize the initiative. Wow. I'm going to go out on a wild limb. A wild limb. And say that is not allowed at most tournaments and events. However, bear with me. Let's take it. £175. Don't care. Power Fist. Okay. Bolt Cannon. I never see anyone taking bolt cannons. That's not what people would take. People would take something like anti-marine, like a melter cannon, wouldn't they? Maybe. It'd be a mixture. Okay. Three attacks, right? I think I can take it. I think I can take it. Even 12 of them. I think I could take 12 of them. I'm not saying it'd be easy. I'm not saying it'd be easy. But I think I could take it. I gotta check something first. I think I can take it. Take it in a fight. Take it in a fight. Not take it as a list. I'm checking. I'm checking. I'm checking. I'm checking. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. So weapon skill 5, I presume. I presume as much. Until further talk. Until further notice.
Another glorious day in the Corps.
What am I thinking?
Day in the Marine Corps is like a day on the farm. Every meal's a banquet. Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the Corps.
That's it. Okay. I need to see how line works. I need to see how line works. Line subtype 196. Okay. Okay. 1 second. Last check. Last check. Yeah. I'll check a few things. That's pretty good. No good. Okay. No good. Okay. I wouldn't bother with that then, probably. I wouldn't bother with that. Okay. So, here's the thing. I beat them in combat. Every time. Contemptor Dreadnoughts have only 3 attacks. They have only 3 attacks. For each Contemptor Dreadnought at an average cost of 180 points, I have 30 Solar Auxilia Riflemen. Obviously, they won't come in 3 squads of 10. There'll be a couple of squads of 20. But the point is, for every 2 Contempt Dreadnoughts, I've got 60 riflemen. Now, the first thing to mention is, in a shooting contest, my riflemen can wound them. It's not even that hard. It's on 5s. So the occasional wound can be plinked off. But the reality is we're not aiming to get into a shooting contest. We're aiming to get into melee with them. Because even if every single one of those Contemptor attacks hits and wounds every single time, and they won't hit every time, they won't wound every time, they'll drop one here, they'll drop one there, I don't know exactly the rules, but they'll drop one here, they'll drop one there. But even if they hit every single time, it takes them 10 rounds of combat to kill their equivalent weight in infantry. Now, you might say, but Mordian, they'll kill 3, you'll do nothing, so you'll break, right? Not if I take the detachment that I've been looking at, the Reborn cohort, where I will be leadership 11 stubborn. CJ, I already cut you off the pass. The only way that I break is a 6-6. That's the only way I break. That's the only way I break. Now, it might happen here and there, but it's pretty fucking reliable. It's pretty fucking reliable. So what happens is, I bum rush them. I bum rush them down. And I get into combat. Even if I might try shooting them up a bit first. But if it looks like it's going a bit squiffy, I'll get in amongst them. I ain't gonna spend points on... I was looking into power fists and stuff. I could take power fists, but I'm gonna be hitting on 5s, wounding on 5s. And they'll still have like a 5 up vulnerable save. So it's not really worth it. So basically, plan is we yeet 9 full reroll to hit, reroll to wound Vanquisher cannons at them. That's 18 shots a turn from the Vanquisher cannons. And fire 100 or so, 100 to 200 lasgun shots them a turn, and fuck it. See what, and if it starts going squiffy, we time up in combat and nobody wins. More, I'd love it if we lived near enough to play Heresy. Night will eat your army. Why, Mad Larkin? Every single one of my squads ignores knife fighting. Every single one for 5 points ignores night fighting. And the tanks ignore night fighting for free. Solar Auxilia, baby. You want to skulk around in the fucking shadows? Be my guest, motherfucker. My guest, motherfucker. I'm stubborn leadership fucking 11, bro. You can't scare me, son. You can't scare me. I'm leadership 11, stubborn, ignoring night fighting. What are you gonna do, Larkin? What are you... Oh, and I reroll 1s to hit, by the way. I reroll 1s to hit as well. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, son? I'll tell you what I do. You're gonna fucking roll over, kiss your ass goodbye. That's what's gonna happen. Every day in the core. Every day in the core, son. Day in the core. I'm gonna come to your Heresy meta. I'm gonna come to your Heresy meta, and I am gonna bend it over, and I am gonna... That's what's gonna happen. That's what's gonna fucking happen, son. That's what's gonna happen. I got searchlights. I got auger arrays. I got rerolls. Slingshot curves, 20 into your army. Lines, eat your army. Bro, you want to... Okay, take your probably 700 point, maybe 500 point. Take your 4 to 5 to 600 point Primarch, yeet him into my army, and give me, what, like, +6 victory points if he dies in certain missions, +3 on others? Fine. I'll take it. I'll fucking take it. I'll take it, son. I'll fucking take it. I can hack it. I can hack it, Larkin. I can hack it. I don't know if I can hack it. I've never looked at his rules. That's it. All right. Let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got here. CJ, all I'm saying is I can take it. I can take it. I reckon. Also, someone's got to have 12 dreadnoughts. Someone's got to have 12 dreadnoughts. And here's the thing. This is the Heresy community. This is the Heresy community. They don't do industrial warfare. They don't do what we do. They don't know. They're like, ooh, I think Contender Dreadnoughts are a bit strong. I better not take more than 3. Bitch, by the time I'm done, you're going to need a minimum of 6 just to hold the fucking line. Mordian, if he kills you, every unit in your army that sees him takes leadership chest and if failed, they flee, Mordian flee. Okay, I'm leadership 11. Mad Larkin, that's fine. I'm leadership 11, stubborn. That's okay. Also, tanks don't take leadership tests, and I will have 12 of them. You don't understand. You don't see. The heresy mind cannot comprehend. The heresy mind cannot comprehend. The heresy mind. It doesn't know. It doesn't know. It doesn't know. I'm just chatting mad shit. I'm chatting mad shit tonight. I've played 2 fucking games. I won 1 and I drew 1. And both were blood feud with militia. I'm like the best mission that I can have. Like I'm. Oh my god. Oh. There you go. Matt Larkin, someone put the Twango in the place. Warpforge showing the power tonight. I am well down for a Warpforge battle. Warpforge, Horus Heresy, Night Lord battle. It's got to be done. It's got to be done. It's got to be done. Ed Bailey, the Heresy man does not know war. It is war, sublime war. There can be no retreat. Ed Bailey, also a huge thank you for the double super chat, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. These are going to be the last 2 super chats before we go to bed, boys, because we have been streaming for 7 hours, and we've been streaming for today 11 hours and 50 minutes. So these are the last 2, and then we go to bed. Ed Bailey, thank you for super chat, man. Rattle the tin cup, and Timmy may get his feet out. It's true. Actually, there is a very, very strong chance that that you will get to see my feet on today's battle report. I wasn't wearing any socks because it was so hot in that room, and there was an angle when I walked in and out of the room. You might have seen it. And there was an angle when I was leaning against the wall and I put my foot up against the wall. So if someone is willing to scour through 4.5 hours of footage, you really need to watch the whole thing. It's about the midway point. So if someone's willing to scour through about 2.5 hours of footage, you'll probably find a glimpse of foot. And bear in mind, I was streaming in, not, the camera's 4K, but I was streaming in HD. So you'll be able to get the deets. You'll be able to get the deets, man. There you go. Lucas, you always do that foot cam. It's time for you to become the foot cam. There you go. Also, Ed Bailey, big thank you for super chat. To quote along his pass, I think I can take him. I think I can take Horus Ascended. Side notes, can you hack Horus? Can you check Horus Ascended rules? I think I can take Horus Ascended. I have no idea what his rules are, but I can have a look. He's going to be wild, isn't he? He's going to be actually wild. Has supposedly horse bat reps. There's one out there right now, Medneo. It's the 4-hour one from today. It was a live one. And there's one coming out on Sunday as well. Sons of Horus. I've got Horus Lupercal. I don't know if that is... I don't know if that is Horus Ascended. 286. I'd love to play as a Lorcan loyalist Sons of Horus. That'd be cool. Okay. So Horus Lupercal. He's 600 points. If you make him Ascended, he is 1,000 points. I'm not even sure you can take him in a 3,000 point game. I'm not even sure you're allowed to take him. I'm not trying to be a little bitch about it, but I'm pretty certain he's not allowed. Where's this fucking Force Org chart? Is it under preparing for battle? Ah, here you go. Yeah, you can't take him. Total army size 3,000 points. Maximum combined Lords of War Primarch value 750. Yeah, you can't. So you can't even take him. So I'm never going to have to face Horus Ascended. As it is, could I take on regular Horus? Absolutely. Easy peasy. I mean, he only has 7 wounds. Yes, he probably has Eternal Warrior. But he only has 7. I only have to make him fail 7 2-up saves, right? That's all that stands between me and that motherfucker dying. Yeah, that's it. 7 2-up saves. I can take him. What's Horus Ascended? He gets a 4+ feeling of pain. That makes things a bit trickier. The first time any battle horse loses last wound or is otherwise moved from player to character, the model is placed into reserve, a single wound remaining. Any unit horse ascended was part of remains in play, even a retinue of the unit that would normally. As being placed in reserves due to this special rule, horse ascended may choose to re-enter play with the controlling player making reserves roll for the model as per the normal rules. Display the war objective or any objective that requires victory points, award moves character to it's not an effect. It's still triggered when horse ascended is moved into reserve due to special rule. So he comes back on 1 wound. Okay. Okay, he becomes absolutely fuck huge. Yeah, so I can't beat him in his... It is once per battle go ape maneuver or power of chaos eternal, but I'm going to call it when Horus goes ape, I probably can't beat him, frankly. And then he can corrupt a bunch of... He can then corrupt a bunch of cunts, but that's fair enough. I don't know what corrupted does. I can't bother reading it. Okay. Oh, we'd be 203. Oh, shit. They become fiery. But if they get hit by force or psychic, they die. They auto regroup. Cannot do our weapons are useless. Okay, interesting. Doesn't seem like I guess it's you just paying for fear. Okay. Okay. So Horus Ascended, I don't think I can take realistically because the 4+ feel no pain. The 4+ feel no pain. Plus him coming back on a wound. Plus him going T10 for a turn. I think there's layers there where it becomes quite tricky. 4 feel no pain being the most tricky part. But 7 2+ saves between me and Horus. Some of those will be 3-ups as well. I'm just saying. Autocannons are going to wound this motherfucker on 4s. And I get a lot of free autocannons. I'm just saying. There is nothing... Look, boys. When the game has given me a Strength 6 lasgun, I really feel like there is nothing that can stand in my way. Unless you are plowing... What? Not only that. What I can't kill with the Strength 6 lasgun, I definitely can kill with the double shooting, full re-rolling to hit, full re-rolling to wound Vanquisher cannons. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's like what one can't handle, the other will handle. Vice versa. Madlarkin, boy, do they join units so they don't just go solo? This is true, Madlarkin, but then we're looking at 1,000 points in one fucking unit. Probably. Because you're not going to have them join fucking Tactical Marines, are you? It's going to join some... Because in the Heresy community, they'll put him with some sort of fluffy inner circle Terminator guard. And it's like, bro, you got 1,000 points and 11 models. You're one... Probably, though you're probably fearless, actually. I was going to say you're one pinning a test from fucking fisting your own anus. But I reckon they're probably fearless, so no. It's a lot of eggs in a singular basket. Primarchs are very, very good, but they are a big investment. They are a big investment. The bodyguard would definitely make it harder, though, for sure. For sure, for sure. Right, let's have a look here. I think we're all done. Did someone get my feet pics already? Let's have a look. Someone actually get the MG foot cam. How did it take you so little time to find that? 1 minute. Drink. I won't. I'll take the microphone. Yeah, you know, I'll take it off. Oh, he found them! Look. How the fuck Right. Never, ever, ever underestimate the weaponized autism of the internet. It took you guys, I would say, less than 10 minutes, way less than 10 minutes, to scour through 4.5 hours of footage to find this one moment. I'll take the microphone. Yeah, you know, I'll take it off. There you go. There you go. It's right there, boys. Right there, 1 minute. There you go. It's like, you know, spottings of Bigfoot. It's just a blurry part of Bigfoot's dick just fucking sticking out from behind a bush. There you go. There you go. There's literally like a small smudge of toes. I reckon if you AI upscale it, I reckon you'll get it though. If you AI upscale it. CJ, how are you figuring Leadership 11 and Stubborn? I'll show you, but I do need to go to sleep. Okay. I'm only doing this because if I stream for like 1 more minute, I will have streamed for a bang on 12 hours today. So let me show you. So Solo Auxilia, Legate Marshal, what you do is you pick reborn cohorts. So all models with infantry unit type can attach to this cohort doctrine gain +1 to their leadership and the stubborn special rule. Okay. So what you then do is you take the Legate Marshal himself, who is now leadership 11, and then you combine it with the fact that the tactical command has the command box. Any friendly unit that includes at least one model with this command box may choose to use the leadership value of any model in a friendly unit with another command box when making pinning tests or morale checks. This includes any friendly units with command box that are in reserves. So basically, the command box can use a command box, but then each infantry tercio gets a Vox interlock for 5 points. Any friendly that includes at least one model with a Vox interlock may choose to leadership any model in a friendly unit with a command Vox. So basically Vox casters, regardless of range. So the Legate Marshal joins the command section, and then the command section has a command Vox, and then each rifle section gets a Vox interlock for 5 points. And so, as a result, army-wide, the army is leadership 11, stubborn, because it's not the guy who's stubborn, it's the units which are stubborn. So the guy is leadership 11. Now, yes, he is part of. You could say it's a little bit risky him being part of a 5-man squad, but the thing is, you can put them in an Aurochs for 30 points, and I think that makes them a little bit more durable. You don't have to, but you could. It would protect them from any indirect fire you might come across. And what's important about the Aurochs is that you can still use the command Vox inside the Aurochs. Yes, this includes units with the command Voxes that are reserves or embarked on a friendly unit with vehicle type. Yeah. So while the cat's alive, he gives it to the rest of the army. But he gives them the leadership 11, but they're still leadership 10 stubborn, I think. I'll check. They're still leadership 8 stubborn. So leadership 8's not as good. But there's a few, basically, you've got a few. Whilst realistically he's the linchpin, but it's relatively easy to protect him. And it's relatively easy to protect him. Yeah. Good player will seek him out, but your job as the controlling player is to deny them. Morpheus, funny counter, you can snipe the Vox caster, will that stop you? Yes. But yes, if you have precision, it will stop me. There you go. Yeah. The funny thing is, you could risk it and just rely on the auxiliary captain, but I think you'd rather have the leadership 11. So yeah, there's counters to it. It's the thing. There's counters to it. But what I'm saying is, there's counters to the fucking dreadnoughts. If you're running the dreadnought army, though, if you're running the dreadnought army, you're probably not running precision. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, it's very, 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 very fucking late. It's very fucking late. Shall we go to bed? I think so. Gentlemen, it has been an honor and a pleasure and quite tiring, but it has been my pleasure to stream to you today. I am going to be rushing off a little bit, but I do want to take a moment to say a huge thank you to everyone that joined today's streams. I want to say a big thank you to everyone that joined technically yesterday's live battle report. And I also want to say a big thank you to everyone that joined today's live stream. In total, we've streamed 12 hours in this awake period. It's been pretty heavy. I'm going to be pretty tired tomorrow. But tomorrow is a chill old world game and for me to record, which I'll just record using the battle report setup here, so it'll be super easy to do. And then the live stream is just going to be chatting bollocks and probably building some models or something. Maybe painting. We'll see. Probably building. Maybe painting. Huge thank you to everyone that joined. I want to make sure I've not missed anyone on Twitch, gang, because we've been focusing a little bit on YouTube towards the end there. Nope, we've not any more support coming on Twitch. That's good. Well, it's not good. I'd love the support on Twitch, but you know what I mean. I've not missed anyone is what I'm going for. I want to say a huge thank you to everyone that joined, everyone that liked, everyone that subscribed, everyone that followed, everyone that super chatted, gifted membership, tipped, and all that amazing stuff. And of course, I want to say a massive, mega, bunker busting thank you to the man, the myth, the legend, Medneo. And it's thanks to his sterling efforts that we did and his Death Strike chat that we streamed for an extra about hour and a half. So there we go. There we are. All right. I'm not going to do an outro song. I'm just going to get straight to sleep. But gentlemen, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.